Okay, we're going live stream. This was Sun Yat-sen Memorial Weekend. We definitely had Veterans Day, which my son nabbed before, and then we had the Sun Yat-sen's birthday, basically. So, and I do want everyone to understand that Sun Yat-sen is not a real name. It's just some bullshit amalgam that was developed for the West. It's just so the West could pronounce his name. That's not what Chinese use. So I will give people the real Chinese name of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, you know, later as time goes on. There's no point going into it right now. Let's see if we can do a live a link. It seems to be linking up, but I'm not. Oh, here's why I'm not getting it. I'm not on. Oh, wait, I am on live. So what's going on? So we seem to have a connection. Marky Milk or Mark H says Douglas is loud and clear. For some reason, however, when I'm going live, I'm not seeing myself where I used to see myself. So that's disturbing. So I don't know if we've reformatted on YouTube where they're not displaying what they used to display, or they only display it when it's uploaded. Really weird. Okay, so they keep changing the display on us on YouTube, and that really sucks. So it's disconcerting as hell, and I already am suffering disconcerting things going on with audio phenomena where we've got weird alarms that are plinging, notifying me of something, but I don't know what. But that's, you know, has died down and hopefully has stabilized now that we've got things started. Now we, so, okay, I've got most of my measuring things up so I can take a look at analytics. We're just beginning the show, and I want to admonish everyone, like I usually do, to hit the upvotes. We're about a minute and 48 seconds in. So what I'm going to remind everyone is that as soon as we start transmission, we are automatically assaulted by automated bots, Autobots. And they are programmed to hit a downvote. And they're cheap because the man who dispatches them, Stephen Outram, formerly of Sausage Software, which he sold for short on the market so that he could make $77 million when he got inside dope from Michael Aquino to do so, and thus made himself an instant multimillionaire, however, of a far lesser degree of financial power or potency than, say, your average Silicon Valley mogul who registers in the billions of dollars. He's full of himself, as well as other things like alcohol and bitterness, and he is very disappointed that I refused to have sex with him for $1 million and never forgave me for it, and so he assails us with these downvotes, which keeps us off searches. And so the only way to get us on searches is to remember we are fighting a guerrilla war against the deep state, and that this requires your participation. All guerrilla wars are based in the population. They cannot win without popular support, and the popular support is often covert, and yours is effectively, well, covert or not, there's nothing they can do to you. So just press that upvote, and you do it from every IP address you've got, every port you've got. You've got your laptop, your PC, your tablet, and your cell phone. Use them all and hit us with an upvote. It's the only way we appear on searches, because YouTube's got a retarded ass aggregate where they disseminate you more only if you're popular. So the more popular you are, the more spread you get, and the only way we can get spread is to fight as dirty as the enemy does. We're fighting for a world in which nice guys have a chance. Nice guys like my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who would have finished last if it hadn't been for having a child like myself who fought a lot more dirty than he ever did. So in order for these nice guys to have a chance in the future, you've got to fight as dirty as the bad guys do. And believe me, they fight dirtier than you could ever imagine. And we experienced that with our latest interview with the lovely Jennifer Hawkins of the Arcane Observer. So I do recommend everyone look up the Arcane Observer and review that interview when you have time after this show is over. Remember, this show is live for the next 12 hours, so hold off on that till tomorrow, but you can make a note of it, go into the Arcane Observer and subscribe. hit the subscribe button on the Arcane Observer. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel, then by God, subscribe to my channel as well. But right now, I haven't bothered to upload the interview on my channel. I want to give her a chance to get hits, which in her case is going to be more than she's ever gotten. Here's what happened was, as soon as we started that interview, you will hear a bit of what went down because she actually has the ambush. There's no other word for it. She actually has the ambush recorded in a fairly short, comparatively short, 25 minutes worth of what we were able to record, where we initially were trying to get started with the interview, and we were assaulted on all sides by technical phenomenon that were just preventing us from getting started. They shut down her system completely. And at that point, she had to stop recording because she was truly shut down. She had to call the owner and operator, the man who manages her radio station, Troubled Minds, in order to get enough technical support to get her system back online in which to start the interview. Now, by the time we were done with all of this, we could not go live. The entire slot that she had for live programming was over by the time that we finished. They had to fill that time slot with a rerun. They had to play a rerun during that time slot because we simply could not get started. What the enemy did not want was a live presentation of the interview, because that would have gotten as many hits, like up into the 6,000 range, at least, being very conservative. That would have gotten into the 6,000 range of hits, at least, again, being exaggeratedly conservative, because they are actually, Troubled Minds is actually the third most popular paranormal show we've got out there, apparently. So we would have gotten at least 6,000 hits that hour, easy. And that would have been exactly what they didn't want. That would have been like in my old Revolution Radio days when I was hitting that every episode and never got credit for it because Revolution Radio wasn't counting it. By the way, I don't know if anybody can hear that shit, but I'm getting nonstop alarm from my stupid technical system. Okay, what it's...
Thank goodness I cannot hear it.
Okay, what's going on is we've just got knocked off of connection with live stream via my how do I say this? My external hard drive. So I don't know what to do. We can just wait to see if it kicks back on and gets interpreted again.
Are we on live now?
We have to count on the audience to tell us that. Basically, we're live, but we have no image projecting onto the system. So let me reset, and see if it's working.
But if we have chat and they tell us they can hear us, we're live, and that's what's most important.
In a sense, theoretically, YouTube will knock us off if we don't have a projected image. So the projected image is back on, so far as I can tell.
I think you're still on.
Okay. Yeah. And can you see the projected image? Basically, the embedded photograph in thumbnail of live stream. That is, of course, myself and Drag. I do want to remind people several things about this week. It was Veterans Day weekend, and the same day that Veterans Day occurred, APEC week started. And this was the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, started this year in San Francisco. So I am your on-site correspondent for that. They are attempting the largest economies in the world, China, the Empire of Japan, and the United States of America, in coordination with Great Britain and France, who have holdings in the Pacific, or territorial claims, as well as, of course, the for the British, it's Pitcairn Island, for those of you who forget. And with the French, of course, it's French Polynesia. Also, we have Canada and all the Asian nations you can name. And I'm presuming my Taiwan is represented, as it always is, covertly. This is not United Nations, so it's an economic cooperation forum. The Communist Chinese do their best to try and eliminate Taiwanese input. But nevertheless, we always get it in there one way or another, and usually by bribery. And so I just want everyone to know all that got started this weekend, and San Francisco is completely shut down. The traffic in and out is obscenely impossible to navigate. So that's been going on. I haven't been there because I was at the Estates teaching the Blood Boys about Sun Yat-sen, and we were proceeding to go to the APEC basically tomorrow. And so you'll start hearing me. The first weekend, all they do is they hit the prostitutes anyway. All they do is they whore and they drink and they get together and they just basically fuck around. Business really starts as soon as this transmission is over and my son picks me up again. So what I want everyone to know is I'll report what I can on Wednesday. We are also entering into, aside from Diwali, which is an Asian Indian festival of great importance, which matters because the Asian Indians are also represented at APEC, and this probably impacts their representatives. But Diwali is starting this week, and Brendan Zogate can provide us more details about that later in the program. But as well as that, we are transferring into Transgender Awareness Week. So just of importance to myself and my son. And I understand that my photograph embedded in live stream is more an example of transvestiture as opposed to transgenderism, but nonetheless, also threw the monarch butterfly in there just to represent the MK Ultra program, which of course our young lady Jennifer Hawkins was asking me about, and tried to provide as many details about that as I could. Brought up the house that was being sold in San Francisco for $14 million United States dollars. That was part of the MK Ultra program, where they programmed a lot of celebrity victims, including Charles Manson. And all that being stated now, what I am going to do, 12 minutes in, it's going to take me a good 15-20 minutes. Things seem to have stabilized. I'm going to set up my throne of pillows.
Speaking of that,
yes,
I want you to look in the text chat. I got a little surprise for you that I just finagled with one of these AI image generation things, and
cool.
I want you to check that out real quick before you go.
Yes.
You're gonna get a kick out of this.
No,
man.
that's almost personalized. That's incredible. Yes, thank you. Where did you get these?
I just generated them with an AI.
Oh, okay, that's incredible. See, this is what AI does. This is like
expert system. Yeah.
Yes, the expert system. Yeah. No, incredible. The ES. Yes, we should be calling these ESs. Bless you, Aristides. That's adorable. And thank you so much for that. I'll download them all. I'm going to download them all later. And,
all right.
In the interim, I do want Peter Moon to take over. I'm going to, of course, stay around for a few seconds here, see what Peter Moon, if he needs to tell me anything immediately before I take off. I do want people to know as well who have contributed. I definitely want to give you credit. Last episode, I didn't even have the mental wherewithal to do that. I was preparing for the interview I was going to have with Jennifer Hawkins, and these interviews are always stressful, and you have no idea how stressful they are, because unlike any normal person on Earth, it's always an ambush. This was definitely not any ambush on the part of Jennifer Hawkins. So far as I can ascertain, she truly is a sincerely earnest individual. One of the good ones, a keeper, so far as I can ascertain for now. But we because of that, they attacked. Technically, they attacked in a technical ambush, and they took us down every way imaginable. They knocked off all our ability to communicate with each other from all three sides. My side, her side, and Brendan Zogate as a technical advisor. And ultimately, as I said, she had to call her technical advisor, her station operator and owner. And they succeeded in what they were doing, which was knocking us off any live presentation. So it was truly, in one sense, just another miserable ambush that succeeded in what the enemy wanted, which is total suppression, total censorship. And remember who your enemy is. The goddamn military. It's your fucking military. It comes down to the end, your military and intelligence services, your security state, your so-called defense state. They are your enemy. There is nothing redeeming in them. Remember that, Peter, trying to be a good man, emphasizes the fact that I am a veteran, which is true. I do want people to understand, if that's what gets you to support myself, I will, of course, emphasize the fact that it's a real fact of my life, but I do want people to understand the majority of veterans out there are not your friends. These are not people who need your support. These are people who get an endless sea of benefits from a welfare state. These are the true welfare queens that are on welfare for generations. Their children, as I emphasized in the interview with Jennifer Hawkins, are born on military bases. They're raised on military bases. They die on military bases. This isn't a professional military, as they keep propagandizing. This is a goddamn cult that is essentially unlike any other cult on earth. You have cults out there that can accomplish incredible things. Faith can move mountains. There are proud warrior cults from the days of the berserkers with the Vikings. The ninja, my own legacy and heritage from my mother's lineage on the Japanese side. You have, of course, other cults that are just garbage, just sacrificial cults based on mass murder. That's your American military. There's nothing noble in their cultic behavior. They are an incredibly corrupt and spoiled underclass or subculture of people. Underclass only in the sense that they produce absolutely nothing. They're totally parasitic. They lose every goddamn war they fight, as we've proven in our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. By God, read it if you have not. Buy it and share it with others. And for God's sake, understand, these people are, unlike a professional military, generation after generation of them stay in this military schemata they're born into and have no need to move on because they get free medical care, free daycare, free everything. They are wanting for nothing. The concept of the homeless veteran is a thing of the past. It was a product of the Vietnam War. After that, they went full-blown, through the advisement of men like Michael Aquino, full-blown into a welfare state that provides their participants, their cultists, everything. And they want you to pity them as if they're homeless. They're not homeless. They get free education. They get free everything. Everything you struggle for in life and never accomplish because you can't afford it, they get on a platter for free without working. So understand, their only product, the service they're supposed to deliver, is winning wars, which they haven't done since the Spanish-American War. So by God, stop supporting them. Support me as the exception, only because I'm the public informant exposing this. Other than that, so before I I'll be checking in every few seconds or so, a few minutes realistically. But I'll be back in about 25 minutes hopefully at the longest. Just setting up this throne of pillows so I can sit comfortably for the rest of the night. Peter, is there something you want to tell me before I leave you and Aristides to hold?
When you come back, I will ask you some questions.
Sure.
And that'll be that.
Excellent.
I'll ask you some questions and we'll go into. It'll have to do with HARP and Sonoma State, and it's for the book, but we'll go over that when you come back.
Excellent.
And you can go about constructing the throne of pillows.
Yes, thank you for your patience.
Enjoy it, make it cozy and comfortable, and that will be that. And I will continue here up. The first thing I'm going to comment on, only because Douglas had mentioned it, is the Emperor/President of China is in San Francisco, and they showed a clip of Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, standing next to just this hideous bunch of garbage in San Francisco. Now, keep in mind, he's the former mayor of San Francisco. He comes out of San Francisco. Him and Pelosi are part of the same enclave. And he was saying, look at this mess here in San Francisco. And I think if my bearings are right, it's right near when you come into San Francisco around from the Oakland Bay Bridge. And it's just you've seen probably videos of LA and probably San Francisco, but this is a sort of a round or an area near office buildings and what. It's just not nice. And he's saying, people are going to say that I'm putting attention on this because of the president of China. And he says, and they would be true. They'd be telling the truth. But he says, we should clean it up anyway. And he's being accused by the Republicans of kissing the ass of the president of China, which he also is. So he's being criticized for opening his arms to China and establishing relations with China, which is all very relevant. And I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom, but I'll tell you, he's a much better candidate than Joe Biden. I mean, if I were in charge of the Democrats, I'd flush Biden and Kamala Harris down the proverbial toilet, and I'd put Gavin Newsom up there. And I think if he just says the right things, he would be an ideal candidate for them. Because I think a lot of people would, I think the biggest thing against him as a candidate, I'm not talking about his virtues, I'm just saying as a candidate, is that he's from California. That might not help him. But he's got, movie star good looks, and he can sit there and smile, and that's a good, makes for a good candidate, makes him more electable. But be that as it may, that's just my opinion. Now, I did listen to the transmission that Douglas did with Jennifer, and I have at least one very interesting question we'll ask Douglas about Michael Aquino and Bohemian Grove. But the interview was very good. Now, I think there's very little that I hadn't heard before, but it was very nice to hear him go back and giving a long soliloquy on his life for a relatively new person in the game, being Jennifer. And it was good, and she interviewed him she mostly let him talk, which is what a good interviewer does, and did ask some questions. She did a very good job, and where she really excelled is when they started getting insults in the chat room. And she put these people in their place very politely, very eloquently, very elegantly. She did really good, and I was very impressed. And my one concern for Jennifer, and I don't know if she's listening. I don't think she is, because she wrote to me this afternoon and wanted to know if I heard the show, and I told her yes, and that she did a very good job. And that I asked her if she was listening to tonight's show. She usually comes on later. So, but what I want to say, my biggest concern for her is indeed not that I'm not concerned that she's part of the enemy. I'm concerned that she will be besieged or attacked, as is so often the case. This is a consistent issue with Douglas. Now, now this has to do with these. Well, now there's two things that occur here. There's the gang stalkers that are just sent from, the National Security Agency or wherever to just harass and pester. There are also people who insult. And I think I received a nasty insult by somebody. It could only get in the most curious of ways. I'm not going to tell you how they got to me. It was, of course, I handled it very well. But you don't foster those communications. You don't engage people like that. You just cut them off. But I received an insult, and if you people heard who the insult was from and what it was, you'd be very shocked and amazed. But I'm not going to say, I'm not going to give it any life, because it didn't bother me in the least. It bothered, well, it told me something about this individual. Nevertheless, I'm going to share people, because I have seen, authors and whatnot get very upset over comments that appeared on Amazon or something, or that, disrespected them or their book. And they get very upset about it. And it's just somebody trying to bother or harass. But, and Amazon's pretty good about removing those, has been in the past. I had somebody once who wanted to get into a fight with me on Amazon. It's kind of like, okay, using the chat board for a place to maneuver. But I'm going to read something about insults. It's very powerful. I might have brought it up before. It's called an article, How the Buddha Handled Insults. The Buddha was an absolute master in debate. People from all over India would come to the Buddha to ask him questions and sometimes to try to defeat him in debate. And it's great to see how the Buddha actually handled himself against these people, because sometimes he would come up with the coolest answers. This is the story of Akosa. In the Akosa Sutta, a man named Akosa found out that one of his clansmen had just become a disciple of the Buddha. Outraged, Akosa went to the Buddha to give the Buddha a piece of his mind. He hurled abuse and insults at the Buddha, telling the Buddha what he thought of him in no uncertain terms. The Buddha was unmoved in the slightest by this barrage of insults and just asked a question in return. Do you sometimes receive visitors as guests? Yes, I do, replied Akosa. And when they come, do you offer them food and drink and courtesies? Asked the Buddha. Yes, sometimes I do, Akosa said. So what if your guests don't accept what you offer to them? Where do the food, drink, and courtesies return to? They return to me, of course, Akosa answered. Akosa, you came here today hurling insults and abuse at me. I do not accept what you have offered. So where do these insults and abuse return? Akosa got the picture. Akosa was even won over by how calm the Buddha was in the face of the insult. If the Buddha didn't retaliate with anger against his angry attacks, Akosa was also won over by his wisdom. Lessons learned from this: when an angry person approaches you looking for a fight, it's important to try to stay even-minded. You can achieve this through right understanding, right knowing of the situation, and having the right motivation for the interaction. What you want to understand is that you're living for the good of both people. You live for the good of the angry person, and you live for the good of yourself. Once you can understand this, you can mindfully grow calmer and calmer, clearer and clearer in the face of insult and abuse. This way you can heal both people. You can help to heal the angry person and help to heal yourself too. If people call you a fool for wanting to work for the good of the angry person as well as the good of yourself, then they don't really understand the Buddha's Dharma, which is his teaching. So these insults that people give, they don't have to be accepted, because they say more about the insulter. It's one thing to challenge a point. And as I talk to Douglas, I'm going to challenge. I'm not really challenging him. It's just questioning him on some points of facts or stories that he's relayed as I remember them, and it should prove very interesting. It's just I want to get things straight, not only for my own understanding, but for the book as well. So as they say, Jennifer handled these very well. She knew what she was doing. It was extremely professional, and we're very happy to have her on Team Dietrich. Refreshing. So Aristides, did you hear, or I think you were part of the broadcast. I think you were participating in it, if only.
What happened was I kind of had spaced out on the fact that it was going on right then. And then all of a sudden he was ringing me up. I guess it was after all the interruption had happened. And he was kind of, I think he just added a bunch of people on just to have, you know, some support at the time. And that's when I came in. So I listened to that for a little while. And then let me see what time it was. I think it was getting pretty late. So I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. So just that portion once he called me.
But you certainly got to hear enough of it.
Yeah, I heard a good bit. I got to go back. I mean, but a lot of it was just some of the stuff he was covering, just basic stuff, like when he does an interview with a new person. I'm sure
it was very little that I hadn't heard before, but it's always informative and understanding to hear it again and in different contexts.
Right. So
it definitely was not time wasted, and I found myself interested in it. Yeah. Before you came along, you might have listened to it, but at one time I actually started to write it, but I just couldn't get anywhere to it because of, you know, constraints with other stuff. But I was envisioning writing a one-man show for Douglas, vis-a-vis the one that Chaz Palminteri did that became the movie The Bronx Tale. He does a one-man show, and it's essentially an autobiographical show with some license, some dramatic license. But the Bronx Tale is the story of his life, or part of his life. And I thought of doing that with Douglas. And one of the most attractive aspects of a one-man show with Douglas would be putting props together. Now, Chaz Palminteri has one prop. It's a, you know, street corner with a lamppost with the street corner signs from the Bronx. That's his one prop. But with Douglas, I mean, God, the props one could have, from, you know, headlines of Roswell, pictures of his mother, biofacts, actually live, active, or replicas of biofax simulagra, more headlines of a keynote, some of the things alluded to that he's talked about that are quite ghoulish, or there's all sorts of things.
So like a produced like video show, because usually he's not.
No, not a video show, a stage show.
See, right.
Live presentation show.
Right. But with video, not just audio. So.
No video. It's not video. I mean, you could video it, but no, the idea is a live presentation.
Wow.
I don't know if you ever saw the Broadway play Cats, and Cats is very small. Well, it was a pretty small theater, and if you're sitting up near the stage, it's like you're practically on the stage, and the props there are very. It's mostly garbage, or big versions of garbage. Like you might see a box of, you know, Brillo or something, but it's a huge box. So it's like with the cats see it, but it's just all this imagery that's very rich, and it just kind of makes the play so much more effective. The visual, because you could just sit there, get lost looking at the visuals, and all the nooks and crannies of the set. It's one of, I think, one of the most unique stage productions I've ever seen in that regard alone for the stage, because in many of them, you know, they're changing the scenery all the time. The Lion King, which I've seen about 3 times, I think I took my daughter twice and Paula twice. Paula loved it. And that's like, the scenery is just very, generic. It's there, it's, sometimes it's clever, but it's just very generic. The imagery with the show with Douglas, I mean, the props, God, it could just be incredible. It's a whole different experience than just listening to him talk. The problem with the show with Douglas, and this was accentuated in his interview with Jennifer, there's just too much information to put it into a show. The Roswell book, he would have had it be 10 volumes. Mm-hmm. But it's thick enough as it is. I'm going to read. I've got this lady. There's no purpose in saying her name because I don't think anybody would recognize her. But I've got her. I did a show with her, and we're going to do another show on Roswell. So I sent her the book. And I want you to hear her response, audience. Douglas hopefully is listening as he makes his throne of pillows. She says, I have almost finished the book, 50 pages to go. Now, if you've read up to 50 pages to go, you've got that whole essence of it. She says, I'll finish it tomorrow, I think. And then she discusses some personal problems she's having, but I won't go into those, which is just impeding her from maybe finishing it or doing the interview. She says, the book is very emotional to me. Apart from all the strategic warfare I am used to, and she's talking about, conspiracy, esoteric topics. She says, I'm really shocked by what I read. I can hardly believe it. It is an earth-shattering reality check. On top of that, I will be doing my own talk soon. So because of all this, it takes a little more time than I had imagined. I'll let you know soon and we can talk. So it's like this book is reaching her. She's getting it. She's been genuinely interested in my books, so she interviewed me. And I'm just very impressed that she's accepting it. Or that she read it and she gets it. It's ontological shock. And so much of the conspiracy/New Age people has been living on presupposed false paradigms. And this is just the way, just what they're doing. And it's on the wrong trail. And I don't think, anybody perceived this much more than I did when in the 1990s, and I could just feel my audience disembark my trail of reading or investigation for Philip Corso's book, The Day After Roswell. And people just sucked this up. They sucked it up. And even today, I see people talking about the Roswell Museum. I mean, it's like a Catholic going to the Vatican right after they saw one of those Tom Hanks movies, Angels and Demons, or what's that one? The Da Vinci Code. They watched that movie, which kind of debunks the Catholic Church, and they're going back to the Vatican. They say, yeah, right on. Vatican's right on. After they watch a movie which debunks the Vatican. This is kind of the way people are. But in the case of Roswell, they never debunked Roswell. They think they have one up on the government because the government said everything was weather balloons. which is, of course, absurd. And the government's obviously doing a cover-up. They're very clever at how they do the cover-up. So it's a matter of educating people. The other problem is that people are so busy struggling with their lives that they can get immersed in studying conspiracy, politics, like all that QAnon stuff. What did it accomplish? The people who were most heartfelt in the, Trump agenda and went to Washington were the most punished. I just read on Yahoo today, shortly before I came on, that the QAnon shaman is now running for Congress. He's a felon. He's a convicted felon who pled guilty. He served over 2 years. Doesn't seem like it's been that long, but it has. And now he's free and he's running for Congress in Arizona. It'll be interesting to see if he wins. And although he's a convicted felon and cannot vote, he can run for Congress. Mm-hmm. So I don't think, having a convicted felon, I think might be better having a convicted felon in Congress than an unconvicted one.
Good point.
Because at least you know who and where he's at. But
Jacob Chansley.
Exactly.
That. And the funny thing was, I haven't been able to find it. A couple years ago, I found a video with that guy, and this was from before the whole January 6th thing. And I swear this guy, he was there kind of giving like an interview talking about, because supposedly he was in the military and like that he was involved with super soldier stuff.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I have not been, I don't know if it's been scrubbed. I have not been able to find it. I swear I saved the link, but I haven't been able to find that. But I saw it. I remember watching it.
Oh, what are we? I just got back. What was scrubbed?
We're talking about QAnon shaman. QAnon shaman. I was just saying that he was, he's now running for Congress. The guy who was arrested that had the big horns on his head.
Yes. Not to mention the nipple rings.
Character.
Yes.
And he's running for Congress. Uh-huh. He filed to run for Congress. And Aristides pointed out that he read an article that he thinks was scrubbed, that he was from the super soldier faction.
Interesting. That would make so much sense.
It would make sense.
Yeah. And so by all means, continue with what the both of you were speaking about. And
that's where we were at.
Okay.
I mean, go ahead, Aristides, if you have any further comment on that.
That was it. It was a video interview of him, and I have not been able to find it. I saw a couple years ago. But, I mean, it for sure looked like that guy, and it would have been recorded before the whole January 6th thing. So you got to wonder.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, by all means.
It's just, as I say, it as Douglas says, it is interesting. It does make sense how deep the tentacles of the web go. And I'm not talking about the internet web. I'm talking about
deep state. Yes.
Yeah, it's very deep.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you some questions soon here, but I was just going to say on the war front, the United States has been really trying to get, if you listen to the reports, if they're accurate, to get Israel to ratchet down the violence.
Right.
And to have, 4-hour escapes and, whereas the Israelis are very adamant about going into, rid Hamas and all this justification, which, many people are protesting, you're just killing people. And this all goes back to what I said. How are they going to get rid of Hamas? They can get rid of Hamas's certain outposts, certain A&W root beer stands that they might have frequented and can't frequent anymore when they wipe out all the root beer activity or whatever's going on there. And I'm being sarcastic. But they are, it's like they're going to come up. How can they not come up empty-handed? How can they not?
Yes.
It's like Hamas is not too stupid so as to just, so here we are, it's, come kill us in these tunnels. I can't imagine that they're not in some other country, at least the key operators. Yes. This is just it, and it seems to me that the population is just really Israel. And I would tell people who are passionate about this not to worry and get involved, because there's so much protest against it that it's people don't like to see all this killing.
Thank you.
And people, the population does not seem to be on the side of Israel, the world population. Right. And that includes many Jewish people and many Christian people. There are the fundamentalist Christians, and which Whitney Webb says it's the Christians that are perpetrating this whole thing and creating the Zionists or feeding them, who are in turn enabling Hamas so as to execute their goal to take the Dome of the Rock,
yes,
and build the third temple, which gates into the apocalypse, or this apocalyptic mindset, which has everything to do with our book, which is kind of the direction I'm going to be going in.
Excellent.
And what I would say about the apocalypse is, and I first heard of this from Timothy Leary in a live lecture when he talked about millennium madness. He says at the end of every millennium, people get millennium madness. This could be a century, and it did occur in the year 666, and I think which Jennifer did a show on.
Yes.
Or but people get all frenetic about a number. We saw this at Y2K. They get all excited. They get excited with the big number. It's like a 300 win season in baseball for a pitcher. Oh, the big magic 300. And some guys get stuck at a 500th homer run or something, and they just can't get it. They get all complicated about it, about hitting that big number or that record number. They can get neurotic about it. So, like it's this milestone. Timothy Leary called it millennium madness. It could be called milestone madness too, because it's a milestone. When we're talking about millennium, or we're talking about Christianity, we're talking about religious fervor and people getting excited. But what you find over the course of history is that really all that happens is a lot of excitement, and then it kind of ends. It's just kind of like a frenetic thing. Okay, we all got excited, and nothing happened. There's the, what's the big deal? It was people got excited, anticlimactic. And, but of course, what it really is a formula for a feeding frenzy of death and suffering and pain and suffering.
Yes.
And when you think of Buddha, relief from suffering was what he offered or advocated. Christianity offered, eternal peace or eternal life and an end of suffering through the blood of Jesus. But whatever, it's like it's considered a goal. Whereas in Christianity, you have endless suffering, and you have them sticking on the points of the suffering. And it just, people are so indoctrinated and programmed. The universe is tough enough on its own. And then you have, it's like, they'll sometimes show hundreds of turtles rushing to the sea when they're born of eggs, and only a few are going to survive. And because there's so much predatoriness in the environment. And those that go on to survive, and this applies to any organism, it's like you go out there and you survive, but if you're going to institutions, you're going to find the institutions are there to reinforce the pain and suffering and not give you answers. And this is one of the problems in schools. They don't have answers. We have a lot more answers today than we did when I was young, in terms of subjects explored, and education is much different. But anyway, that was just a comment on the apocalyptic mindset. Jose Arguelles made some comments about this before he passed away, and I think 2013, I think is when he passed away, right after 2012, and he was responsible for much of the 2012 excitement by reason of his work and evaluation of the Mayan calendar and bringing it into the consciousness. But he was talking about, critical mass in terms of, people, just the way society was going. It's reaching a crescendo. And we can look at society this way, but society reaches crescendos all the time. This one is just the most magnificent in terms of, our life experience, those of us who grew up in the second half of the last century. And all of this is kind of like, wow, what comes next? The AI, so-called, and I say that in quotes, AI mindset. A friend of mine went to a lecture on AI. And I said, well, I'll fill you in after you go to the lecture. And she said, well, it was really kind of just what you said. The person said, they're just mimic.
Thank you.
Just mimic. So I don't know who this person was, but, he apparently knew what he was talking about. This is just mimicry.
Yes.
Feeding back. But now I want to shift gears, and this was prompted by your interview with Jennifer, when you said something that I need to clarify, not only for the book, more for my own understanding. Because when you were talking with Jennifer, you talked about going from Sonoma State up to Bohemian Grove. Yeah. And you went with Alex Jones and another knucklehead, I don't remember his name.
Ron Johnson or John Ronson. I always have trouble forgetting it, remembering as well. But go on.
Right. And and you said that you went to the gate and Michael Aquino came out and said, "Oh, Doug," and he let you in.
Yeah.
Now, when I originally heard that story, you said you went up there in a bus with a bunch of people, and it was your expertise in security that enabled you to get Alex Jones into there. I don't remember Aquino appearing. Separately, completely different to that, I once asked you about Aquino and Bohemian Grove, if he had any connection there, and you were dismissive of it, saying, well, he just thought, he was dismissive of them. That doesn't mean he never went there, but you never. But so this sounded, I don't know if it was a cascading memory or what. I just wanted to clarify it with you. If did you go up there on a bus with a bunch of other journalists to Bohemian Grove with Alex?
Oh God, no. Basically, what's going on right now is you're conflating a lot of different accounts, and this happens because there's a lot of accounts to be shared. And so when it comes to what happened at Bohemian Grove, I've been actually quite consistent about this and relating it over the past several years. What you had asked about one time was the attitude of Michael Aquino towards Bohemian Grove. And his attitude was very dismissive. He didn't admire anyone there. He thought it was just basically a joke. He just was there to act as kind of like a babysitter for the noobs and the clowns. In his own opinion, of course, these were people who wanted to use him as their sorcerer. They viewed themselves as sorcerers engaging in a mass spell working, a spell casting. And so he was there to kind of lend an air of authenticity to it all. So when you had asked that question about his attitude, that was completely separate from asking about his attendance. As for my attendance, no, I had never, ever even said that I went up there on a bus. There's plenty of times I've taken a bus, quote unquote, but that's usually with something like the Blood Boys when we're going on field trips.
No. It wasn't Blood Boys. It was with journalists.
Yeah, I never have been on a bus with any journalists. I've never been on a bus with any journalists. Though it happened at Sonoma State, is to relay the entire story again so that we...
No, you don't have to relay.
No, well, I mean, just to clarify it, it's important to myself. If you bring the subject up, it needs to be addressed. Believe me. So
no, that's fine. That's fine.
To relate it in context of, like I related it to Jennifer Hawkins. Everybody understand that Sonoma State University was originally intended to be a woman's prison. It was built with all of the prison structures that you see today. If you go to Sonoma State University, it's in Rohnert Park, which is the armpit of wine country in California, which is one of the most beautiful areas in the world. Everybody pretty much has a reaction of awe when they're in wine country in California. A lot of that's been tempered by the wildfires that have destroyed so much of the acreage, but other than that, it's still prime real estate, except for Rohnert Park. Rohnert Park is this god-awful cesspit in the middle of wine country that the gods forgot, and it is just, for lack of a better word, this incredibly Ozark or Appalachian feel to it, where everybody looks like they're morbidly inbred and literally speaks with accents like they were from another part of the country. And the reason why is because all of them were essentially escapees from the moonshine wars deep south, and realized that they could go to California to escape any extradition. At the time, the Moonshine Wars were really hot and burning. And then they enclaved with each other into Rohnert Park, which is essentially just collections of weed, overgrown backyards full of various kinds of trash. So that school's in the middle of all that, and it was established because all the people, for some reason, didn't want a woman's prison in area. And you would wonder why, because it really doesn't make the area any worse than it already is. But in the middle of that, Rohnert Park is out in the middle of nowhere, and there is nothing to do. There are, if there's a bus involved, what I had to do was I had to take a bus there and back every weekend, because I would spend my weekends at home, then go back to spend the week in the dorms over there at the school. But these are not like assigned buses. These were like general buses that I'd be taking. It was just awful, just this horrible experience. And I suffered it for a year because I had been ordered by the Department of Defense to infiltrate Project Censored, which is the actual name for an ongoing perennial project for journalism majors. And I have no idea how this project became associated with Sonoma State University of all places. It's like the only thing they have. And it is funded by big names in the journalism industry. Many of them are probably dead by now. I mean, we're talking old school, John McLaughlin, Ted Koppel, big names. Walter Cronkite back in the day. I mean, these are names that I saw affiliated with funding for Project Censored, which was just what journalism majors are supposed to report on the most unreported story of the year. And all of them turn in their reports, and then they see who wins with who was able to get a scoop on the most underreported story of the year worldwide. And so this is Project Censored. It's been ongoing for quite some time. I don't know if it's still ongoing, probably still is. But at the time that I was there to suffer that, it was directly due to HARP. So when it came to HARP, somehow it got reported on by via the Project Censored. And so the Department of Defense wanted to find out how that information had leaked, what was going on to cause that to happen, where somebody could report on it. And by the way, shout out to Medusoid Humanoid, that of course people are welcome to check her channel. That's our lovely Victoria, of course. And when it comes to Project Censored and what I was doing there, suffering for a year, I had to pretend I was majoring in something else. And in the middle of it all, probably one of the more outstanding, and I don't mean this in a positive sense, one of the more outstanding experiences in what otherwise was a completely negative experience. There's nothing positive I have to relate about Sonoma State or any experiences there. Everybody spent all day just fucking drinking and almost nothing else. There's nothing else to do. And but in the middle of all that, we did some crazy things because we were bored, and people would go places, but again, never involving a bus. But what happened was this clown named Alex Jones showed up along with Ron Johnson. And I have mentioned this on record a number of times over the years. And Ron Johnson was the author ultimately of The Men Who Stare at Goats. He began to speak to me because he was investigating, quote unquote, the men who stare at goats. This was something he apparently had heard that I was at. Of course he would. Because it's something that makes perfect sense that he would hear it, because he ultimately was just basically another Aquino pawn, just like Alex Jones. For those of you who don't know, as Alex Jones, I've exposed him in the past a number of times. Of course, it's something that never sinks in, and at this point in history, it's almost becoming less and less immediately relevant because he is less and less immediately relevant. But understand that one of the men who made him, aside from Michael Aquino and the CIA as an organization, was, of course, the idiot who runs Coast to Coast AM, the man who inherited it from Art Bell, who Art Bell despised with a passion, George Norrie, who's just a real, just a piece of shit, who just works with was in naval intelligence for 9 years. PR, public relations is how he'll say it, but they work hand in hand with intelligence, which tells them what to spin. Now, George Norrie, of course, made Alex Jones and pumped him relentlessly every night on Coast to Coast AM and would bring him on constantly. And so when it comes into the subject of where all of this converged with myself, as I've mentioned multiple times on air, what happened was that when they showed up, they just were basically looking for someone to go with them up to Bohemian Grove. Now, I went because more than anything else, I was just bored and there was nothing to do. It really was nothing that was arranged. To me, this was entirely impromptu. And so we went up in a car. It was a car. I have mentioned this before. So when we drove up there, it was not Alex Jones or Ron Johnson that were driving. It was another guy whose name I don't even remember. Just one of the kids who was at Project Censored, probably, or maybe another kid who was like not even affiliated with Project Censored. Just somebody at Sonoma State University who also was bored and had nothing better to do. And so when we drove up to Bohemian Grove, which is right next door to Sonoma State University, in car terms, of course, automotive terms, not in terms of walking. Basically, when we got out, these idiots in basically sports jackets are looking around for openings in the fence, so to speak. And it has nothing to do with my security knowledge. I've never said that. I have never said that. on record, anyone can play this back. So there's no cascade memory involved here. I've always said the exact same thing in general, with maybe different details here and there in terms of what I felt was relevant to mention at the time. When it comes into getting through the fence, why would anyone bother with a pair of clippers or something like that trying to get through an electrified fence with razor wire and all the rest of this shit? Not to mention we got the whole place crawling with California Highway Patrol. Now, again, I've mentioned this multiple times in the past. California Highway
I've
Patrol.
only heard one, but of course I haven't listened to everything. But I appreciate the clarification on all of this.
So when it comes to the California Highway Patrol was there. Now, remember, I was there more than once. There was another time I went up there, and that was driven by Brian William Hall. Brian William Hall was the man who had organized the conspiracy conferences that I had spoken in at once, which was kind of like my outing as a public informant publicly by my own name, was through the conferences arranged by Brian William Hall. And so Brian William Hall, who trademarked his name, is always something I never forget. This is someone who was essentially gay guy, lived with his lover, and he drove me up once another time to Bohemian Grove, and at that time I never even went inside. That was where I got into truly a encounter that was acrimonious, if you will, with the guy who had the same initials as Adolphus Jacob Hitler, and it was AJH. I'm forgetting his name now because I've done everything I could to bleach the guy out of my head. But he was this shill charlatan, just a creep who was just kind of out there in the conspiracy field forever. And he died eventually. And but for a while there, he was looked at as one of the grand old men of conspiracy. He kind of started the quote unquote industry aspect of it. But Anthony J. Hilder. That was Anthony J. Hilder. And Anthony J. Hilder basically stood out because he basically took it upon himself to scare away a young lady who was opening up to me about her own experiences concerning sexual enslavement by the men in Bohemian Grove. And she was there as part of a protest for Bohemian Grove. And this was the guy who earnestly saw me talking to her, engaged in intensive conversation, and just ran up to her and booed her away, just scared her away. Just a real piece of shit. There's so many of these people are just, there's no other word for them. They're just turds. But when it comes to, at that time, that was when I related an encounter with a young lady whose name I used to know. I've since totally forgotten it. Was a single encounter I had with her. And she worked with Alex Jones. And I said, why don't you interview me? Because she was going around looking for people to interview. And she told me Alex Jones gave her the orders not to interview me specifically. I mean, that was important. And anyhow, the important thing was she was working with Russia Today. So I initially started speaking to her in Russian, but then she shut me up saying, look, I don't speak any Russian. And I said, how on earth are you working for Russia Today if you don't speak the language? And she said, oh, they only hire American girls like myself to look good on camera. We don't speak any of their language. And she says, we're meant to convey what they want us to say to the Americans. And they're afraid that they won't listen to girls who speak with a Russian accent. So they don't hire gorgeous Russian chicks to do it. They hire American chicks. And I said, well,
I think I remember this person. She was very active.
Yeah, we actually looked her up. At one time for the name again, and we had her name and then promptly forgot it all over again. In a sense, there's nothing worth remembering, but she was really scrubbed because she used to have her name up there affiliated with Russia Today, and later on, probably by her own request, she probably did her best to scrub things, but apparently other agencies worked to scrub her as well, because when a person wants to scrub themselves from the internet, nothing works. You can't get yourself scrubbed from the internet. The only people who could scrub you are the powers that be. So the powers that be wanted to disaffiliate her with the Russians, probably because she was a double agent for the feds. But at any rate, she was working Russian propaganda, and they specifically hire American chicks because a Russian chick is going to have an accent, and they just feel the propaganda won't carry that much weight. So, but the important point is to understand how aggressively the Russians are pushing propaganda, and they were doing so through direct affiliation with Alex Jones, who had direct affiliation with George Norrie, who had direct affiliation with naval intelligence, and Alex Jones himself was directly created by the CIA. His radio station that he used to work at for years was a CIA radio station set up in the same city where John F. Kennedy was shot at KJFK. It was KJFK was the radio station, Dallas. So KJFK was where he worked for years, and then he was assigned to be an intern to the old man of conspiracy himself, who wrote "Behold a Pale Horse." Help me out here, God! I talked to the guy on the phone for years.
Bill Cooper.
Yeah, Bill Cooper. And William Cooper, he of course took to Alex Jones because he needed help. Alex Jones offered his help for free, and then Alex Jones fingered him, got him killed. And Bill Cooper fingered him before he died. Bill Cooper did a series of recordings on his show, The Hour of the Time, which is an odd name, something biblical, but it was the name for his show. And Bill Cooper basically told everyone Alex Jones is a spy. He was sent to set me up, and I'm likely not going to survive the next several days, and I want you all to know who's responsible. So he said this in 3 different episodes. I have the links. I'd have to look them up. If I can find them, I'll put them into the chat room. Not the most important thing immediately right now. But when it comes to Alex Jones, understand he was always working with the feds. And since I was kind of aware of this, and of course would later on have it all cemented and clarified beyond any shadow of a doubt, it was one of those things that was just an ongoing thing to watch out for. But, I had nothing against traveling up to Bohemian Grove with a couple of idiots when there was nothing else to do at Sonoma State, which was just a dead zone. So when we were going up there, just understand that Alex Jones and Ron Johnson were not conversational. They weren't conversational with each other. They weren't conversational with me. They all stared straight ahead like they were in their own worlds. And when it came to the getting over there, like I said, you got a couple of idiots in basically sports jackets, and they're running around looking for some way to get in. And I just said, just come with me. And we basically went to the gate. And I said, I'm Douglas Dietrich, and I'm here with these couple of guys, and could you call on Michael Aquino? And then Michael Aquino came to the front gate, and basically, like I said, he had nothing but contempt for these people. He obviously looked on them as just automatons, and they were in awe of him. They both recognized him. They both knew who he was. And he only would speak to me. To them, he was completely dismissive, other than he knew them. He knew them, but it was one of these things where, he just said, yeah, let him in. And, he had to go back to what he was doing. It was something so cursory because he had to go back to all the ritual bullshit that he was helping establish, like setting up Walter Cronkite comfortably so he could be the voice of the owl behind the fucking... mock child sacrifice. And I had brought this up before, that these guys were running all around as if they were like hiding somehow, like they were somehow doing something subversive, but everyone could plainly see them. Many people might have recognized them, but nobody really gave them any second glance either. These were people who were celebrities in the Bohemian Grove world. But the thing that didn't make any sense was that they both had these chicken shit little cameras, like old-fashioned spy cameras, like you would hide in a cigarette case. The kind that you would have film for, that you used to buy. They used to have like big, giant fish bowls in photography shops that were full of different kinds of film. And they had like replacement rolls of film for... spy cameras even, because people could buy spy cameras. They were available technology, and they were running around with these cigarette case sized cameras and taking this chicken shit type footage of what was around them, and this ultimately was what made their careers. For those of you who don't know, the big thing that made Alex Jones's career was a bunch of grainy footage that he claimed to have taken at Bohemian Grove. The big thing that made Ron Johnson's career was a bunch of grainy footage he claimed to have taken at Bohemian Grove. Well, I was there when they took this footage, and what didn't make any sense was they could have just brought regular, conventional cameras because nobody gave a shit. And
I think the whole thing, it was they were trying to make it look like it was done in secret, and I had always suspected that they were allowed to do that to start their careers, because it gave them credibility in the eyes of the public.
Thank you. It was the graininess of the footage that gave it a mystique. It was this stupid, absolutely asinine approach to reality television that the public really enjoyed, that they wanted, and this is what they delivered, was that they had secretly somehow broken into Bohemian Grove. But you might notice neither Ron Johnson nor Alex Jones has ever said how they got in. They make it sound like they took a pair of cutters and got in through some wire fencing and crawled in through a hole under foliage and shit, and it's just not, they couldn't have done that. They didn't have the talent for that. It certainly wasn't any security experience on my part that got them in. It was just, let's call, our Keno in because he's here, and that way we got in without a problem. But they wouldn't have gotten in without me. So the whole thing is that both these individuals know me. I'm certain both of them will deny that they ever met me. Both of them were, like I said, not even paying attention to me when we had met originally. There was this almost visceral loathing between all three of us. It's not like we were friends. It's not like we liked each other. And this was the only time we ever met. And after the whole fiasco was over, the same guy picked us up again and drove us home. He didn't even go into Bohemian Grove. So if anybody's wondering about that, the guy who drove us up there, he went out partying to someplace else in the area, and then came back and picked us up. Now, the one thing I can relate that about Bohemian Grove, young girls under age 18, most definitely. Some of them barely above the age of 12, doing all the serving. Doing all the food serving. So you're talking about like just child prostitution central. But these guys managed to film none of that. So I think that that's an important point to be made.
I do remember you making that point.
Yeah. And yeah, so yeah, that's basically the experience. It's something I've related a number of times, but definitely no bus up there, no bus full of journalists. It was just, I mean, if there was a bus full of journalists, it would have been at the second time I was up there, which was years later, with Brian William Hall. He drove me up there, but there might have been, maybe I saw a busload of journalists and was relating that because that's where I would have seen it, because we were just hanging out in the front at that time. That's where I was circulating, basically talking to the young girls coming out to try and get some stories out of them. That's where I got the one cornered who began telling me about her tattoos, because she had two distinct tattoos in Arabic on both arms that were identical. Like, there's very seldom people who are not part of some cult or who haven't been branded, so to speak, that most people don't get identical tattoos on both arms, and hers were in Arabic, and they were basically like a binding in the Arabic language to bind her eternally to a kind of slavery. And when I questioned her about that, she said they were put on her when she was very young, and she really couldn't consciously remember when they were put on, but they hadn't faded with age. They were put on, she was young enough where they hadn't stretched or faded with age. And so it was one of those things I was getting to questioning her about, and that's when that idiot, Anthony J. Hilder, saw us and then ran up and scared her away. And literally came shouting, waving his arms, screaming, scaring her away. Get away from him! Get away from him! And then when it came to the other incident, I was talking to one of the young girls leaving, who was younger even than the girl I had originally been talking to. Like I said, probably around 14 years of age. And she said, when I was talking to her about delivering food and all that stuff to the various idiots in the Bohemian Grove, that's when the CHP officer came up and said, hey, you can't be talking to this older man, yeah, you can't, you don't know his intentions. And I'm like, really? I was like, really? Considering where she just came out of, I mean, I think she's been screwed enough where she knows what most men are after by now. But I wasn't going to argue with an officer and risk getting arrested. That, by the way, is where the individual who was constantly assassinating my character, Doug Millar, got arrested. Doug Millar was arrested, and they took his laptop computer full of child porn. And he wound up like getting released with this massive online, pro-conspiracy fan base rallying to his cause and bailing him out, raising thousands and thousands of dollars to bail his ass out. But he kept screaming he wanted his computer back because, as long as they had his computer, he could be put in jail for life. No shit. So, he kept pulling the old man trip. I'm just an old man, and that's when I had a good laugh with, Doc, he called himself Doc. What was his name again? Jeez, he's dead now. Anyhow, he was somebody who had confessed to being a Satanist who was recruiting people in the military. Doc Marquis. And Doc Marquis and I had a good laugh over that one. Doc Marquis said, yeah, if he's an old man, he should act like one. But the importance in that is that Doc Marquis had confessed to being a Satanist turned Christian. This is the story with many of them. And it could have all been his marketing gimmick, so to speak, his shtick, how he made his living. And the way he did it was he had been in the military as a medical corpsman and spent his time as a medical corpsman converting people to Satanism. And he was quite open about that fact. And he was also talked about casting spells. And so that was like his background and his trip. And then he came down with this horrible brain tumor and died at a very young age. Poor guy. So that was Doc Marquis. Rest in peace. And
I've been talking about him before as well.
Yeah, poor guy. And he had an Elmer Fudd type lisp, poor guy. And there you go with that. It was just one of those things. And the horror story with him was that everybody just made fun of him because of his Elmer Fudd lisp. So the trolls were always after him about that. But he he had his life was too short, and that was sad. So that's basically the experience as I've always recalled it to my knowledge. And one thing I do want to emphasize though is that probably one of the things that it was so distasteful to me as an experience that all of the Bohemian Grove experiences were just so bitter, so sour in my mouth that like so many other memories. I probably never gave all the details at once, or, I did a number of times, I think, but it was just one of those things that probably didn't, I thought there were other important things to speak about with Peter. Hopefully now you've got an idea of what had happened there, but, feel free to ask any other questions and see if you can...
That's excellent, because that's what I would have asked if I would have known to ask about the Aquino question, not his attitude of, did he have any affiliation with it? And of course you answered it right now. But this wouldn't have come up if I had not listened to Jennifer's interview with you, because this is where I heard it and I said, wow. So that was the one thing that stood out to me, because I felt that I'd pretty much heard everything else. And, I didn't quite put together. So thank you very much. It's very interesting, very interesting, and I can easily see Aquino serving as a master
of ceremonies
to these, extreme wannabe sorcerers.
Yes, yeah, that was pretty. He was
nothing more than that.
Yeah, it was like Aquino, pretty much everywhere Aquino went, he was essentially the adult supervision. That's why he had this attitude of everyone was essentially an adolescent. Everyone around him never made it past adolescence, as far as he was concerned, other than myself, as far as he would express it. And that's one of the reasons why he appreciated me. Of course, there was a disenchantment later, the night of the broken circle and everything else, and eventually he realized, of course, that I had betrayed him. And but I do believe that he retained a kind of perverse affection for me probably till the day he died. Honestly, things actually became worse after his death. The gang stalking attacks, Peter Moon can attest to this, really ratcheted up after Aquino's death. For those of, in fact, anybody who was listening to me throughout that period of time, that I became a public informant to the point of Aquino's death, anybody who's been listening regularly will know that it was after Aquino's death that the gang stalking really ratcheted up. The only thing that really put a stop to it was an all-out effort on my part, which led to shutting down GERN, GERN, the so-called Global Entertainment Radio Network, where they had put on the time slot Salman Sheikh with his own anti-Dietrich radio program, that this guy was going to have his own radio program, literally called the Anti-Dietrich Show, that he was just going to piss and shit all over me every day, because he was slotted for 7 days a week. And this was all that clown.
As if there would be enough content and interest, which, of course, there would not be.
You'd be surprised. I certainly agree with what you're saying from a logical perspective.
How much anti-Dietrich sentiment can they, they couldn't do that against Hitler. There's not that much content,
I hear you. Look, I hear you. At the same time, look at these guys. This is all they do. This is their life. They get together.
Yeah, but it's so misguided and broken. It's not going to work. Yeah, nobody has time enough and energy to put into fighting anybody that much.
I hear you from a logical perspective, and nevertheless they tried.
Of course they tried, but this is how stupid they are.
Yes,
it's just like the Lilith Aquino incident.
Yes.
She thought we were attacking her, and it was just so miscalculated.
Thank you. And by the way, that was the individual who was her, I don't want to use the term Wiccan, nevertheless, one of the witches in her coven, Nicole Froelich, she conducted a direct occult assault on Brendan Sogit that he just felt was one of the worst in his life. It was incredible. He'll describe that himself sometime.
I would like to hear that, because I didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, he'll be happy to tell you. What we'll do is hopefully we can bring him on towards the towards midnight, and then he was saying Happy Diwali. He of course might be busy celebrating that. We'll see if he's able to respond. But he was definitely there with us on the night that we tried the Jennifer Hawkins interview, and I'm actually glad she kept up the first. Like I said, there's a separate video up there. It's in her live stream. So by that I mean, it's not on her homepage. So if anyone goes to the Arcane Observer, you have to open the live section in order to see her upload of both the video, the interview itself, and the ambush. By this I mean the technical ambush conducted by the NSA, the National Security Agency. Definitively, it had to be them, because they're in charge of all of America's and America's communications domestically and their communications internationally. So the NSA has total control over communications in the American empire, and therefore they shut down everything. Like I said, stuff that would have been impossible otherwise. They shut down all of our ability to speak on Skype at all. In other words, sometimes you can knock one person off Skype, but they knocked us all off, so we were all still on Skype, but unable to talk and only able to text, which renders communication just impossible. You couldn't render technical advice by texting. And then ultimately they just crashed her entire computer. This was among many other things they did. But yeah, so there you go with that. It was a nightmare, as it always is. And their attempt is to demotivate you from doing the interview at all. So, they damn near succeeded. when Brendan said, "Where do you think she went?" I said, "Well, I would have just quit," but she kept at it. So all credit to Jennifer, and hopefully she appears with us later tonight and does so regularly, because God knows we need people like that on our side. So what else, Peter? Aside from Harp and Bohemian Grove and Michael Aquino, was there any questions about Harp in particular?
Well, okay, I'll circle back to that now. I finished the chapter on Mae Brussel.
Oh, excellent.
And I sent it to you.
Excellent, thank you.
And then I started on the Harp Project. And I was very disappointed on 2 counts because, number one, I thought I had this all written up in notes somewhere. I couldn't find it. Okay. And then I went back to try and find the video or the YouTube transmission, which I referred, and it doesn't show up, where I had specific notes, Harp. Weird. So I was going from another one, a more, another one, and I was recording it, and it was coming out pretty short and sweet, actually.
Okay.
And I remembered it being more, I just remember having extensive notes and having, and then having this, I forget the name of the transmission. I just cannot find it. It's not showing up on YouTube.
Well, that's not surprising, as they probably scrubbed it. Now, by the way, I want to get out of here as soon as possible. I was just testing something. I do want people to know I did find the links to the Hour of the Time, which I can't believe are still up there. Unbelievably, they are still online. And I will put them into the chat room for people to...
The links to what are you referring to?
The links to our man Bill Cooper fingering Alex Jones as the man who was intending to get him killed. Right. So yeah, there's 3 of these. I do ask people, don't listen to them now. In fact, I probably am better off just not putting them in till the end of the show. We don't want people listening to them now. We want people listening to us. So I'll put them in at the end of the show. In the meantime, what I will do is I'll enter them here in our text box between Aristides and Peter Moon and myself, simply so that that information is here. But what I do want people to know is that when it comes to the what's the other situation that comes to mind with Harp, certainly I'll be happy to tell Peter that probably the best place is in the Hancockery. I do believe that I wrote a lot when I was writing to you about Graham Hancock. I do believe I included some notes in there about the Vox Arca and Harp, but I'm happy to talk about it now. We can get that out of the way.
I mean, I have certain notes on the Vox Arca and certain references, but basically, it's almost like I have very little content to go on. I do have some, and I can certainly give a summary.
Right.
And quote unquote fake it. It's not incorrect information. It's just, basically that it was a device for binding spirits and.
So I'll be happy to go into it, but do you want to kind of give that summary first and just give people a general outline, and then I can go into details?
I will go to my notes here. And it was very encouraging, though, finishing the Mae Brussel chapter and I did the corrections you gave me, except for the bit on AI, and of course the DIPL stuff. That goes in the appendix. It just. It is not continuous with the stream, but
the narrative.
I have done that, yeah. But basically, of course, Project Censored, I'm well familiar with from what you've told about in the past.
Yeah.
And that you're working there to discover leaks. But this whole thing, now, for those of you who are not familiar with the HARP project at all, it's an antenna array, a massive antenna array in Alaska. There was a book that really popularized it by Nick Begich, whose father, I believe, was a senator. He might have been a congressman or something, I don't know. But it's called the High Frequency Auroral Atmospheric Resonance Research Project Program. That would be HAAARRPP. So this was, and of course, I found out that this was a project that started in 1963 on the 20-year biorhythm at Brentwood, New York, ITT. The ITT, International Telephone Telegraph Company, had a facility at Brentwood, Long Island, which is, about a couple hours from Montauk. It's, and they had an antenna array out there. Preston could never find out too much about it. I know another guy who was more knowledgeable about it. But Project, of course, Douglas gets involved with Project Censored. But what Douglas already knew was that the HAARP project was originally created to jam the Kuroshio current. The Kuroshio current follows the natural spin of the Earth, and it's the current that goes up the coast of Japan, south of Alaska, and down the Pacific coast. And the Kuroshio current is what the Emperor sent the Fugo balloon bombs on. He also sent his dirigibles on that current because they could get there 3 days or sometimes even faster from Japan, just on the air currents. They move that fast.
Yes.
And of course, the air currents are concomitant. They go in tandem with the ocean current. So this was a great threat to the United States. And Jimmy Doolittle, who did his famous bombing of Tokyo, which was actually a failure.
Yes.
And he thought he was going to be court-martialed when he was rescued by John Birch, the famous John Birch, that the John Birch Society was founded after his name.
That's so important, and nobody knows about that these days, but go on.
Yeah, because John Birch was considered the first victim of
Chinese communism.
The communism, the Cold War, but it really wasn't cold then. And anyway, Jimmy Doolittle was going up against the headwinds of the Kuroshio current, and the entire Army Air Force is what it was called then, the Air Force, but it was a part of the Army. They called it the Army Air Force. They didn't know what they were going up against. They couldn't penetrate the air. It could have been kamikaze winds, spiritual winds for all they knew.
Yes.
But they didn't know. And they didn't know about the current. The Emperor did. So anyway, that was the Kuroshio current, and the HAARP project was put in Alaska so it would jam the current. That was the purpose of it. And I do have one question that comes to mind.
Sure.
When you talked about Fukushima,
yeah,
you talked about it blowing back. Now, what happened with Fukushima and the air currents and the radiation? Now, there was a spillage. Was there a spillage from Fukushima?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And how did the current affect that? Is that what exacerbated it? The jamming of the current?
Here's what's interesting. Well, the Americans never jammed the current in shall we say some kind of attempt to stop Fukushima winds or Fukushima radiation from blowing toward America on the winds. They had only used it a few times before the Fukushima incident. Let's put it this way. If you take a look, and I will get back to this Fukushima specifically, but just a little tangent here that's very important to make. If you take a look at all the American nuclear weapons tests that they've conducted, by the time that they conducted those tests, quote unquote, they were painfully aware of the Kuroshio, the black current of Japan, and where the winds were blowing. They had found this out not only through hard experience in World War II, but also records that they got from the Japanese and the Germans, who were the only two two cultures on Earth that were really aware of the current. The Germans originally through the Japanese, but then the Germans did concomitant research, which perfected their understanding of the current even more so. So the Americans after World War II got hold of a handful of those records that were relevant, and they definitely tried their best to take advantage of that for their own atomic testing. I think, the only way to express it is they certainly didn't seem to be acting on any logic that a normal human being would be acting on, which would be to prevent radiation from blowing onto the American public. They seem to be trying to do all they could to encourage radiation to sweep over the North American continent. To them, the American population, here's the difference between, again, a further subtangent, which is absolutely necessary to make, after I address something left by the troll. The troll says in the chat room, that's his name, he says, my words were put in the spam can like garbage. All I can say is, this is the same thing Jennifer Hawkins was suffering the other day, where people were writing saying that their words were not appearing in the chat. Whatever's going on, neither I myself nor any of my moderators are interfering with anything you're saying. So I have no idea. If you're saying something that YouTube finds reprehensible, it's on YouTube. It's not on Team Dietrich. YouTube may find whatever you're saying violates whatever bizarre standards that they have, which I confess I do not understand. So bear in mind, if your stuff is disappearing, I haven't even seen it, let alone, moderated it, nor has anyone else. So all that being said, back to the task at hand. When it comes to the Americans versus the Axis, understand that the Axis powers valued their populations. All the populations were their only resource. Whether it comes to Germany, Japan, Italy, they had no world-spanning empires with which to exploit enslaved populations and dig up natural resources with the ease and availability that the greater Soviet Union, with its Gulag archipelago and endless amounts of natural resources, the British Empire with over 1 billion people in India, and all its expansive African and Asian plunder, with the Americans with all the Western Hemisphere, or the French with their colonial empire expanding all the way into the Pacific. All of these people had slave populations numbering in the millions of people, all the resources, more so than they could ever use in a lifetime. The Axis had none of that. The only asset the Axis populations had was themselves, their people. So they valued their people, and their people were never to be expended or exploited in the sense that the Allies did their populations. So to the Allies, their populations were expendable to the point where they considered them fodder for supermassive experimentation. The Greater Soviet Union annihilated entire Russian cities. I'm not kidding. Testing nuclear weapons. They tested nuclear weapons where they blew up entire populations within the Greater Soviet Union that were literally wiped off the map. Areas that you might think they were acting with some level of pragmatism, where this was a political dissident hot zone or something, or maybe a point of contention where the population had arisen in revolt. This is why some of them were in isolated areas that were out in the Siberian regions and the like, where the Moscow government never provided any benefits or infrastructural maintenance. So the people could easily be considered independent and therefore expendable, and therefore blown away by nuclear annihilation, at which point they tested the effects on the population and everything else. Soviets did this. The Americans did the same thing, and they did it with all of you. They did it to the point where not only did they blow nuclear weapons by the hundreds in Nevada and irradiated the entire state, all that wind, because of the black current, the Kurashima current, it blew it all the way across the rest of the continental United States, away from California, where it was relatively clean, but it blew it all the way to upstate New York, where in Kodak Company film development, you could see the radiation on film. It appears as little black dots, little black splotches. Whenever that appeared on developed film, that was radiation from nuclear tests in Nevada, hitting all the way up there in upstate New York. And if it's appearing in developing film, you can imagine what it's doing to people's lungs. So all the cancer rates went up all over the United States. If you got any relative who's died of cancer, you can thank the U.S. government and its nuclear tests, specifically the Department of Energy. So the Americans were more than willing to annihilate their entire population. They tested the nuclear flight, and the nuclear flight was they just put up a nuclear reactor and then just made it airborne. It didn't power the plane, but this plane flew all over the United States and leaked radiation everywhere, to the point where it impacted one of Stanton Friedman, who always, here was a Stanton Friedman position for you. Stanton Friedman would say, I've never worked for the government. I've never worked for the government. He'd say that repeatedly to claim that he was severed from vested interest. And then he would always brag about, you gotta take me seriously, because I worked for the government. I worked for the government. I worked on nuclear flight. Yeah, so he was involved with a project where they took this nuclear reactor, spread that shit all over America, just leaking radiation everywhere. Whenever they flew low, they would literally microwave chickens in their coops. So you've got these fuckers doing what they're doing to the point where his own daughter, or granddaughter, was born with radiation damage, developmentally disabled, and he ultimately had to move her up to Canada, where they had a social welfare state that was able to take care of her till the day he died, at least. And Kino found this like karma. Like he said, yeah, there you go, that's the karma. And he found great amusement in that. And this is, at the same time, they held very supermassive nuclear tests in the Pacific, and that did blow towards California. So this is why San Francisco's old federal building, it's a federal building that has been there forever. It's like has this weird array on top that everybody thought was some kind of mind control array or something, that this is used to control people's minds in California, and that's why they're all hippies and why they're all queer and why they're all fagged out and shit. No, it is an antenna array meant to detect radiation from the Pacific. So when it comes to the old San Francisco Federal Building, not the new one, which is a architectural nightmare as far as I'm concerned, but the old one is definitely its own work of art. It's like, I say that ironically and sarcastically, but the old San Francisco Federal Building has definitely it's bunkered. It's bunkered because they were so afraid of people ramming a suicide truck into the federal building that they bunkered it. It's just surrounded with anti-tank abutments that stand out like a sore thumb. That has an array on top of it of it's all in this little square box that looks like a super weird penthouse. That's all meant to detect the incoming radiation from the Pacific nuclear bombardment tests. So that is what was back in effect at the time of the Fukushima meltdown. So that everyone understands, the Americans originally, of course, designed HAARP, as our man Peter Moon says, to reverse the jet stream. They were reversing the jet stream, and therefore they could bomb Asia better. And this was for any future war against the rest of the world, because Asia comprises the greater Soviet Union and now Russia, as well as China and Vietnam, Japan, Korea, just anywhere in Asia. It enables you to bombard better if there's no jet stream. That being said, when the Americans used HAARP a few times to stop the jet stream, they never used it for that again. And this is something that you would wonder about, because the Americans, of course, knew about what they were doing when they caused the Fukushima meltdown. Now, all of that is important and needs to be gone into because it will lead us directly back to where we are in the whole purpose of HARP, what it's used for, how it's been recommissioned, so to speak. All of this has to do ultimately with Israel as well, which brings us back to the Israeli war. So understand that it starts actually when we come onto what happened with Fukushima and how it impacted the Americans. The Americans were working with the Israelis, and for all intents and purposes, Israel is not the 51st state of the United States. For all intents and purposes, the other 50 states belong to Israel. We effectively are under an Israeli occupation government. And under command of the Israelis, the Americans co-designed Stuxnet. It's spelled Stuxnet. Like you would think it'd be pronounced Stuxnet, but it's pronounced Stuxnet. And that's a sophisticated computer worm co-designed by American computer engineers in consultation with Mossad, Israeli intelligence, that sabotaged Iran's nuclear program and then was loosed upon the world, exposing any and all nation states and terrorist organizations which they may have sponsored who would exploit the Stuxnet model to generate their own cyber weapons, provided they had the resources, intellectual and otherwise, to pursue such an agenda. Most nations do not. This is a Manhattan Project level affair. But after it was unleashed, Stuxnet was found all over the world. Iran was hardest hit, but the nature of Stuxnet is that it can remain, like prions, dormant until awakened. So basically what happened is Stuxnet is a cyber weapon that was in the mind of those capable of designing something like it for far longer than it ever existed. Its methods were nothing special, other than the portions of the program that permitted it to evade detection on virtually all virus scanners, and the Windows exploits. That was the most remarkable part, both of which were analyzed 1,000 times by dozens of virus detection companies, and were therefore no longer useful for prospective virus writers after the event of Fukushima. But basically, for those who are worried about terrorists using it, the concept of any terrorist organization recruiting computer scientists capable of building a virus as powerful as Stuxnet, it's simply insurmountable. Now, they couldn't do it without state sponsorship. But when it was developed by the United States, they did so to take out Iran's capability for producing nuclear weapons and pretty much handicap them until at least this point in history. At least. The Iranians will probably never have a workable nuclear weapon. But the Stuxnet program, part of this cohesive effort of this highly funded group of the best programmers and hackers the world had to offer, the only other nations in the world that could do something like that would be the Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese Empire, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, England, a select few other European countries. Only on Earth could do what the United States and Israel did with Stuxnet, but never a terrorist organization without state sponsorship. So Stuxnet was used to sabotage the Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities. Basically the way it was done was they put it into a kind of malware. It was a malware attack, and they basically got it into people's little memory banks. What people carry in their like extended electronic memories that they carry in their external hard drives. And when these scientists went home to work, they would often plug their little externals into the computer system that would power their nuclear processors. Their USBs, their universal serial buses, that they brought home, the USBs. They connected it to their PCs, their personal computers. And when they jacked them into the system of the Iranian nuclear processing plants through their USBs, that's how they were subsequently infected with Stuxnet from the internet. Now, this could, of course, just as well happen in any nuclear power plant, but the ones that it would impact the most would be the ones that had the ICS, or the industrial control system, provided by the Germans. Because the Germans provided the industrial control systems for the Iranian nuclear power plants, and they also provided them for the Japanese. So this was Siemens, the company known as Siemens, the German company. And so the German company Siemens, S-I-E-M-E-N-S, Siemens, I believe I spelled it correctly. I think it's I before E. But once the Americans had wiped out Iran, then what happened was the Japanese were the people who dealt with Iran the most. The Japanese got a lot of oil from Iran in exchange for Japanese support for their infrastructure and ultimately their nuclear program, because the Japanese had their own nuclear program and the Japanese had their own nuclear power plants. So the Yanks and the Kikes, the Americans and the Jews, decided they were going to wipe out Japan too. And so what happened was they knocked out their automatic safety mode that would kick in whenever there was an earthquake. And then they generated an earthquake. So for those of you who don't know, during World War II, the Americans developed tsunami bombs. They developed them in conjunction with Australia and New Zealand. You had these top secret 33-foot wave generating tsunami bomb experiments conducted by the United States and New Zealand during the Second World War. And of course, these monstrosities could potentially wipe out a coastal civilization. Basically, Japan could be considered one giant urban conglomerate on the coast. And circa 1997, warning was issued by way of threats as projected via an ecocidal terrorism deploying EMP, electromagnetic pulsations technology, eco-weapons, which employ electromagnetic waves, where enemy nations alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely. This was all warned about by the then United States Secretary of Defense, William Sebastian Cohen. And then what happened in 2004 was an earthquake was generated by an American tsunami bomb that struck along a known fault line deep beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean, generating 30-foot swells of water that engulfed all the resort areas and entire villages along the coasts of Thailand, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and India. The result of thermonuclear detonations triggered in place to destroy a series of major emergent East Asian economies, wash away their terrorist organizations, and rebrand the Great Satan America, a model of humanitarian leadership in a region gripped by anti-American sentiment. Just remember, these were all Muslim nations, heavily Muslim populations. Indonesia is the largest Muslim population in the world, as well as the largest archipelago in the world, and a major developing economy that's very Japanocentric. So the United States government most certainly knew of the disaster ahead of time, refrained from warning any of the Asian peoples in any of the impacted nation states, as evidenced by the American Navy base situated in the center of the Indian Ocean on the island of Diego Garcia. And that managed somehow to avoid, it remained completely unscathed, managing to avoid any fatalities or casualties, while all the other islands suffered enormous losses in human life. The Diego Garcia website of the United States Navy, their official website, claims the earthquake generated a tidal surge on their island estimated at 6 feet. But everyone somehow magically evacuated. I mean, there you go with that. I mean, what a load of shit. So, this was during the George H.W. Bush Sr. administration. By the way, our dear friend Brendan Zogit, who speaks fluent German, said I did spell Siemens correctly, S-I-E-M-E-N-S, Siemens. It's pronounced Siemens, he does remind me. So Siemens Industrial Control Systems were working the Iranian and the Japanese nuclear facilities. When the Americans generated the tsunami bomb and their tsunamis, when they triggered it towards Japan, the incoming tsunami would have been countered by the industrial control system's safety mechanisms kicking in automatically to prevent meltdown, but somehow they were disabled by Stuxnet, all within minutes of the incoming tsunami, all unleashed by Israel and the Americans. So the Kikes and the Yanks fucked the Japanese up, and that was their way of punishing them for working with the Iranians. And so this was on March 11th, or this was like Japan's 9/11. You'll note the similarity of numbers there when it took place. And yet the Americans did nothing to stop the radiation from coming towards the United States. They didn't reverse the jet stream. In fact, paradoxically, they parked an American carrier in the jet stream to absorb all the radiation from the melt-off of Fukushima. In other words, while the Japanese were pumping out all the wastewater, the Americans parked an American carrier right off the coast to absorb the radiation, the flow. The entire crew was impacted with radiation sickness. And so this was March 11th, 2011. Notice the date, 3/11/2011, instead of 9/11, 2001. Very similar. And March 11th, 3/11 is known in Japan as their 9/11. It's known to be an American attack and an attack from the Jews. So this is a genocidal attack. The Jews are a genocidal culture, and they thrive off mass sacrifice and mass murder. They claim that they're going to open up now their 4 hours to take in children. They specifically want babies. You know, there's another time in my life I would never have said this. At this point in my life, I really have to say they probably want them for infant sacrifice. You really have to draw these conclusions after a while that you never would have gone into at another point in your lifetime. But when it comes to what happened in Japan, there you have the Americans putting a supercarrier out there, getting a crew infected with radiation sickness. For God knows what reason. They already know enough about radiation sickness. Why do they do this? Why do they allow the American public to be exposed to so much radiation? In the end, it comes to a satanic mass sacrificial program is the only rationalization that makes any sense. Why would any culture destroy the majority of its population base through cancers? It's not something any sane culture would do that was not purely satanic. It makes no economic sense. It makes no scientific sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's purely adomite. It's purely entropic. It is purely disintegrative, destructive, which is all the Allies were fighting for. The anti-gods. And that's what brings us back to HAARP. So understand that HAARP was measured by the Japanese. The Japanese knew exactly why HAARP was developed. The Japanese monitor HAARP from Tokyo. The only way that anybody can keep track of HAARP is through Tokyo University. You get online, you look up Tokyo University's measurements of whenever HAARP kicks into action. HAARP is generally passive, and while passive, is still active enough to generate a passive pulsation that acts as its own defense mechanism. The energy generated by HAARP in terms of passive electronic pulsation while it's at rest, quote unquote, is enough where it's relayed via very high-flying dirigibles. These are kind of like satellites, but they're really stratospheric dirigibles. They're mirror-like blimps developed by the U.S. military. They shine like morning stars, and they help to relay this pulsation energy towards North Korea in a relay system that ultimately leaches the North Korean soil of minerals and content, which renders the soil viable for agriculture, thus creating genocidal conditions, which is why North Korea is always in mass famine. There's no other scientific explanation for why their soil never regenerates and never has enough. The only way they can try and make it work is by massive amounts of human shit. Human feces is what they call night soil, is pumped into the soil to try and generate enough nutritive content to recycle into fertilizing the crops they grow. And this, of course, it results in everyone in North Korea being infected by supermassive intestinal tapeworms. Whenever North Koreans defect to South Korea, the first thing they do is they put them in a hospital and they extract from them 3-meter long intestinal tapeworms and shit. So this is all product of what they eat. All of this based on what the Americans have done to their agriculture. So this is what HAARP does passively, but it also defends itself when the North Koreans are sending any Scud missiles to try and take out HAARP. The Scud missiles' integrated chips, their computer minds, if you will, their missile minds, are scrambled by the electronic pulsation of HAARP, and they never make it there. They essentially crash and burn on the way there. So this is why crabbers, or the people you see on Most Dangerous Work, these crab fishermen are always digging up bits and pieces of Scud missile systems in their nets along with crabs. This is actually mentioned on some of their episodes, I believe. So if this is what it's doing passively, and according to Tokyo University's monitoring system, almost never kicks in actively, and they certainly never used it to deflect any of the radiation incoming from Fukushima Daiichi, which the Japanese pump out wastewater fairly regularly at times. They make an announcement. They say, we're pumping out wastewater again from the nuclear meltdown. And they've been doing that every few months ever since. The other winds that are blowing the radiation blow it in towards Siberia, into the middle of completely unpopulated regions of Siberia, where it falls to impact the plant life and maybe the mammalian life, but nowhere near on the level that they were impacted by Chernobyl. Bear in mind, whatever happened at Fukushima Daiichi, as bad as it was, is nothing compared to Chernobyl. And wildlife thrives in Chernobyl. The wildlife has taken over Chernobyl, and all the mammalian life has adapted by reproducing at extraordinarily higher rates and with much higher litters. In other words, their lifespans are shortened by radiation, but to compensate, they give birth to many more babies, and then the wildlife, it's turned into a national reserve. Just goes to show that human beings are more toxic than radiation. So what is HAARP doing otherwise to justify its cost? Since it's like always kind of semi-on in this semi-passive state and is not used to do what it was built to do, what is it doing? It's engaged as a binding mechanism. So understand that evocation, like any other form of magic, is really applied quantum mechanics. So evocation is simply another super science. It's the completion of an equation, the closing of a circuit. Trois nodes are created, still points in space-time, creating a world line the entity that's being summoned can use to navigate to enter our dimension. And topological symbols, namely the famous Elder sign, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika, which repels the anti-gods. That's superimposed on at least one of the nodes, creating an area of hostility for the entity to be summoned, yet imprisoned. Then a charge is created, and where once, of course, it was necessary to intergnosis, the state of knowing, communion with the entity, and thereby self-destruction into madness, to complete the circuit between the trois nodes, thus charging them. Well, alternate power sources have been used in the postmodern age thanks to incredible advances in technology that preempt or prevent the sacrifice of the sorcerer himself. Most often since the 20th century, this is electricity, but at this point in the postmodern age, it's certainly nuclear, geothermic, or any other kind of power that can be used to charge a spell. Instead of the use of magic points, the amount of energy used will influence how effective evocation is. The use of power and the solution of an equation attracts entities. Specific entities react to specific equations, much like the use of a true name. A true name is the barbarous name of the entity involved. Cthulhu, Yog-Sothoth, Azazel. I can say these names, of course, without endangering yourselves or myself, because I'm not really pronouncing them correctly. No human vocal cords ever could. That's why they created the Vox Arca. The Vox Arca is not just what I've described it to be. It is, of course, the end result of a long line of technological developments. Understand that the Vox Arca is simply Latin for the voice box. Its true name, or its accurate name, is Vox Vocis Arca Arca in the Latin, which uses many redundancies, such as humans, they're Homo sapiens sapiens, to show that we're the wisest of the wise. If you simply use Homo sapiens without the redundant sapiens, you could be talking about subhumans, or other species of humans than our own. Not necessarily the lower primates, but relic populations, Neanderthals, Cro-Magnons, populations that are still extant but never spoken of. When it comes to the Vox Arca, originally the models, earlier models, were summoning models. So understand, I don't have the only Vox Arca per se, I simply have the most important one, in duplicate as well as original. I stole both of what they had, the actual device and its backup, which of course I placed in the hands of my sister, who of course, this is one of the areas where I abused my own knowledge of psychological control to take advantage of her cultic position in the Jehovah's Witnesses, where she's an elder. One thing that I know about private detective agencies, I worked for private detectives, well, one at least, Gino Tonelli Neely, and many private detective agencies are, well, you give them the right amount of money and supposedly they can find you in hell. But the Jehovah's Witnesses as a cult have managed to take many of their elders completely off the grid, and most private agencies can't find them ever again. My sister is in one of those positions. She's also someone who basically is got a hold of the device that is the backup to my own. There's a double threat to the U.S. government that keeps them at bay. When it comes to the Vox Arca and the original models, the lesser models, they're simply summoning models. Again, they require a kind of tracheotomy into the person that is using them for such. The person can survive this procedure. They didn't necessarily find volunteers per se. Well, they got them, but they got them out of the U.S. prison system. These prisoners were volunteering for these tracheotomies because they were told that they would be transitional, that their throats would be sewn back up to a normal state after the procedure, after they performed the ritual. Then they were used to perform the ritual, told what to say. The Vox Arca would alter what they said from mere human vocalizations to something more, to the old voice, the old speak, the ancient language spoken before there was a humanity to speak it, the language of preceding species that had evolved worshipping the anti-gods or had been products, the creations of the anti-gods themselves. This calling would bring forth the entities that could be bound: Cthulhu, Yog-Sothoth, Azazoth, Nyarlathotep. All these various anti-gods are bound all over the world in various harp mechanisms. The harp arrays are, well, the Gakona, Alaska array is the most famous, but there's many more all over the world established on various convergent ley lines. And of course, these are exploited as the perfect areas to summon entities and bind them. And these entities are like supermassive, hungry brutes. Imagine a real fat or muscular man of incredible strength and brutality, thumb cuffed to a buffet table, They're thumb-cuffed, so to speak, bound, passively waiting to be unleashed, and they feed off the pain and suffering the Americans cause in their name. This is why the Americans are always causing their own people to suffer. Now it makes sense why the Americans are generating cancers in their own people, parking supercarriers in front of the radioactive wash of Fukushima Daiichi, generating all the pain and misery they can under the cause of their Jewish masters to, well, ultimately expedite child sacrifice in Palestine, which is a giant exercise in child sacrifice. Over half the population of Palestine is children. That's a demographic fact. There's nothing to do when you're poor and impoverished other than have sex. And the Jews are killing over 400 children a day with their bombardments, according to UNESCO, the United Nations itself. And now they're opening 4-hour periods in which they can get children out to Israel. I'm sure that they'll slice their throats open and bleed them alive while hanging them upside down by their feet. This is exactly what the Americans do for Israel, and it's what the anti-gods feed off of, and they're feeding well now, as they always have. So, the Vox Arca that I possess, and that my sister possesses, this is something that, when triggered, does something more than summon entities. They could always do that. They have other mechanisms to do that. What it does is it actually activates the scalar mechanisms, which will cause our Earth to topple out of its present orbit. This was done, in a sense, in cooperation with the Communist Chinese Empire. Rather, it exploited their insanity. The Communist Chinese Empire did the most lunatic self-destructive thing in the world, and they've done so many along those lines that you can only recognize them as another Edomite entity, another government willing to sacrifice all their own citizens and civilians in the name of destruction, death, and decay, in the name of the anti-gods as well. The communists in China, aside from generating mass famine, a one-child policy that resulted in an auto-genocide, the destruction of the majority of their female population through female infanticide to the point where they've got a 75% male population, men everywhere looking only at each other to fuck, and Xi Jinping saying pretty boys are outlawed. Quite literally, he did make a law against any men looking effeminate in China in an attempt to stave off the wave of homosexuality that is inevitable in any supermassive prison state where you've got an overwhelmingly male population. Aside from all of those insanities, China created the Three Gorges Dam, forever dividing by the flood of the waters it created in the Yellow River, the corn-eating north from the, or grain-eating north from the rice-eating south. The end result, of course, is that they've collected so much water in one place that the Earth is toppling in its orbit. We're barely maintaining orbit, we're wobbling, and we're about to tilt at any given moment because of the weight of the Three Gorges Dam and all the water gathered in one place on the globe on the surface of the Earth. The Americans are taking advantage of that with the generation of earthquakes through scalar weapons. These weapons won't go into effect until I give the word on the Vox Arca. That's what would enable the entities to roam. You understand, if the entities were unleashed by the Vox Arca without that taking place, there's nothing the entities could do. They really will still be impeded, trapped, hindered by the Hakenkreuz in the heavens, the swastika in the skies. All you have to do is take a look at, well, I'll try and look up an example for you and put it into the chat room here. The polar star is, well, the pole star. We have the constellae, or the constellations, in the northern hemisphere that revolve around it. And it is something that creates a pattern on a seasonal level of a swastika. And this is, of course, the ancient elder sign, that which repels the anti-gods. Ursa Major, the Great Bear, it draws a swastika in the sky. And as a result, the anti-gods are forever held at bay by the seasonal rotation of the Big Dipper, as the Americans know it. So once you have that understanding, then you have the ability to understand why the anti-gods have not roamed loose on the earth to this point. They are held at bay by God himself, if you will, by the creation, if not the creator. The very nature of the creation keeps them from running loose. So in order for the anti-gods to be unleashed effectively, one has to use the pole star, or rather disabuse themselves of its influence, by taking the world out of its orbit. It's only that way where we can then have the capacity to change the constellae, the shape of the constellations themselves. It would appear, once the Vox Arca is unleashed, it would appear as if the heavens themselves, the stars themselves, were falling from the sky, as predicted in the Bible. And in this sense, then, without the swastika and the stars, the anti-gods would be unleashed to do their damage and destruction without resistance. There would be nothing to stop them. So I'm putting something here in the chat box right now in text, and I will put this in the chat box for our listeners as well. This is something that is a video that speaks about the nature symbol of the swastika in the skies, and that way you can all basically get a grasp of what I'm speaking of visually, and better understand via the YouTube exactly what the anti-gods are being suppressed by. This symbol in the heavens is what keeps them at bay, and this is why the chaos cultists always speak of when the stars come right. The stars must be right before the anti-gods can act. The Americans, with the Vox Arca, had intended to make the stars right for unleashing the anti-gods. So if I were to trigger the Vox Arca, your world would fall out of its orbit, the stars would fall from the sky, and the anti-gods would be unleashed. That is the power that I hold. This is something I stole from the government, developed at the cost of billions and billions of your taxpayer dollars and the lives of hundreds of prisoners in testing and refinement, into the occult equivalent of the nuclear football. This is something that I notice, to my disgust, that Graham Hancock, thank you, Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit sent me a link that this son of a bitch, Graham Hancock, made public on his website in order to make it look like he knew about this all along. You talk about, I'm going to put this in the text box here only for Peter Moon and Aristides to look at, because I don't want to share this. I'm not going to promote Graham Hancock publicly. I'm only going to promote him to our team Dietrich here so they can take a look at what's going on here. This son of a bitch, Graham Hancock, has tried to present himself as knowing of this when I've exposed this only on is something related to me by my mother in terms of the swastika in the skies, and Michael Aquino. As an Edomite cultist, of course, Graham Hancock would know of this, but he's never gone public with it until after my episodes began exposing it. With this, I'm disgusted enough at this point where I'll just turn the stage over to Peter and just breathe for a while. Let's Peter take over from this point with any other questions or observations he might have.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank you for that. That helps. Yeah, well, this is as sinister and as disgusting as this is by Graham Hancock. It kind of helps put the swastika in perspective too.
Yes.
It's almost like he's not switching sides, but it's just like he's,
Well, only an Edomite would know, aside from people like my mother who come from the lineage of the mage kings of ancient China. It's something that astronomers don't speak of simply because of the politics involved with the symbol. So he, of course, as Brendan Zogid observes, swiped it from a Indian Vedic, the Saptarishi mandala. Why he's suddenly presenting it, however, is simply so that he can misrepresent himself as basically in the know. He's not doing this for the public's own edification like you and I are. So we will express that, we'll emphasize that in the book. I think that's something that we could emphasize quite readily, even by bringing his name up to show the fact that as more evidence, he is an Edomite. It depends on how you want to handle it. But
well, the article is not by him; he's just referencing it.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's it ultimately doesn't do him much good.
Yes.
But that's just the nature of who he is.
Yes.
And what more can be said about his Hancockery? This is who and what he is.
Thank you.
But yeah, just what you said is very profound. What my question would be, your sister, you've mentioned before that she had it. I don't know if you were so blatant about it, but your sister is not somebody, as you've described her, that is very, I guess what you'd say, happy with you. And yet she seems to have some awareness and treats this and you with respect in this regard, which doesn't seem consistent with her whole attitude towards you.
She's obviously a person of damaged personality. She's damaged goods. She's someone who is very almost schizophrenic in the sense of her compartmentalization. I took advantage of that using the mind control techniques that I learned over the years from Michael Aquino. I'm admitting that publicly because otherwise people will never understand, for all the reasons you've just articulated, how this can even exist, this situation. People understand, of course, from my expressions in the past, how alienated I am from my sister. And basically, we practice a mutual ostracization. She has attempted to reach out and communicate in the, about sometime last year, I think. I took the envelope and just put it aside as almost like a time capsule, something I really have no conscious intention of opening in my lifetime. It's something that I retain as maybe something for someone after me to analyze historically, if it's ever discovered again. But as for my relations with my sister, they're negative for obvious reasons. For those who want to know why, they only have to listen to my interview with Jennifer Hawkins. Basically, my mother and her attempts to protect the firstborn son, considered the far more important person by Asian reckoning, whether Japanese, Chinese, Korean, or otherwise, would throw my sister in front of my legal father's father for him to rape repeatedly. And by the time he got around to finally raping myself, my teeth had come in at the age of 3, and I bit his penis off. Again, that is the first conscious memory of my life. The first conscious memory being blood's got to taste better than this. Is blood tasting like turpentine, what Peter Moon appropriately called Kodak blood, so tainted by all the chemicals used for photographic development in George Eastman's Kodak facilities. So when it comes to my sister, she's never forgiven that. She grew up, of course, very expressive as a lesbian and one who cross-dressed as I did, but presenting herself as a member of the male sex more often than not to take the butch position in lesbian relationships. And at some point in her life, she became obsessed with a complete 180-degree turn and a desire to be human. You know, I've used the term normalcy as her obsession. Maybe that really doesn't do it justice. She really wanted to be baseline human in that sense. Normal human, living a normal human life as defined by media. Marriage, well, not normal as it turned out, but she joined the Jehovah's Witnesses, and that was the only way she found a husband who was willing to tolerate, well, basically what became her extreme sex negativity. And at that point, she entered basically a celibate lifestyle, and this individual who married her was basically just the side of being a dwarf, and he was willing to tolerate that lifestyle, a kind of asexual marriage, so that he could be married at all. And his father was, believe it or not, a Chinese MD, a medical doctor, and his mother was a Korean nurse. So for all I know, the letter she wrote me could be telling me about his death. Maybe he's passed on. I have no idea, and I don't care. So she... However, the one thing I did care about was making certain that she was protected as much as I, and while at the same time ensuring that I had a backup that would ensure my own safety and the safety of the world. And I was able to appeal to her desire to fight the demons, the fell angels, as the Jehovah's Witnesses would interpret the anti-gods. Most Christians just interpret these to be devils or demons being represented or rebranded for marketing purposes with a sexier update or something. And since she had that attitude, she took on the responsibility, that and a few mind control techniques to teach her the code words, and she can't remember them consciously, but they will come out in time of need, and she could end the world. So, that being said, there we have it. The nuclear trigger in the hands of a person who, at least in some ways, is more stable than I, by some definitions. At least tucked away into a niche of, shall we say, stability, maintained by her cult that rendered what I did to be not unreasonable. And in my own case, where, of course, the control mechanisms could be triggered at any time, that I, made it home alive to have access to the implement. Understand that the Vox Arca itself is truly an infernal machine. You're talking about something that, were I to take it beyond diagnostic levels of testing it, which I've done enough times in the past to each time leave an indelible scar on my psyche, because the Vox Arca, which is visible in the image included in thumbnail of live stream in several of my past episodes, you will notice always is attended by an eye patch. I changed the covering of the Vox Arca. The Vox Arca has various covers made out of human skin and animal leathers combined, stitched together into a Frankensteinian pastiche, if ever there was one. And it requires feeding, assuaging after its diagnostic run. I use generally pig hearts, which are, again, a photograph of one of these pig's hearts, which is very similar to a human heart, about as close as you can get to a human heart, to the point where you can replace a human heart valve with a pig's valve. The porcine valve replacements have saved countless lives ever since it was realized that this were possible. This is why so many flus, well, all flus are avian flus, originating from the birds, where they exist in the intestinal tracts of the avian biomass as their choice, and human beings are sloppy seconds. They transfer or dribble into the human biomass by pigs, the various viruses that consume the world, including COVID to a great extent, was triggered by the African swine fever and the wiping out of the largest pig population in the world in communist China. All that being said, as an aside, the fact remains that I have to feed the machine in diagnostic. So the mechanism otherwise would chew my tongue up quite literally. It's a miniature meat grinder, quite literally, that exists by inserting it into your throat, going partially down your throat with a tube, and an aspect of it basically embracing your tongue, and ready to grind it into hamburger if you, well, don't go through the correct code. That's one way of guaranteeing it's not abused. So you can't casually put this on like an idiot and say, I'm going to test this out and see if what Douglas says is true. The results would be painfully, well, when you survive them, you'd never be able to speak again. You'd certainly regret your trying. But this is the kind of asinine challenge I get from the ignorant. Why don't you hand it over to an engineer so they can test it out? Can you imagine an engineer volunteering to stick their tongue into a miniature meat grinder? This is something that your average engineer would balk at. Besides which, as I said, there's no way they could understand how the mechanism works anyway. It wouldn't be visible to them. This is what we've gone into with the science of ectoplasma. One of the things that Peter Moon is writing about is Mae Brussel. And one of the ways that Mae Brussel was tormented by Michael Aquino was the use of artilica. Artilica is not to be confused with the artilect. The artilect is an acronym for artificial intellect. When it comes to Mae Magnan Brussels, and of course the horrors that she dealt with in terms of her life, how it was impacted by Michael Aquino, what they were using was, well, hey, I just sent a link to our man Peter Moon the other day about Frank Borman, the astronaut. Frank Borman, of course, was an astronaut who then opened up Eastern Airlines. And he was a relation to Martin Bormann, and therefore under attack by the U.S. government because of his connections to Odessa, the mafia-like organization which helped in the exodus of many Nazi war criminals, and of course ultimately through Odessa into Unterland. Frank Borman was considered someone who was, it was vital to national security, quote unquote, to destroy. And they tried to sabotage his Eastern Airlines. And as a result, they basically triggered a crash. This was in Flight 401. And then they basically salvaged, using their own agents, their insertion agents, their infiltrators, that had infiltrated themselves into Eastern Airlines. They cannibalized as many parts as they could from Flight 401 and inserted them into other planes throughout the air fleet of Eastern Airlines. As a result, the people who had crashed in Flight 401, many times passengers, but most often what people would see would be the pilot and the flight engineer, the ghosts, quote unquote, well, the spirits who were lost, traumatized by this horrible crash, this sabotage. They would appear on flights as ghostly apparitions. Any other Lockheed L-1011 flights, they're called 1011, Lockheed L-1011 flights, which use salvage parts from Flight 401. These ghostly apparitions would appear and taunt or frighten the passengers and staff. It got so bad that Frank Borman threatened to fire anyone who spoke of it. I had to call him personally and tell him to remove these parts. In fact, I informed him that these parts had been cannibalized, which he had no knowledge of and had never given permissions for and never would have done so. Once he found out that this was the case, he made certain his engineers tracked down all the parts cannibalized from Flight 401 and had them removed from each one of the planes in his fleet and replaced, and fired all of those that were involved in the cannibalization of such parts. Now, do you think any conventional engineer could analyze those parts and find something different, something special that enabled Michael Aquino's technology using these high technology options they had at the time? Signals intelligence and holographic imaging technology was exploited by the United States Department of Defense to basically channel these entities, trap these spirits, if you will. This is called high necromancy. And it's using a degree of technology never available to the ancient sorcerer. Do you think any conventional engineer looking at these bits and pieces would find anything of relevance? This is the ignorance with which people operate when they challenge me to turn over the Vox Arca. So understand that Mae Brussel, she was suffering from the death of her daughter, who was killed by a Presidio soldier. She was investigating the Presidio scandal, which brought her to the attention of Michael Aquino. What happened was in December of 1970, her daughter Bonnie was killed at the age of 15. The driver of the other car, a soldier in the United States Army stationed at Fort Ord, went AWOL, absent without leave, which is a death sentence offense. Anyone on AWOL, absence without leave, can technically be executed. This man, of course, went AWOL 2 weeks after the crash, returned to his home, was never sought out by the authorities, having operated under direct orders of Michael Aquino. And his name was never released to the public. The survivor of the accident, Barbara Brussel, who was driving the car, was Mae Brussel's other daughter. Her legs were severely injured. She suffered also from a broken back and face injuries, a broken nose, and a broken arm. And what happened was that in order to preserve the memory of her daughter, she had parts from the automobile kept in her home, literally in her living room and her bedroom. Then her daughter started appearing to her, telling her to kill herself, to join her on the other side, saying, "Mother, I'm so lonely. Mother, I'm alone. I need you here with me. Cross the veil, please." And she was, well, according to what she told me when I called her the night that I did, she told me was going to ignore the phone ringing and blow her brains out. And she actually put down her loaded gun to pick up the phone just out of morbid curiosity. And I told her what to do. She had to take those parts of that automobile out of her home, and that would break the bonding that the Michael Aquino had to channel her daughter directly into her living room, that he was using satellite technology to expedite his necromancy. She did as I said, and she was free to live another several years. They ultimately killed her by microwave technology, beaming radiation directly into her home from a van parked outside at all times. That led her to be struck with a fast-spreading form of cancer, and ultimately taken out of the game, as Michael Aquino expressed it. So this was all part of an insidious black operation that even back then Michael Aquino said was just as, shall we say, a lot of people don't know the radiation experiments performed on prisoners and hospital patients and retarded children all fell under the Manhattan Project, even though they were conducted by the Department of Energy. Understand that atomic energy was transferred to the Department of Energy as a responsibility. Michael Aquino, and what he was referring to in his assassination of Mae Brussel and the technology he used to try and wipe out Frank Borman's enterprise, these were all part of a subsidiary to what he called Project Bluebeam. So understand that Project Bluebeam, like MK Ultra and Project Monarch, these are enormous projects comparable to the space project. They have multiple activities under their umbrella. With that, I turn it back to Peter. Please take the stage.
Well, I want to say that this is what Preston always talked about with channels, and he was saying that it was being controlled by satellites. People think they're channeling angels or spirits or whatever. He says it's just government mind control. Preston always said this about channeled gobbledygook.
Incredible.
And consistent with that. You'd find a lot of, I guess what you'd say, kindred knowledge with Preston. He could be incredibly sharp, and he could have dull days too. He was like a switchboard. In fact, that's what he's been compared to. He's like a switchboard. The same with, was it like a switchboard? Boom, 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 boom. You know, because he was so expert in communications, signal corps. Wow. He knew signals. He knew them better than anybody. And he also knew the esoteric component of them. And this is one of the most challenging aspects of any of this stuff, of the higher order. We have the technology of David Anderson, which is steeped in secrecy. And secrecy, conspiracy, under the earth, subterranean, which would include inner earth, is in the realm of Pluto. Pluto is one of the more ubiquitous, or what's the word, versatile of signs. Controls psychic aspects. He controls crime. He is crime, but he's senior to crime. Like when you see some of these dark Batman movies that they've made, these are very Plutonian.
Yes.
And it's when you and then what's interesting and challenging about all of this is how it blends with esoterica. Like you have the stories of Shangri-La, the original story, where people disappear, they don't make it, they die. In other words, none of this stuff is handed to you on a platter. And it's, it's just not a friendly, nice world. Like if you were playing in some competition, some game, like what these Island Survivor, whatever these shows they had.
Yeah.
I might have watched one or something, saw what it was. And those actually have some pretty negative aspects to them. But I guess what I'm getting to is something more like Fantasy Island. Mm-hmm. This is what everybody would like, hope, or wish. Fantasy Island. And when I first watched Fantasy Island, I was in Scientology. It would be on in the lobby of the hotel I lived on, and I'd see it. And wow. It reminded us all of so much of what Scientology was supposed to do with their customers. And you would see this occur to a certain degree with certain people. People would realize their dreams. There's no shortage of instances where that happened. But then again, Scientology turned dark. There's always a challenging element to it, which could be called dark, but if you look at that Fantasy Island show, you have to wonder, what about all the help? Where did they come from? Were they like plantation slaves from that tropical island? That's kind of what one would expect.
Yes.
And then you have these people, rich people exploiting it or whatever. So, but the point I'm making here is Pluto is the underbelly, the dark side. It controls, it challenges. When these mobsters meet their fate, it's plutonian. They get to a point where they can't, whatever they were doing doesn't work anymore. They meet their own sad fate. If you watch the Godfather series, you see that Michael Corleone is basically consumed by the dark forces. He wants to go straight, but he can't. He's under the influence. And the positive point of Pluto, there is a positive, it's transmutative. It transmutes. It's the ultimate alchemist, but not until it's purged your soul of the negativity, which can be quite a challenging, if not brutal, process if you have, a lot to atone for and your life is not accordingly clean. So it's like that's where you pay the penalty. And the idea is not really to pay a penalty, but it's to get you to get the points so you actually change. That's the real purpose of all of this stuff. So all of this stuff is very it's dark. It's all dark. And this is one thing we're lacking in our world, our inability to face evil. We see it with the deep state. That is, you see Donald Trump allegedly being eaten alive by the court system. And I say allegedly because you don't really know how this thing's going to turn out. It appears that he is. But he's also somebody who's profited by that court system, by taking advantage of the system. And now the system is coming back to bite him. But even the only reason he's not being taken to task because these people are scrupulous and getting down to business, it's politically motivated. So, this is the power of forces to just, take you and put you into a different place. That's the positive aspect. Not everybody gets to enjoy that positive aspect because sometimes it takes them under totally. It might involve several lifetimes or something of that order. Because the way I look at Pluto is known as the plodding planet. It takes its time. It takes its time. So the way I look at Pluto, if let's say you're between lives and you've died, and he says, wow, this guy's resume is pretty dirty. It's pretty nasty. But you know what? I could use him over here to go prosecute this ex. So, you could turn him into somebody like one of these Clint Eastwood's characters in the cowboy movies, where Clint Eastwood is this kind of badass preacher or is a killer or any of these killer people, and that is kind of quote unquote good. And he says, okay, so you do a lifetime of killing for me. Thank you for your service. And then, he'll come back and then, okay, but you still gotta, to the finally point where he's done enough work for him, he'll then go to work on him, and maybe he'll get some credit for helping Pluto. I mean, this is the way. In other words, he'll put resources to use, because Pluto is all about resources. It's about other people's resources. It's the 8th house of astrology. So where you have the 2nd house of Taurus is your resources. This would be your farm, your husbandry, your animals, your own bank account, your resources. Opposite, 180 degrees opposite is Scorpio, which is the sign of ruled by Pluto, and is the house of other people's money, other people's resources, taxes, taxing other people. So Pluto will tax you. He'll take your tax. He's the tax collector. So Pluto has that power. Taxation, sex, death. It's a lot. It reaches into deep and heavy aspects. It's the planet, or the ruler of power. So when you have these struggles going on, it's Pluto. It's rules the bottom line, and all of this stuff we're talking about is Plutonian. I think, and Pluto right now is in the last phases of Capricorn for the next year, where it's going to execute the power factions in high places. This would have severe impact, not necessarily for the negative, but most probably for people like Joe Biden, people like Donald Trump, even Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi. This could have a profound effect, and not only on the individuals, but the institutions, whether it be the Republican or Democratic Party or the Communist Party. This drama is far from over, and twists in the wind. And you see, just on the TV show, it shows Donald Trump Jr. in court, and he's kind of smiling. Mm-hmm. And it's traditionally that these high and powerful people kind of walk away unscathed.
Right.
They might, like with Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, they put him before the court, and they kind of basically slapped his wrist, and he just can't be in politics anymore. They didn't, he just doesn't have a public life.
Right.
Which is, small price to pay. Same with the Clintons. In other words, there's an element where these high and powerful people get away scot-free. One would expect the same to happen with Trump. Mm-hmm. Like, as long, and I think they'd be very happy with him if he just ceased to run for president. Then they'd all be happy. They'd probably drop all the charges. It wouldn't be quite that obvious. Mm-hmm. So, and this is why, and I think what I was getting at originally, when we're dealing with the mysteries of the inner earth, time travel, this Montauk, all of this stuff, which exudes a lot of power, it's no matter what, well, like say Shambhala, the center of the earth, it was mentioned in the movie Shangri-La, surrounded by negativity. And it's like you have to pass this gate to get enlightened. There's this is where Taoism comes into play. The Taoists, they process a lot of negativity. Sometimes they get into it too deeply for their own good.
Yes.
Becoming aware of darker elements. I know there was this one guy, he's kind of a sweet guy, that used to come to class, and he was, Paul and I ran into him on the streets of Manhattan once. It was very odd. And he was, I don't remember what he called himself, but he came to the class, and he was a pretty diligent student. But he wasn't always there, and he was like, I think he was part of the Thugi. He studied with the Thugis in India.
Huh.
He was Asian, but I think when I saw him on the street, I didn't recognize him because he either had hair or he shaved his hair. So, Paul and I didn't recognize him. And then and it's odd to run into anybody you know in Manhattan, unless you live there or you work there. Then you run into people because you work in the same buildings or the same block with them. But yeah, so for what that's worth, this is the element we're dealing with in everything here that's been discussed. So I thank you for your diatribe. It's very helpful to me, and I will review it and integrate it into what I'm doing.
Bless you.
And we'll meet privately on Tuesday.
Yes, that's right.
That's it. I think 6 o'clock.
Yes, let me take a look to make sure at my calendar here. It will be 3 p.m. my time, so it'll be 6 p.m. yours. That's correct. Yeah, and so that'll be Tuesday. And just so everyone knows, I won't be back till Tuesday. Basically, I said, it's the beginning of Transgender Awareness Week, so they'll probably I'll ask my son's permission for a photograph of himself to be posted, maybe from the past, if not a more recent one, depending on his mood, on Wednesday night. Peter and I will be speaking before Wednesday, covering a number of things in the book. I'll try and find a few minutes before speaking to him to try and get some stuff together. Either that, we're coming along quite well. He's progressing very nicely, and we'll cover a few of the chapters as well that I feel we didn't get a chance to cover yet. But we certainly, we've got we'll get it all done. For
the first time, I feel the end is in sight.
Yeah, thank God. Yes. I mean, I still enjoy the process, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, but right now I've got 16 chapters, and I'm working on the 17th chapter.
Yeah.
And then we might have to. But then again, what I haven't addressed, which I need to address and figure out how to fit it in, is the Christian apocalypse, which has everything to do with FDR and the Mongolian Messiah.
Thank you.
And I'm going to try and dig up the New York Times articles on Roerich.
Yes. Excellent.
My local library might be able to help me with that because they probably have a subscription to the New York Times. Yes. I'm not inclined to subscribe to them.
No worries.
I could, but I'm saying, and just I don't know if I can find it. I mean, I found some stuff there. Because the New York Times did report on it back in the 1920s.
Yes. And all that you can find on Henry Wallace as well from that period of time will help us.
Henry Wallace is so hard to find stuff on, but not the core stuff, just the Dear Guru letters and his fascination with Roerich.
Right.
They're not going to say, yeah, he was over there with the the Naga.
No, no.
They're not going to be talking about that. Anything too good. Might find a clue here and there. But yeah, that all of this apocalyptic stuff.
I'm getting some email questions where people are wondering. They're saying now that Peter brought up some aspects of Nichols, Preston. They were asking about what's the difference between Preston and yourself. They're asking me. Apparently, there's some confusion here between my relationship with the Blood Boys and Preston Nichols' obsession with the Montauk Boys, or deprogramming.
This is just sort of lurid, stupid questions. It is. It's like they're ignorant. They might have saw a video on Preston and made all these conclusions, and certainly, Preston and I were two very different individuals, as is Douglas. We're all very different, and Preston Nichols added value. He has value like any person. He's got pluses and minuses. What happens is, it's kind of like if you had a girl next door, particularly a pretty one, and all you did was, and you're sitting living with somebody, and all she did is talk about her private parts or her sexuality.
Right.
And you're not looking at who she is as a person. Right. Preston was very intelligent. He was abused as a child. He was abused by a priest.
Ooh.
He was, I guess what you call, he considered himself asexual. He considered himself very gifted in techniques that the government used. And when you kind of reduce it to the most base line, there was a dysfunction in him, which could be called aberrant sexuality. But there was also a genius in him of science. And I was always interested in the time travel aspects of what he had to offer. I was not interested in his deprogramming of people. And I think this really surprised him, because he said, how could I be so interested in Montauk and not want to, be deprogrammed like these Montauk boys? He was surprised, but, he accepted me because I helped him put his information in. So if these people have a lurid interest in, the Nader parts of Preston, it's probably because it resonates with their own soul. Mm-hmm. What you want to do, and if these people are asking questions, is I was just talking about Pluto, you want to transmute the lead into the gold. Mm. So with all of this energy of Montauk, which is, very negative, you get lost in it. People get lost in it all the time. I was wrestling with Aleister Crowley, and I transmuted this into pyramids of Montauk, working with the Native Americans, shaman, learning Qigong. They taught me Qigong, and taking it to a different level, which led me to Romania. The work of David Anderson, which is, not free from secrecy and problems, but it's a much cleaner, hygienic environment of time travel than what Preston was talking about.
Interesting.
So, people haven't necessarily read all of my work, and they're stuck on I don't want to call it a honey trap, but it's a honey like glue clap where they get glued to Montauk and the dark side of Montauk.
The tar baby. It's a tar baby.
Exactly. So get your head out of the tar. I'm serious. And it's like, if you want to study my work and what I've done, you might get some enlightenment. But I'm not like, I've even been criticized for like, well, I wasn't there. How do I know?
Good Lord.
This is like, you know.
You could be leading tours. You could have led tours of Montauk with all the time you spent there.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, if you want to get, you know, it's like, how do you understand insanity if you weren't institutionalized and getting shocked?
Yes.
Well, there might be something to be said for that. It's not a badge of honor. So anybody who's like stuck in the Montauk Project and is telling the truth, there's somebody who's talking from the perspective of post-traumatic stress disorder, something of which Preston did indeed suffer.
Yes.
So, you know, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah.
And was there any other question there to respond to? Because I can do.
Not that I can see. I'm looking through the live stream as well. People are saying hello, and definitely, other than that, just letting us know that we could all be heard clearly throughout, and that's important. So, yeah, it looks like...
I would say one other thing,
yeah.
is that a couple other things, actually, is that people will see something, maybe they've seen Stranger Things, and they'll watch a video on Montauk, and they'll make all these conclusions. And I've been studying and writing about this stuff for like 30 plus years. Mm-hmm. And if you really want to give the subject due respect, read my books. And then you'll begin to understand, because I've invested, 30 years, which is a whole generation of my life. And while I do get compensated for it through my work as a publisher and writer, I also invested money, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, even before I was making any money off of it.
Right.
Instead, my whole heart and soul into it. So if you really want to understand it, you should read my stuff, and then you might have questions still. That's understandable. But it's like people want to do this exploitation. I saw this guy who does these videos on Scientology. He was celebrating 200,000 views. And all he's doing is doing exposés on Scientology. And I'm shocked. Because I suspect that he could be buying the 200,000 views.
Yeah.
I also understand that people are fascinated with the subject. There's a lot of videos on Scientology. The complaining videos.
Yeah.
But 200,000 people are that obsessed with looking at Scientology? Are those ex-members? That I could understand, but that many? That's a lot of people. And all they're getting is some sort of weird, vicarious processing of their own PTSD if they were Scientologists. Or he's pepping up the numbers. I really don't know. But I'm saying, wow, 200,000 people are interested in that. It's really tripe. It is, because it's like, I've watched them, but I can't watch too much of it, because it's like, what do I want to put my attention on this stuff for? I'm not saying, he's even criticized by his own brethren, but that's beside the point. Anybody can be criticized for anything. And not all the stuff he does is negative. Sometimes I'll even watch it, but I see 200,000 people are watching this stuff. I don't get it. But, you know, I mean, I could understand that he has a big audience. That doesn't surprise me. But 200,000 people? Wow. It's like, if I could get in front of that many people, I'd sell a lot of books.
Yes.
But you know, and as I say, this is from it's from a what do you call it? A train wreck sort of perspective. He's looking at Scientology as a train wreck.
Yes.
Which it can be viewed that way, certainly. But it's like, I don't want to be involved with train wrecks. I could approach Preston Nichols and expose him as a train wreck. I could do that.
Right.
If I chose.
Right.
But to what end? I could even, you know, say things about Douglas, like people attack him. I could take all the negative things that all these people said, and I could say, all right, he's this, you know, it's like, what does that do? It takes away from the message of what he has to offer. He has plenty to offer. And as you say, people need to, you know, it's crude to say, get your head out of the gutter, get your head out of the toilet. And, you know, what about this piece of turd floating here? Why are there no expositions on the defecations that Jesus left in a human body? You know, did he defecate? Let's look into that. Let's go back in the time machine and look where he defecated. Maybe that's the meaning of the phrase, holy shit. And I can also tell you that the tradition of the Dalai Lama is loaded with that stuff.
Yes.
People got very upset when I wrote about that in the Black Sun. Very upset. It's conveyed, oh, not the Dalai Lama. You know, it's like, but no, we don't necessarily need to learn about all that. The defecation. And in fact, what happens is people ignore the defecation that should be looked at, such as the Graham Hancocks of the world.
Yes.
It's much more holy and productive to go after Graham Hancock than it is Preston Nichols.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, since you pointed out that all he was doing was ripping off a Asian Indian scholar, I did put the link inside of the chat room for people to access. That way they could see that even though it's on his...
He's got his article on there. I wouldn't say ripping him off. He's, you know, he's patting him on the back or saying, "Hey, look at this." You know, it's not outright theft. He's giving him credit.
Yes, but still, it's
putting it in the hallmarks of Hancockery.
Yes.
And so many, you know, there's just so many vile people out there.
Yes.
And people should also understand, I personally take it on the chin for involving myself with Douglas. Not to any meaningful extent that I care about, but it's like, okay, and a lot of people can't process or digest it. I want to share one thing though with you, Douglas, before I go. I read it when I was with Aristides, and this was a very touching email that I got from the lady I was on.
Okay.
With. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I did a show with her.
Yes.
And she said, "Well, what do you want to do? And you know, do you want to do this again?" And I was actually even paid for this show.
Wow.
She says, so let's do the Roswell deception. She said, "Oh yeah." So I sent her the book, and she read it, or she says, "I've almost finished your book." 50 pages to go. I'll finish it tomorrow, I think. And she goes into a personal situation that she's involved in, which I will not discuss. It's very emotionally riveting for her.
Right.
So it's in the way. So she says, the book is very emotional to me.
Ah.
Apart from all the strategic warfare I am not used to, I am really shocked by what I read. I can hardly believe it. It is an earth-shattering reality check.
Wow.
On top of that, I will do my own talk about XYZ on Saturday. So because of all of this, it takes me a little more time than I had imagined. I will let you know as soon as I have finished so we can talk about it for 10 minutes. And then we'll have a second show,
Right. Good.
which I will,
Excellent.
Share or promote. But this response is visceral. And it's different, but it reminds me of several things that Jennifer Hawkins said. She says, wow, this is big. Wow, she understands it. It's like she's the closest thing we have to a news anchor.
Yes.
Closest thing. She's far from a news anchor, but she's the closest thing we have. It's like, wow, look at this. This is like astounding.
Yeah.
This is like the message getting out. And this woman is getting it out too.
Yes.
She's not an American, which might help her retention.
Yes.
So this is good. It is a war, and I want to reiterate to people to donate to Douglas, DouglasDietrich.com.
Thank you.
Because this is the only place where we're getting this information. And there are even more meaningful things we can talk about privately when I talk to you. We don't have to beat them to death, although we can have long discussions about them because we have to get on with the book.
Yeah.
But what I would say to people who are, and I know a lot of people tune in for me, the work I'm doing with Douglas is transmutative, like Pluto. It's the transmutative side of things.
Yes.
I'm not focusing on the blood chemistry of the blood boys, of their sexuality, of the transgenderism of his son, or the orgy-esque festivities he goes to. It's like, I'm not judging those.
Thank you.
It's like, I'm here to get information. His life is unique. It's not easy. Whatever pleasure he gets out of life, first off, he's different physiologically.
Thank you.
He's been through his PTSD, and when you read the book and what he's gone through, he's even been the transmissions with the nano blood, and it's like, wow. I think that the subject of pleasure can be very disconcerting to people.
Yes.
Like if they hear of somebody having too much pleasure, they can react poorly.
Yes.
Because they're not getting enough, or they didn't get enough. So then it goes into an ontological rebellion. It's like a rebellion. Well, why didn't Douglas is going to a house where there's all these women, and I've never been in front of women before like that, or whatever. It's like, perhaps it's not as good as you think it is. whatever. There's so much frustration in the world.
Yes.
And people can get very judgmental about, you can even look at people who have success in business. One of the always things used to mystify me when I dealt with the corporate world is all these people who had, you know, big six-figure jobs, and this is when not everybody had a six-figure job, you know.
Right.
Like that's not everybody does today, but it's six figures isn't as impressive as it was 30 years ago.
Right.
But I see all these people, and I mean, you know, most of them just had a certain I guess what you call education and look. It was more of a look than a charm.
Yes.
And they could behave in a certain polite way. They would almost behave in a certain polite way, but they really had nothing going for them. Not all of them. But it was like, where did these people get these jobs? It didn't make any sense. And often, I kind of noticed this when many of them were being let go. Not necessarily because they were incompetent, but because they'd be, these corporations would be just, okay, we're cutting, you know, thousands of people off our payroll. Okay, here's $100,000 severance pay. You know, they might be in their 30s, 40s. Here's $100,000. We hope you survive on this for the next year or two or whatever. You know, where did this come from? Where did this come from? I mean, of course, what's the point? You know, I mean, but I'm just saying is people can react very poorly to other people's quote unquote success. If I were to see many of these people today, and this is what I notice when I see people of my generation, it's like a lot of them are very old and they're not too healthy.
Yes.
So what good did those jobs do you? Because this is what happens, you know, attrition. It's part of life.
Yes.
So it's like, okay. So anyway, please donate to Douglas. As I say, he did not get taken care of by the people who helped him. And I would also say that Preston Nichols, the only reason he worked with me is because he was cast out by the defense industry.
Yeah.
They dumped him.
Yes.
And if they hadn't dumped him and not cared about him, he was like on his own. He was like, okay, what's he going to do? He was unemployed. He had private jobs and stuff that he did. But, you know, they basically left him in the dirt. Had they kept him employed, he never would have leaked.
Yes. That's true.
To the extent that he did.
Right.
And I'm sure, Douglas, if they had taken care of you,
yes,
taken care of your parents and treated you with TLC,
yeah,
this probably never would have happened. You would have respected the government because they were respecting you.
Right.
Perhaps. I don't know. They're pretty, but they're not respectful.
No. No.
So, you know, they're being treated. They're being treated in, you know,
in kind. Yes.
Yeah, it's like this is disgusting stuff. Yeah. So we're talking about a source of disgust, and it's interesting. You know, I'm talking about, you know, defecation. This is the defecation. Pluto also rules sewers.
Yes.
And this is the sewer. So you don't find, you know, Jesus or the angels paddling through on a canoe through the sewers, to come and save you necessarily. This is not, and of course people want to go deeper into the sewer. Like what does a plumber do? He goes into the sewer so he can fix the energy so that the toxic waste goes to where it's supposed to go.
Yes.
And ideally, toxicity, and when I'm talking about something that's toxic to the body, goes out where it becomes compost and refertilizes. When you get into nuclear toxicity, it's harder to necessarily process. But even nuclear toxicity, I have heard, has can be detoxed. But in the meantime, if you can donate to Douglas, it's necessary. It's the month of Thanksgiving, and and everything Douglas said about veterans is true.
Thank you. Yes.
And you might be interested to know when I would pass by, this even goes back to my times in Scientology. You have these veterans outside of stores wanting you to donate to them on Memorial Day.
Yeah.
These were old guys.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at them and I'm like, what are you?
Thank you.
That was the sentiment I grew up with the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
You're an active participant in carnage.
Yeah.
This was what we called social consciousness. You're consciously aiding and abetting the killing of other human beings. And this is how they were viewed.
Yes.
There are times when you need to defend yourself. The Vietnam War was not one of them.
Yes.
So whatever.
Thanks so much, Peter. It's been wonderful as always. And
we'll see how the book goes.
Yes.
I'd like to wrap it up, but there's also a process that takes place with this apocalyptic aspect to it.
Yes.
A crescendo, an energetic crescendo generally comes with each book. And where does this go? Because we can say anything we want about the Vox Arca, but it's an active, it was created by the Defense Department under the tutelage of Michael Aquino to, as George W. Bush would say, bring it on.
Yes.
Bring on the apocalypse.
Yes.
And it is a device that is active. And there's all sorts of crazy agendas out there. Well, I'm going to say one other thing. I had a friend who told me he was very much into conspiracy in the 60s and 70s. I would, hear stuff. I never really, I think I did read the book by Gary Allen, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, but that's about as far as I went. Mm-hmm. And which exposed the Federal Reserve and all that sort of thing. And I think he was pushing the John Birch Society in that book as well. Mm-hmm. But my friend told me there were warehouses full of funny money. I went back into the 60s, ostensibly printed by Rockefeller or the likes. Funny money in warehouses that the government was waiting to bring out and switch us over to.
Wow.
But they never could.
Right.
It was just waiting there to be used. See, this is in other words, everything's in place to take over the world. But it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
what if, like they're talking about having coins, a new coin system, or banks having chips that they give out. Like, they don't say poker chips, but imagine if banks started giving out poker chips for barter. Okay, this blue chip will buy you $10 worth of merchandise at Stop and Shop. The red one, $5, you know, and it'll be good at these stores. Is that system? And suppose Chase Bank, the biggest bank in America, would do that. It's not going to work, because everybody would start going to Bank of America or someplace.
Right.
It's not really going to work. I would also tell people that the banks are acting funny. I didn't believe it, because they haven't acted funny with me.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, doing deposits, or not deposits, withdrawals of 5,000, 10,000, especially over 10,000, and especially if you're from certain countries. It's the first time I've ever would advise the people to have cash on hand.
Ah, yeah.
I've never done that because the banks are acting irregular. I think they eventually come around, but it can hassle people. Like, the banking system is not as fluid as it has been. It's not as honorable as trustworthy. It still pretty much is. It has to be. Because when that stops, everything stops.
Yes.
It's like electricity.
Yes.
And they can only mess with it so far. So anyway, we'll say goodnight. We'll see everybody on Wednesday.
Yes.
I will have Maria DeAndrea with me.
Excellent.
Looking forward to coming on the show.
Wonderful.
And we'll use her psychic occult acumen to go wherever we want. So you can think up your questions if you have any.
Yes.
For her, because she's looking forward to working with me in that direction.
Wonderful.
I'm going to be helping her with some of her stuff.
Yes.
In her career.
Yes.
Maria DeAndrea, you can look her up, anybody who's interested. She's a very capable psychic occultist. Maria D''Andrea, a Hungarian shaman who I intend to take with me someday to Hungary and Romania. Take her to Hungary because that's where she's from. She hasn't been there, I don't think, since she was 6.
Right.
She speaks the language, and I take her there, but that's just because if I'm going to take her to Romania, I've got to take her to Hungary and actually check out energetically and otherwise. In fact, a specific area, one of my friends told me, great interest to some of the stuff in Raghu's books, an area that, in fact, I would probably take this guy with me. It's an area in Romania I've never been to. It's where Radu says that there is a warehouse that transfers stuff to the inner earth.
Ah.
And I know of the general area. I've never been there. But this was ironically enough, this is the very area that I wanted to go with Maria.
Ah.
I said this like, I'm sitting there, well, where am I going to take her? I'm going to take her to this area. I didn't even know the area.
Wow.
And yet this guy's telling me about the area. And he tells me about it. Oh, wow. So, maybe you should come. Maybe he should come. But I don't know when this trip would be. It's just an idea trip. And it would be really good, as they say, it would be really great to have her back on the show. And She's looking forward to coming back this Wednesday.
Excellent.
So say good night,
Yes.
and I'm looking forward to going to sleep.
Wonderful. Well, we love
I have
you
to
too.
talk to a chiropractor in the morning, so
Okay.
I don't know that we can talk after that. If I'm up, I might tune in.
Okay. Yes. Do so
Okay.
if you can. And
Right.
otherwise, blessed be thy dream, sweet be thy slumber. We all love and appreciate you deeply.
Yes, and donate to Douglas. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye for now. And that's Peter Moon, SkyBooksUSA.com. Make certain to order The Roswell Deception in particular, and Vampirology, spelled VAMPHYROLOGY, like ology. We are going to bring on everyone now, everyone who cares to come on. And so let's bring on, first of all, our dear Aristides, and he can do a mic check, so to speak, make certain that he is audible, and with that we are going to call everyone and see whoever responds at their leisure. And hopefully we will be joined by Jen Arcana. I realize now that that's how she wants to be referred to as. He says Jen Arcana, as opposed to using her surname. But the gang stalkers already know that anyway, and you know, they've got the NSA access to everything they want. Such being said, they know everything about Aristides there is to know, but fortunately have found him, I guess, what would you say, Aristides? Just out of their interest range?
Probably too boring. Probably too boring. It's very boring here. So,
Yeah.
I have to admit, I kind of slipped off, dozed off for a while back there. What did I miss? I woke up and it was like Jesus defecating or something.
Yes. That's it was you know, one of the things being taken into consideration by our dear Peter, and he was speculating that may be from where the term "holy crap" came from. So he was you know, just doing his little bit of theological dissertation there. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He has a very mesmerizing way of talking to you. Maybe that's why I kind of zoned out, or it's maybe because I got up at like 7 in the morning. I think.
Yes, that
Maybe
too. That too.
I'm feeling better now.
Yes. And let me see if I can remember who it is that I'm trying to pull on. Otherwise, that never seems to show up in the searches. And I think I've got a number of people, but I think that I'm getting pretty much everyone who appears on my searches these days. And, if I miss somebody, I'll try and add them later. So we're pressing that big add button, and we're going to see who jumps on most immediately. I'm praying someone will. Brendan Zogia, take a hint. He did join. Thank the gods of my ancestors. Tell us a bit about Diwali, or how do we pronounce that, dear Brendan? And we are joined by Steve Myers as well, if he wants to be with us. Steve.
Yeah, Doug.
Yeah, how are you feeling? Are you feeling up to it, or do you just want to retreat into the gentle night? How are you feeling?
I got to retreat, man. I got bursitis, man. My knees are paining me, man, and damn,
I'm so sorry.
takes a long time to heal. Me too, man. But I'm gonna tune in, though, Doug. I'm gonna tune in, man. I tune in tomorrow.
Oh, bless you. And were you able to catch my interview with Jen?
I'm gonna do that when I catch up tomorrow. You know, I just got another copy of the book anyway. I did one through ebook, but you know, I just got another copy anyway, hard copy.
Bless you. And I'll put in a link to Jen's interview in the chat room for tonight, so you can reach into that later. Okay.
Okay,
And,
thanks, Doug.
Thank you, Steve. Go on.
Thanks. I tune. Okay, bye. I tune in. I see it.
Yeah. But anything else you want to say to our listeners before you check out?
No, Doug. I'm just all silent now, man. But when I get better, I'll tune in, man. You know, I'm just all ears now.
Yes, understood. Well, we love you dearly, and we pray for your well-being. Everyone join in and wish Steve the best.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Thank you all. You're in our prayers. Okay.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you. That's Steve, our brother from another mother in the middle of the belly of the beast. He was in Manhattan before. I forgot where he moved to. What is that island? Is it Brooklyn? Where's he at now, Brendan? Do you remember? He's in this with his mother. He's taking care of his mother.
Yeah.
The other borough. He's in the other borough. Now, Brendan, tell us a bit about Diwali and how is it that we are blessed with your presence tonight? Do you have any meditation or communion that you have to... I say this without any sarcasm, quite sincerely. Is there something you have to engage in with the Diwali celebrations being taken into consideration?
Well, I mean, in context, as you know, I'm not a Hindu. I practice the Vedic tradition that's behind Hinduism.
Yes.
And right now, like what their derivation of what Diwali is totally I'm trying to be nice about it, is just totally opposite of what anything proper is here.
Thank you. Thank you.
On this plane, it doesn't have anything to do with the natural laws or the nature's laws or anything like that, which is what it originally meant.
Yes.
But that being said, I did what I had to do earlier and did my praises and different things.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Did my meditation session that that we had, so everything's good.
Yes. I'm very glad that you were able to grace us with your presence tonight. We certainly needed. I definitely need to refresh myself. Going to grab a liquid Coke along with some lines. I do want to know people. I'll be back. But I believe these two gentlemen have got this, Aristides and Brendan Zoge. Aristides was particularly precious when he woke up. He had heard a few of the things that Peter was on about and was trying to contextualize them. We're all doing our best with contextualizing quite a bit. And one thing I'd like to bring up, just as an aside, I don't know if either one of you gentlemen want to bite into this, and I know I'll instantly alienate many listeners, but I do want people to know I happen to like Greta Thunberg. I'm a fan of Greta Thunberg. I am impressed with how she repels a lot of toxic masculinity. I notice that men in particular who are obsessed with reactionary politics absolutely hate, loathe her. She's like insect repellent to these guys. When you got guys like Andrew Tate just hating on the little blonde Scandi chick for no goddamn good reason, it doesn't make any sense why she would even rate a moment of his attention, since he's supposed to be getting all this pussy and, driving all these power cars and all the shit he was doing before she ultimately played a pivotal role in his downfall. I think that this is, it goes to show you there's something bizarre going on with, he didn't need to do that. He didn't need to, if she is indeed, a tool of the deep state, say she's a tool of the deep state that they exploited as the trigger mechanism by which to take this guy down. I mean, they already had everything in waiting to pounce on this guy, and every reason to do so, especially in Romania, where he was just holding the state in contempt and openly trading in human beings and pretty much, claiming that he was doing so with the full protection of the Romanian government, in the sense that they were letting him get away with anything. Sure, they were going to take him down. Why they chose her as kind of like the trigger mechanism, maybe because it was so easy, but it wasn't like they hung her out on a string, really. I mean, he's the one who started it. He approached her with, "Look at my car," and shit.
Yeah,
it really was. So, but with that being said, I do want people to know there's a new wrinkle in the texture here. She had another guy attack her physically. You could call it an assault. Whenever you really take something out of a person's hand, this is technically legally an assault. He snatched. So you know of this. She was speaking in support so she was speaking in support of Palestine. So she was speaking in support of Palestine, and some man ran up on stage, grabbed her microphone, and basically forcibly tried to intimidate her into shutting up. So this is just another grotesque example. Was a man who did this, full grown, not a woman. So
that's a good point you bring up. It's like some Freudian shit. Like, why are they so threatened by some young chick? It's like,
thank you. Thank
That's
you.
bizarre.
Yeah, thank
When
you.
they're supposed to be at the top of like their alpha bullshit.
Thank you.
So red pill, they're supposed to just ignore them and treat them, differently, right?
They're supposed to be slapping bitches around like they was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why do they trigger them? Why does she trigger them? Who knows?
Yeah. And so well, we know why. We know why, because they're threatened by any young girl who's empowered, and she's empowered to the extent that people listen to her. So just by people listening to her,
and it's funny. You would think they'd at least give her credit for being empowered for something larger than herself, because they always push up the feminists, quote unquote, that are empowered to just have as many boyfriends as they want, or whatever those red pill guys put forward.
Yeah.
Like, they're always like immoral chicks, right? Supposedly.
Yeah.
But when it's actually a chick doing something right, then it's like they hate it even more. It's like, it's bizarre.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying I'm not making moral judgments, but I'm saying in general she's on the right track of at least trying to improve something.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
They can't stand it, right?
No, they hate it. They hate it with a passion. I mean, they go into paroxysms of rage. They go into paroxysms of rage, and I see them seething when she speaks. And it's just like, dude, you're talking about some chick who's not only, at least was underage. I don't even know if she's 18 yet. But
she's 20. She's 20.
Okay, she's 20. She looks like she's 12. But an element of that comes from the fact that she obviously suffers from autism. She has spoken of this.
She's definitely on the spectrum, for sure.
Well, she's copped to it. She's copped to it. She's pointed out herself.
That's what I'm saying.
She's dealing with developmental issues. So you're dealing with a kid who, in the old days, would have been considered, quote unquote, retarded or developmentally impacted, and yet these guys are threatened by her. I mean, it's incomprehensible.
It shows the fragility of the ego. That's
Thank
how
you.
Young would put it.
Thank you.
It's like the ego in and of itself is like a little child, but like it thinks it's the shit.
Yes.
The top.
Thank you. Thank you. Yet easily threatened. Eggshell ego. And this was one of her fellow Dutch people. This is in Amsterdam. We should be bringing on, Dan the man from Amsterdam about this, but, I'm afraid of what he would say. At any rate,
True.
Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a refresher break. You gentlemen are welcome to bite into this if you wish. But basically, this was taking place at a climate protest, no less. So then she began to talk about Palestine, and she basically asked a Palestinian and an Afghan woman to join her on the stage. And that's when this...
Oh, yeah, they hate it when they pull the Marlon Brando.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
In their eyes.
Yeah. And then the guy runs up, damn you, bitch, and shut up and shit. And good Lord, it's like, do you like to see kids get bombed? I mean, the Israelis are bombing hospitals now. Do you hear what I said?
I don't understand the rationale of that other side, where they're insinuating that Hamas deserves it, or like, it's not a real country, so they therefore they deserve it indirectly. It's like, this is bonkers. I mean, it's totally insane.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's no logic. Like, you can't have logic like that. Like, that's not even real logic.
And did you hear what the Israelis are saying now? They're saying, well, we'll give you 4 hours a day free from bombing, and we want the infants. Send us the infants from the hospital.
Yeah, you told me that. You told me that. So they're on the level of their master Harad.
Thank you.
Basically, in other words.
Yeah, give us the children. And,
and
kill
all the firstborn first. Might as well just come out and say it. Man.
Thank you. I mean, this for all we know, I never would have thought this in the past, but like I said earlier, while Pete the Moon Man was on, for all we know, they might be taking him to some sacrificial ritual where they're gonna hang him up by the heels. Of course, slit their throats and drain their blood. It's like, they might as well. It's like, where are these kids gonna wind up?
They're gonna reactivate their temple with the blood. That's the point.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, you can take what Brendan and I are saying with a grain of salt. There's an element of sarcasm here, but there's also an element of ironic truth. I mean, if it's not that, what is it? We do have the right to ask.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and so honestly, I'm gonna, you know, refresh myself. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, it reminds me of that like gun waifu lady where she had the cartoon.
Tell people about this. Tell people about this. Gun waifu. I mean, the very term waifu means like sex wife. Means like sex wife in Japanese.
Yeah,
you know, but
it's like a hentai wife, basically.
Yeah, you know, dream
and
girl. Yeah, go on.
Dream girl. Yeah. So, and she's she's a model, Instagram model, but she's supposedly a reservist for the IDF, quote unquote. So it's just her in her
they keep her
in
on
her
reserve.
bikini shooting guns. Yeah, she's reserve in the barracks. Yeah, very funny.
Yeah,
reserve.
Very funny. Thank you.
Yeah, reserve, but basically, like, she's just this propagandist for a Russian like hooker, basically, that they have as a propagandist for the.
Thank you. She's basically an enslaved prostitute who's paid in heroin. Go.
Yeah, right. So they put her up there, and then she dresses up in the military uniform with her bikini sticking out or her thong or whatever, shooting guns in the desert. Which I pointed out that it's probably Arizona. She's not even in Israel. Because like they never actually show her in kind of in area. It's just like some chick in a desert.
Yes.
Like could be anywhere.
Yes.
Probably Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, but she had this, or whoever the manager of the page put up some cartoon, her like dancing in front of a cartoon of like it showed like these Taliban looking people, which is obviously not what Hamas would dress like.
Thank you.
It has like some Taliban guys with a bunch of missiles on the top of it with or a bunch of missiles inside the bunkers below them. And then the children are in front of that guy. He's using them as a shield. And then the IDF side is a cartoon of like a Superman soldier with all the children inside the tunnels behind him. And then all the guns out in front of him. So they're showing like, look, the Israeli people saved their kids while the Hamas is using their kids as a shield. You know, the same trip they used in Ukraine. They were saying the Ukrainians were throwing kids in front of them and stuff. Like,
yeah. Meanwhile, the Russians were abducting kids. Go on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Which the Tates were helping with, like you mentioned before.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then
it,
during this whole time, the Tates were also going to, you know, they were like visiting, what was that idiot? The martial arts, the Steven Seagal. They were like going to Russia to visit Steven Seagal. All like right before they got put in jail. It's like, I mean, what did they think was gonna happen? That's what I was telling you. Is like, what did they think was gonna happen? Like, yeah, I told you about that one. I think they took it offline, but it was one video where they're sitting on a couch talking about like, oh yeah, they were at Steven Seagal's house, and Steven Seagal is like, let's call Putin right now, let's call him, and even Tate's like, no, I'm in enough trouble, like, and he actually hung up the phone. He's like, no, we can't do this. Like, he had enough sense to even say that, and they still arrested him anyways. But it's like imagine you're at Steven Seagal's house and he's like rubbing his hands and he's like, let's call Putin, man. It's like, what the fuck?
Thank you. And like you said, Andy Tate retained a modicum of sanity. So Aristides, what's this video? The latest video. He's sharing with us.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, a little problem with my mic.
Yeah. It was causing an echo effect.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Shit.
Don't tell me you take this mug to work.
Yeah, it's a joke. He doesn't take the mug to work. There's a mug Aristides took a photograph of. I survived the Holocaust. Yeah.
Plus.
Okay.
Plus, I like
it. I think I'm better. The video is basically a little clip where they're saying, basically, it looks like, you know, when they accidentally shot the Israeli people in the festival, you know, quote unquote, accidentally, but it's looking more like they just targeted them, and like you were saying, these were like the hippies, you know. Yeah. They're like, so it's like they're just little. It looks like they're just like taking them out. They're just like,
wow.
Well, it's real accidental.
Yeah, right. It could be. I don't know. Is it how accurate is it? I don't know, but
there's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, it's coming from Aristides' side. Yeah. He might have to go mute. But I think good. If we solve it now, we hope you can solve it now, so you can talk to Brendan when I'm gone, or Brendan will be able to hold it. So there we are. Hopefully Brendan will be able to hold the stage, and Brendan's got a lot to talk about. Diwali, among other things, he can tell us what the difference is between the ascetic nature of what he is honoring compared with what people just decide to party about. They turn it into like a party. I don't know if this is the festival where they throw colors at each other, all that colored powder, where they kind of immerse each other.
No, that's holy. That's holy.
Okay, thank you.
This is different.
Okay, so Aristides is rejoined us.
Is this better?
Much better. Infinitely better.
Yeah, it's much better.
All right.
Thank you. He put tape over his camera, by the way. Your camera is on, but you've got the tape over it. Yeah.
I switch whenever I drop and come back. There we go.
Yeah. So what were you going to say, Brendan? Before
I was just going to go over while you're here, Diwali, and then I'll spiel on it afterwards.
Okay, so
but just so you get an idea of it.
Yeah.
So it's the festival of light, Deepavali. A festival of divine light is now a mad frenzy of gunpowder blasting.
Holy shit.
Called fireworks. Combined with the consumption of enormous quantities of foodstuff laced with crazy amounts of sugar called sweets. A new moon, dark night, to concentrate on the light of divine, turned into a nightmare scenario of smoke and sugar rush madness. The worst bit is it's all in the name of divine.
Holy shit.
More like festering evil upon light.
Oh, man.
So instead of what it was meant to be, which is by definition
ascetic, respectful contemplation, they've turned it into a heresy. In theological terms, this is called heresy.
Yeah, they did the old satanic conversion trip on it.
Thank you. Holy shit.
Which people would say, oh, well, they're Hindu, they're not Satanists. But no, there are dark factions within Hinduism as well.
This is the spiritual equivalent. This is the spiritual equivalent of Satanism. And it essentially has become the overarching mood of India. This is the Asian Indian mood, overwhelming. I mean, take a look at the poisonous, toxic air of New Delhi, and they're trying to combat it now with artificial rain. So they're trying to generate artificial rain, so it won't. It's just a cycle of endless violations of nature. Go on.
Yes. So originally, Deepavali, the Festival of Lights, symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. The festival marked is as per the lunisolar Hindu calendar and falls between October and November on the 15th day of the Kartik month, the darkest night of the year. The festivities are spread across 5 days, beginning with the Dhanteras and ending with Bhaj-Dooj, as they gear up for this festival. And that's but tonight is when they light the lamps, because it's the Ayam Shah, which means the dark moon,
right, and
which is the new moon,
right, and they're setting off all these fireworks, and it's going to sound like a war zone. Incredible. And Aristides, now that we can speak to you without the horrible echo effect, yes. So apparently somebody
can I sum up the last part?
Oh, by all means, please.
Okay. So the real reason it's celebrated is because it marks Lord Rama's return to Ayodhya with Sita and Lakshman after spending 14 years in exile, after defeating the demon king of Lanka, Ravana.
Wow. That's so important. Very important.
It's during another age.
How would you analog or parallel that to the struggle between Horus and Set over Cairo? Is that something similar or reflective?
Yeah, very much so. It's actually Ram's directly related to the Egyptian dynasty.
Okay.
So the word Rama in English it's translated Rama, where the story Ramayana comes from.
Yes.
That is actually the Horus and Set story.
Excellent. So
because Ravana takes over his kingdom,
yeah,
and then him and his brother Lakshman have to go to his kingdom and fight him after 14 years of being in exile.
Mm-hmm.
So there's many parallels, but the main thing in that is that Ram, Lord
Mm-hmm.
Ram, the avatar of Vishnu, is from the Suravanshi Sun Kings. So Sun Kings in Egypt are from the lineage of Osiris,
yes,
ruled over by Ra,
yes,
and Ram is of the lineage of the Sun Kings as per his lineage of Suravanshi, and through the original empire of the sun from the beginning of this age, this yug, or this this kalpa, even like. So that Sun King lineage is the same as the pharaohs in Egypt.
excellent.
That's why Ra is the same as Ram. Like Ra is the Sun King, so is Ram.
Excellent.
So it's actually the same being.
Excellent, and doubtless where the name Ramses is derived from.
Ramses, of course, yeah.
Yes.
Same. Yeah.
Excellent.
So there's a huge connection there, and no scholar will ever touch that, but that's a fact.
Excellent.
And the Egyptian kings were all avatars, and like whether they were just spiritual avatars or actual full-powered avatars, that's like a debate. But
right.
Definitely they were, divinely inspired. The real pharaohs, the pre-dynastic ones.
Yes.
So.
Thank you. Excellent. So I'm going to leave you two gentlemen to speak. I know both these guys have got this. They can handle the stage for a good, I'll be gone for, 10 minutes, 15. So going to get some liquid Coke to bring back after doing some lines so I can last the rest of the night.
Right.
But right now, these good gentlemen have
That reminds me, I gotta get that. Oh wait.
Oh yes, we won't speak of it publicly, but there's some stimulants.
Maybe after the fact.
Yes,
yeah.
Maybe after the fact, but some stimulants he's seeking, and of course there's all kinds of stimulants out there, and we'll leave Aristides to do some speculation with him, and
the betel nut. Let's call it that for now.
Yes, and so both of you gentlemen, thank you so much for being who you are and doing what you do. And by God, I couldn't do this without either of you. And by the way, both of these men were there. Both of these men can relate to all of you. I am thankful that she did this, and I need to put the share up there in the I'll do it at the end of the show because I don't want people watching it while they should be listening to us. So at the end of the show, whoever survives, remind me, and I'll try my damnedest to remember to put in the links to our latest interview with Jen Arcana. So Jen Arcana, which is how she wishes to be called, I realize finally, though I think it's far too late for that. Jen Arcana wants us to reference her as such, and her channel is The Arcane Observer, and we did this interview, and both these gentlemen will relay the horror story. She actually published the part where we were trying to get on. So there's about 18-20 minutes worth of video there, which about 100 people for some reason found irresistible and watched just to see no doubt the facial expressions of exasperation on my face or something. And then after that, she's got the real interview, and about twice the number of people have watched
the first one, I think the first one just stays up there. She might have to remove it or whatever.
No, she actually decided to leave it up there so people knew what we were struggling with. That was what she actually wrote it up. This is where we're struggling to try and get on. So this way people can see that we were being interfered with. And ultimately, at first I made a mistake. Then we thought Brendan
mistakes aside, yes, I'm ashamed of dropping the ball.
I'm ashamed of mine. I'm ashamed of mine, but it was really the enemy.
But
it really was.
At the same time, we had everything prepared the night before. It was basically foolproof. Something happened where we were, all three of us couldn't, it was we could see each other on Skype, but we couldn't hear. I've never seen a Skype anomaly like that.
They cut us off.
And I've used Skype since day one.
Thank you.
Since it first came out.
Thank you.
It's never. You never get on a Skype call where all three people are muted.
Thank you.
Without being muted.
That's
never happened.
Thank you. And
as far as I know.
They knew that you could not communicate anything technical through text. That it's impossible, to advise technically through text. So they muted us all. It was, they really went all out, and then they crashed our system. Then
her computer crashed.
It's like, so I'm going to leave these two gentlemen to talk about this. And then, of course, Aristides, he came on the call, and our man Brendan was saying, you're showing up on the video there, Aristides. You might want to get off. And he said, I am getting off. I'm looking at, Jen.
Wait a second. I didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that.
No. But I was just concerned because I didn't realize I was showing up on the YouTube stream. So, like, if any of us put our video on, like, we would have shown all kinds of unnameable things.
And I think it's on her video, a little bit of her files that are up there. And, of course, I see porn everywhere I look. So I'm probably, shall I say, projecting. But some interesting looking files were showing up there. It is what it is. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough. Both these wonderful gentlemen have this, my love and gratitude to you both. And I'll be back.
Sure. All right.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Everything's going well with myself, and like I said, it was just doing some stuff for Diwali and like the real meaning of it, of course, and getting to do like a lot of the Indian places will do deals around this time, so I went and stocked up on dal and millets.
Oh, nice.
Many of the different foods that I get from the Indian subcontinent, these things.
Yeah, I got to find a store like that. So I have to check out the one near me. I hope they have some of that.
If they're good, if it's a good solid store, they'll have like everything. Like usually the good Indian shops will have North and Southern food.
Might not be strictly Indian. Sometimes it'll be a shop that does kind of Middle Eastern and Far Eastern.
Yeah. You can find really good stuff there too. Like recently I found like, have you ever heard of carob beans?
I've heard, yeah.
Yeah. So like that stuff's really sweet and nice and really good. You can get carob syrup. You can get carob powder, carob beans, even like if people can cook on it, like to cook that stuff, but it's really sweet and nice. Like, so carob's a good alternative to cacao if you can't have chocolate. So
right,
and it makes a really good syrup, like a molasses of sorts.
Okay, I don't know. I didn't get that. I bought straight wild rice today. Is what I got.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
wild rice is good. That's one of the healthiest rices.
I love that. I eat that. Yeah, doesn't get you feeling all pasty and plugged up like eating a pile of white rice or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just
have you ever gotten the stuff from Minnesota where they like it's like the Native American wild rice?
Yeah, I know some people will point out that's not real wild rice, and there's different kind of what people think's real, but it's wild rice enough. It looks like it. So
yeah, of course,
I think it's the real deal.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's. It's probably a couple different like variations.
Yeah, there's like species differences, but mainly they're pretty much the same style. They're like black, really dark rice, lots of fiber. Yeah.
Did you
the supposed real one is the one from Minnesota, like around the Great Lakes kind of region,
right?
And which is, I'm sure it's good.
Yeah, that's cool, but sometimes people try to pass off something as a better version, or get the higher price for it, like kind of like imposter stuff. Like
yeah, oh yeah, that's the oldest trick in the book.
Right. But so did you see the? Are you able to go in the chat, or our text chat, and scroll up, or did you see the? I whipped out these AI of Douglas. Have you seen that?
The Bohemian Grove?
No, right above that.
Oh yeah, how did you make the?
You know, I like the ones I sent you. No, that was just a quick prompt, and the AI think it got really well for what I put in.
What did you type in? Vampire with Coke and Coke?
Yeah. Like, you know, basically a vampire-like anime, you know, character sitting next to his computer on a throne of pillows.
This is like almost too accurate.
I know. I didn't even put that much. You know, sitting there with a can of Coca-Cola, and they'll restrict words, so you can't be like, you know, like under cocaine. You gotta be like piles of white.
I think
of a white powder. You know.
Okay, I see.
And some straight straws. You know, and you don't say why.
Straight straw. Yeah. Well, one of them, it looks like it has like the scoopers, like a snuff scooper. So I don't know.
Really,
maybe it kind of knew what you were trying to say.
I think I can. When he comes back, I'm gonna ask him, because like you generated.
Did he see these?
Yeah. And there's a link where you can like paste that somewhere, and they can see the same images. I'm gonna ask if I could put that in the main. Like,
holy shit! How pissed was he?
No. He'll probably say yeah. I'm gonna ask him if I could put him. So I think people would.
Well, I'm saying like on the accuracy, like he, like.
Oh, he was like, oh, this is almost too personal. What is it? Like.
Right.
How does it know?
It's just missing like the spider webs and all the books behind him.
Yeah, you could do that too. You could put it in like basically end up with a paragraph. I imagine some of these people, you know, a thing I've heard multiple times is the more descriptive you are, the better. Like,
right.
You know, and I wasn't even
like some of these are a little too classy for him, maybe.
Yeah,
but the chibi one is the most like realistic.
The what?
The chibi looking one where it's like he's got like the round face.
Yeah. Oh, right. Like the cutesy little version.
Yeah. That one's like the most accurate for sure.
I think that's the best one to me.
he's like pissed off.
Yeah. I don't know how it did so good. It read my mind.
Right. And did you add the red eye thing, or was that just something that comes with it?
Well, I said a vampire-like character, but I did. That's because I didn't want it to grab too much of the like that cliche movie vampire, you know. And it did a little bit. It did a little bit, but I guess I could have said, you know,
just like a pointy ear.
It's hard to say something vampire-like, and
then you said something about Bohemian Grove, like that's so cheesy.
That one,
as if he's like some kind of hero, like this Alex Jones. Like, where did that come from?
They were talking about that. I just found that. I didn't generate that one. I just found it. Right. They were talking. He was talking about all that again. You know.
Alex Jones. Like he's like a hero and he exposed it or something.
Yeah, right. It's like, we drove up there. We're getting food at the table. Looking at these idiots crawling around.
Of course. I mean, that's so bogus. I mean, well, Bill Cooper, like Douglas was saying, he exposed Alex Jones so many times.
Right.
And even like he's the one who predicted 9/11, and then Alex Jones took it and said, "Oh, this is gonna happen." That's pretty much how he got super famous. You know? So
yeah, he said that. I think he tried to load MP3s into the chat, but it didn't work. It just came across as like a text of it. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they can play.
Wait, the main chat?
No, the in our text Skype text.
Oh yeah. What is that? Hour of the Time.
He was trying to put in MP3s that you're talking about. I think of Bill Cooper, you know, but it didn't come across.
How did he find it? houroftheTime.com. Oh, I guess someone still maintains his website.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the link's there. I guess we could go to it. It just didn't. It didn't pick it up, auto pick it up. Like, you know what I mean? Turn it into a link.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like.
I think you copy it out of there. You can't click on it, but you could copy it out of there. Yeah. But I guess it's from the website.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, yeah.
I wonder if he still has all of his. There's a lot of information on this website.
Yeah. Could be somebody who's keeping it up for him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, his family or whatever. I'm sure somebody cared about his work enough to like want to.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's all of the stuff that you see on YouTube now about people quote unquote exposing, or all the stuff on TikTok.
Yeah.
It's like it literally all comes from him originally.
Right.
It's just been like echo chambered and like reposted so much that people don't know. like who Bill Cooper even is, which was the whole goal the whole time. You know, but he was talking about forced vaccination. He was talking about barcodes being 666. He was talking about them shutting down, using the WHO and the other, the UN to like shut down stuff. I mean, he'd always been ahead of it. Yeah. So I think he's very underrated. And there is like I wish Douglas was here so like he could hear this, but I mean, sure he'll hear it eventually. But basically, at one point he believed in the whole physical alien thing. The 3D like space alien. And then when he spoke to Douglas, or somehow he got Douglas's info, it was like he changed his whole narrative. Yeah. He said, this is, the government actually lied to us about aliens. He actually came out and said that many times. And he was like, getting to what the point of what Douglas is making. Because I'm kind of in that group where I don't believe in 3D aliens necessarily. Like there are definitely strange beings, but they're not like flying down here and doing stuff.
I've kind of been moving that way, I think for there's obviously a purposeful, representation of little green men, and your little gray man is a huge distraction. And, nobody's talking about these possible things that were somehow native to here, not so much alien, but they're cryptic or past civilizations or, other things or.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of the things in that, in the alien realm are kind of.
They're not what they seem.
Yeah, they're boogeyman. They're boogeyman. Yeah, for.
And even beings like Jinn or like other like Rakshasas or different. Well, Rakshasas are more like vampires, but there's like many beings in the Vedic tradition that they can actually, they're more like kind of like hungry ghosts or whatever you want to call them, Jinn even. They can appear as different things to you. So like if you believe in greys, like they'll show up as greys just to fuck with you basically, like but you don't know like what that being actually is.
That's true. Could you show up as them? Either if it's another being or some government,
Yes.
There's stories of like, that they regressed me and I saw the aliens and then they regressed me further and it was really these guys in uniforms and
right.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But what's I gonna say about that? Yeah, I mean, then there's all the stories about like, they keep you focused on the Greys or whatever, but like the Nordic aliens, which you don't hear a lot about in like the mainstream, but all these stories of people like, they took me and we went on a trip and all this stuff but they're still real human looking, like it's like, are they really humans from super far away or
no?
Yeah. From our own future,
That's some people say it's like humans from the future and stuff, but I mean, if you have time travel, why would you come back? I mean, I don't think there's a reason to.
It could be important somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
right? Maybe they had
movie importance.
Yeah, I don't know. Into a paradox here. They had to come back to make things right so that they could exist. It was a matter of their survival.
Yeah, but it's time paradox. Too many paradox.
It is. Yeah, it is.
I mean, time isn't exactly as linear as people think it is either. It's more like a spiral.
Yeah.
It's cyclical and it has other things going on that. But I found this Hour of the Time on YouTube. I sent it in the chat.
Yeah.
If you
I guess it's this other thing. It's a guy I like, and he's discussing like he likes to get at if he can and actually learn to read ancient texts or talk to people that do that, like because it's kind of we miss so much because a lot of people are relying on translations and everybody still the Bible and this and that, but there are huge amounts of like other ancient texts that have dug up that people haven't really done a lot of work in translating and fitting into the mainstream narrative, and they're not like kind of in our sphere of thought, but like basically he's like yeah, there's these books, and if you really learn, to read what's in them and look at it objectively, they're like, oh, they were basically teaching people how to fly the Vimanas. It was like the Vimana manual.
Wow.
Like not just how to fly them, but not just how to fly them, but how to train others to fly them. This was the manual for like the instructor to train. This is how you show people to do it. And there was some kind of like mind like device interface of some kind. And not everybody handles that well. Some people reject it and they go nuts. And
you're talking about, is this like something that was in English or like ancient text?
No, like people digging up ancient texts and actually like
translating it's called the Vimana Shastra. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'll dig it up for you and see if he mentions what it was. But
so I just got back. Are Aristides? Are you talking about something published by David Hatcher Childress?
No.
Okay. So
no.
Go on, both of you. You're both doing so well with this, and of course,
now that you're back, Douglas, I can tell you, I found that Hour of the Time.
Okay.
The ones you sent us were like not working.
Okay. Okay.
But also there's like, when I was going through his info, Bill Cooper.
Yeah.
There's videos of him where he actually comes out at one point and says, everything I knew about aliens was wrong. It's actually the government lying to us.
Thank
and it's like,
you.
When I saw that, I was like, okay, that's clearly like after he talked to Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like you explained to him what it was, and then he like was trying to leak the information slowly, but they killed him before he could get to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I do want people to understand that William Cooper was somebody who had witnessed a USO, undersea submersible object. He had witnessed it. He witnessed it while he was in the Navy, and while he saw it rise out of the waters. It was shortly after that he felt someone had intentionally left some documents open for him to access. Apparently, this was maybe on the aircraft carrier he was on, or something of that nature, and so he felt that maybe a person was trying to leak information, left documents open where he could find them in a certain office on the ship that he had entered, and he wound up integrating all of these beliefs into the book titled Behold a Pale Horse, which, as I said, is an important milestone, obviously, in popular culture. And as I've pointed out before, in those days when people had actual bookstores and bookkeepers, or the bookstore owners, had to keep track of inventory, the two most stolen books in their inventory for decades were the Bible and because people always felt that they shouldn't have to pay for the holy book, and the other book that was the most stolen after that was Behold a Pale Horse. So all these people really took that as like holy writ, and by the time he spoke to me telephonically, I was working as a librarian at the Presidio, and he was sourcing documents, and he basically related to me because his children were half Asian, his wife was Asian, and so he basically spoke to me for hours.
And I think at that point he still had access to the bases, right? I mean, of course
he did, but he wasn't very mobile. He wasn't very mobile. He had an injured leg, and he was not. His leg might even have been replaced by a prosthetic. And
like from like diabetes or something.
I never knew. I had assumed.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, it might have been a war injury, but probably more likely diabetes. Sadly, something like that. Could have been either case.
He was in a wheelchair by the time he got in that gunfight with the FBI. Like
right. They were just like they were shooting at him like it was and claiming that he was endangering their lives. That he had, he might have gotten out of his wheelchair and charged us. Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, it's just like disgusting. I mean, they just blew him away. It was just disgusting. Anyhow. I have to, say that there's like all kinds of things he suffered from, all these indignities just before he died. But, in all fairness, of course, he wasn't exactly the most charismatic person or the easiest person in the world to get along with. Right. I mean, he definitely had issues. And, of course, Alex Jones would shit all over him when he was no longer around to defend his good name or himself.
Oh, that's another thing I brought up. Is that he actually exposed, or Bill Cooper, exposed, like, from his knowledge, he basically predicted 9/11.
Yes.
Through all the like, you know, what is it? Pre-contextual hints. What would be it called? Pre-programming that they were putting out.
Predictive programming and contextual hints. Yeah.
So he was able to decode that, and he actually predicted 9/11. And then Alex Jones stole that information. That's how he became famous.
Yes,
you know,
it's all true. It's all true. Yeah. No, anybody who remembered Bill Cooper and listened to him knew that he had, well, basically what had happened was Bill Cooper had training from the Navy, I believe, in some degree of engineering. And so what happened was that he took advantage of that, so that when I told him the reality of what had happened at Roswell, what was going on in World War II, and it all changed his course in life, at that point, he then began to emphasize conspiracy at a deep state level as opposed to ufology. And when he began to pursue conspiracy at the deep state level, he was able to forensically deconstruct the bombing of the Edward P. Murrow Federal Building in Oklahoma. And he pointed out all of the facts that it was blown apart by controlled demolitions, the Oklahoma City bombing, the OK bomb, as they call it, or the OK bomb. He pointed out that all of the armed services, meaning the FBI, the ATF, all of the armed agencies vacated the building and left it for all the unarmed agencies like IRS and anybody else in the building to just die. And so all the armed agencies withdrew and saved all their personnel and let everybody else, including the kids, eat it. And then when the bomb blew, he pointed out exactly where the explosives had been planted internally, and they were all planted by those very armed agencies. So, he pointed all this out. Right. And so he was well prepared to deconstruct the Twin Towers and basically predicted that they were going to blame it on bin Laden as well. He predicted that. And so he said they're going to blame it on bin Laden. And so all of this is a matter of record. And he pointed out, of course, that he had been fingered by Alex Jones, and Alex Jones was going to get him killed. And that's exactly what happened. And then bigger than shit, after he gets killed, it's simply unbelievable how Alex Jones then took everything that Bill Cooper is on record for saying, ran with it, and everybody gave him credit. And not only did they give him credit, nobody has the intellectual wherewithal to say, how is it that somebody can get busted, like, say, for instance, Bill Maher, who I don't care for. I mean, he's a loudmouth Jewish, asshole. But Bill Maher, got fired. He lost a major contract because he was basically saying, but exactly what he said was, at least these guys had the courage to suicide crash and sacrifice their lives for what they believed in, while American troops have to bomb from 60,000 feet in the air so no one can touch them. And they fired him for that. But, somebody like Alex Jones comes out and says, oh, yeah, all this is what happened out at the Twin Towers. And nobody says, where did you get this information? And are you not part of the conspiracy? And therefore, they never even brought him in for questioning. So obviously, he's a member of the deep state. It just goes on and on. I couldn't believe that.
Well, then how do you explain him getting, later on, they, swooped all his money and they said, oh, because you pulled this shit with Sandy Hook, you have to pay us $1 billion.
Well, that's just payback.
I'm not saying you have to
that's just
explain it, but
because these assets are all expendable anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't deal with the devil. It's the oldest trick in the book. Yeah.
Of course. And they'll leave him out to hang because basically he hangs himself. There's only so much they're gonna cover for you before you fuck it all up. It's kind of like, if they give you a 007 license to kill, that doesn't mean you have a right to become a serial killer and just start going around killing people as a thrill kill. Or organize some Manson-like thrill kill cult and say, I got government permits, let's kill anybody we want. No, there's a certain limit. It's expected that you're going to behave within a certain parameter of acceptability. He went way way beyond that. Alex Jones was, you know, I mean, he's got people.
I found a couple things that you probably gave Cooper in his book.
Thank you.
Like all these records from 1991 about Aquino and the Temple of Set.
Thank you.
If you want me to screenshot them,
please, thank you. That would be
the Nazi movement, with many of them wearing World War II German uniforms and insignia.
Yeah, and don't forget to.
But what's up with that? Why would they say that?
Because what was going on?
1981.
But by the way, I also want to welcome George Knight. George Knight has joined us, and by all means, George Knight, when you join us, make your presence known. Just break in and say, "Hi, I'm here." You know, just that.
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, and so thank you. And just to put that into how long do we have with you before you have to go?
Oh, a good half an hour, Douglas. Yeah, okay. But please continue, because I'll contribute my input in a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely want you to participate in the half hour we have with you. But yeah, just to finish off what I'm saying with what Brendan is bringing up, in the 1980s and 1990s, everybody knew that the U.S. Armed Services were being infiltrated by what today we would call white supremacist, white identitarian movements. And they had to make a show that they were trying to clamp down on this or trying to bring it under control, that this wasn't, quote unquote, you know, the army, not its official stance, etc. And so because I was involved with the Department of Defense, I had to trace down what all of these various movements were doing, talk to the various members, and then help turn that information into the various officers assigned to these tasks of investigating the infiltration of America's armed forces by these militia movements and white supremacist movements and separatist movements, etc. All of these fringe paramilitary movements that were getting their training on the taxpayer dollar by having elements of their own join the military or join the reserves or the National Guard. And so a lot of this that I shared with Bill Cooper was shared in his book. He couldn't necessarily put it into the full context because he probably just didn't want the grief of people who identifying him as a neo-Nazi. This was the biggest problem, was that, so he would present it as, see, your military is becoming full of this, but he couldn't really give the context for it, because if he started, like, you know, quoting Savitri Devi and the lightning and the sun and bringing up other aspects of Aryan cosmology, people would have just said, so you're a neo-Nazi, and you're really promoting this, and you know, this is why Peter Moon, being kind of peripheral and rejected by the conventional community, we're able to write what we write. Otherwise, there'd be no way to even get anyone to publish what I'm writing. But with that, yeah, by all means, George Knight, report to us from your end what's going on. And before you do that, of course, let me clarify with Brendan. So those 3 links I put up there, they're not working. They're just kind of dead on the internet. And you found something.
Well, we weren't even able to open them.
Okay.
They just got textified.
Okay.
They weren't links anymore.
Okay. Shit. Okay.
I think if you remove the brackets, it'll work. Like, see how it has brackets around it?
I had the brackets somewhat separated by a space, so they should be working. Yeah, but so let me. One thing I notice is when I click onto them, they take you to the place. Wait a second. There's something else. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, that's anyhow. Well, such being what it is, thank God our man Brendan found something alternative that people could use. This is so strange to me. Okay, so they're not working. Okay, so let me try something else. If you cut and paste them. So
that's what I'm trying to do, is cut and paste them out of there.
Okay. You cut and paste them, they take you there. There you are. You can hear it. You can hear it's working. I don't know if you guys are hearing that. Hear that bullshit?
Yeah, if you take the thing inside the brackets, it'll work.
Okay.
It's like the intro. The intro is really wild.
Yeah.
If anyone's ever heard Hour of the Time, it's like supposed to be the scariest intro ever or something.
Yeah, it's awful. You know, sirens. Yeah, it's just demonic shit. Yeah. So it is what it is. So it's not the brackets then. If it didn't have the brackets there, those things still wouldn't be showing up, maybe, because it doesn't make any sense. You gotta cut and paste them though. Yeah, cut and paste them and they'll work. And I'll try putting those into the text box later for the, you know, in chat, along with like what I said, links to Jen Arcana's show as well. So did you have a chance to review my latest interview, George?
No, I'm going to do that this evening, Douglas. Thank you. I've just looked at the messages. I've got the link now, so that's something I'll do this evening, and I'll report back on the Thursday, this coming Wednesday. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay, great. And by all means, otherwise, what else is going on, George, that you want to bring to our attention? Yeah.
Oh yes, a few things, Douglas. Just to just something else to add to that question that you asked about Alex Jones. Why is no one confronting or challenging this individual? There's only one individual that I know of. His name is Andrew Neil. He's part of the BBC. He's an investigative journalist, reporter, and correspondent for the BBC. And when he had Alex Jones on his show for an interview, he questioned him and challenged him and said, "How do we know you're not part of the conspiracy?" And that's an interview that I do advise people to look at, because this guy just runs off on a massive tangent, spewing all sorts of disinformation. He's nothing but a charlatan and a shill. And he took Bill Cooper's good name in vain, and exploited him for all his noble good work that he conducted. And yet, as you said, as on record, he is presented to the world, and it's just amazing how nobody's ever challenged Alex Jones and how he's got away with everything. That's just my little input on that. But yeah, I wanted to just say a couple things, actually, Douglas. Recently over the weekend, I did know I was reviewing the news, and a U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken just came out and publicly and stated that post Hamas and Israel conflict, that's what they call it, the Israeli-Hamas conflict that is currently ongoing with current affairs. That's how they're reporting it. It's obviously been going on for much longer than that. Right. I mean,
I personally think that a better name for it would be the Palestinian genocide or something like that. The ongoing Israeli genocide of Palestinians or something of that nature. Please, by all means, continue.
Yeah. No, it's so important. Do you know what he is presenting at, Anthony Blinken? He's come out and publicly said that this post-conflict, quote unquote, that the Hamas or Israeli government or the IDF cannot govern or be the security unit of Gaza post-conflict. And that is something that you have been saying for how long? For a god number of months now. And now they're finally recognizing it, that you cannot police that area, that region, with either the Hamas, the Hamas group, they're recognized internationally as a terrorist organization, or the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, or the Likud, the government of Israel. Neither one of these entities can govern that open air prison area. It's half the population it comprises of children.
Over half. And,
yes, thank you.
And by the way,
yes.
I think we also need to take in, if they call the Hamas a terrorist organization, look, I can understand it, but we also got to classify the IDF as such as well as the Likud. That needs to be classified as a terrorist organization internationally. Honestly, I can just imagine Bibi Netanyahu, when he gave the orders for, call out Hamas to attack these hippies that were, calling for peaceful coexistence at that concert with the Palestinians, he considered them all race traitors. I could just imagine him now with this kind of Mediterranean, these Mediterranean men, what happens is they all get this kind of Godfather mafia kind of ambience to them, and they start behaving just like in the movies. Just you see this kind of like almost caricaturish behavior where they have this kind of accented let's show these people calling for peaceful coexistence, let's have Hamas go in there and kill them all, let's see how they feel then. This'll really give them a taste of how stupid they are. And so when Hamas was specifically attacking all of the peace seekers in Israel, the people at this concert and the like, it was so coordinated, so orchestrated, so obviously something that worked in favor of Netanyahu, that it's painful. It's just painful to see how obvious it is. So by all means, aside from that, this British individual that you're talking about who confronted Alex Jones, that's still available on YouTube. That's available on YouTube. Yeah, so give the guy's name again so people know where to look, because you literally see Alex Jones go crazy on that show. Yes. I mean, he truly acts like he's out of his mind. And the British guy is pointing that out, saying that you're behaving like a lunatic. You're not even behaving as if you want to be taken seriously. Alex Jones is like pretending to saw his own head off and hanging himself. This kind of shit. He's making these motions, and it's like you wonder, why is he doing this? But the reason is Alex Jones truly is crazy. He truly is a piece of shit. He truly is that. And yet Americans will listen to this as if it's the fountainhead of truth. It's the gospel. So go on. Yeah. What is that guy's name again? And what show was that?
Thank you, Andrew Neil. It was on the BBC. Andrew Neil. He's been a correspondent, investigative journalist for many decades for the BBC. He's quite. Do you know what? I find him quite remarkable. Most of the time. Obviously, I have my disagreements with some of the statements he says, obviously. But no, Andrew Neil did challenge Alex Jones. He brought him on the show and he gave him his due. He did, respectfully ask him questions, but then Alex Jones just started running off with it. And so he had to then put him in his place. And then they had to cut the show because he was at the end of the show, at the interview, he was just going absolutely berserk. And he was just trying to talk over everyone. He just didn't stop talking. Yeah. And anyone can review that and vet that. Yeah. Can validate everything I'm saying is true, yes.
Yeah. That, by the way, is very one of these tactics that the gang stalkers use. They just scream over you. They shout over you, scream over you, and he's definitely of that ilk. And at any rate, so please go on. What else is out there that you want to bring to our attention?
Yes, going back to the current affairs that are going on in Occupy Palestine. I have to call it that. I do apologise, Douglas.
No, it's fine.
There was, I believe it was either last week or the week before, Ben Shapiro. I want to bring up Ben Shapiro on the show. He attended a Oxford Union debate panel. So he had the Oxford. These are current graduates that are trying to become political, either go into the political scene, the political system in the future. So these are university graduates that are ascertaining or trying to gain a career in future politics. So many of the people challenged Ben Shapiro. And the first question Ben Shapiro asked them, every single person that came up, he questioned them whether or not they agree with a two-state solution. And many of the females that came up and said, obviously not. We don't recognize it. It's Palestine. And he goes, well, then you're calling for genocide of the Israeli people. And so that automatically shut them down. But I wanted to bring to the attention of people, if they review the entire segment of this, the videos on YouTube, one individual, one young male, he goes, I've got the great displeasure of meeting you, Ben Shapiro. Where he started, but the great thing what he did, and this is why I want to bring people's attention, that he started to cite some of Vladimir Jabotinsky's literature to Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro shot away, looked down, he had no comeback to it because he mentioned it as a colonial settler state. He is the man who advocated for colonial settlement of the Zionist regime, the Zionist movement, the militant movement of Zionism. And so he started to bring up Vladimir Jabotinsky's his literature work that people can obviously reference, can look up and look at the quotes. I have some of the quotes here, Douglas, which I'll read out in a moment. Yeah. But this is the link and connection between Bibi Netanyahu, or his real name is Benjamin Milokhaliski. Benjamin Netanyahu is his father, Ben Zion Milokhaliski, changed his name from Milokhaliski in the 1920s for that long claim of legitimacy to the land of Israel, saying that. And when he presented himself in front of the United Nations Security Council, he presented himself as my name Benjamin, I'm talking about Netanyahu here, Milkaliski, he said that my name Benjamin goes back 4,000 years, and the name Netanyahu is 2,000 years old, and it's all proclaiming his legitimacy to the state or the land which we know as Palestine, what is referenced as Israel to this day.
In other words, like so many Israelis, he's basically role playing as an ancient Jew. This is so fucking offensive. Go on, yeah, please. Go.
Yeah, thank you. And just to bring to people's attention that Benjamin Netanyahu, the current prime minister of Israel, he's the head of the Likud party. The origin of the Likud party stems going back to the Zionist terrorist organization, the Irgun, which is also in collaboration with the Lehi party, the Lehi organization, which you can reference as the Stern Group, and the founder of that is Vladimir Oziev Jabotinsky. And Benjamin Netanyahu's father, Ben Zion Netanyahu, or Benjamin Milkaliski, he was the personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky. And Vladimir Jabotinsky has gone on record for saying all this stuff about colonial settlement. We need to bring force of arms. The Palestinian people are a people that have no land, have no legitimacy to the land of Israel. And the actual the mission statements you can look up of the Irgun or the Lehi party, the Lehi. I call them party, but they're not. They're a terrorist organization. That was recognized by the British government. They were responsible for the Deir Yassin massacre of villages in Palestine and the bombing of the King David Hotel. Both groups were, and the man who founded that organization, that terrorist organization, was Vladimir Jabotinsky, who was the personal secretary to him was Benjamin Netanyahu's father. So he is just ongoing that current mission. That's what they are conducting in Israel today. They are just establishing what they wanted to do going back several decades ago. So he's just on that. This is the trajectory course that they are doing at this moment in time. That's the whole point of it, and that's why he's the most elected prime minister in all Israeli history. He's the most elected prime minister.
Yes.
He's been in power longer than anybody else.
Though, in all fairness, I do want everyone to know that he slides by each time by less and less of a percentage. It's just he's been elected consistently, but it's with gradually. He's like down to like literally one half of 1% of a percentage point in the polls that he gets through. He just slides through, only slides through because basically it's literally by one vote in the chair in their version of a parliament.
The Knesset.
Thank you, the Knesset. Basically it's like one chair votes for him in the Knesset and he slides through. I mean, it's down to that at this point. And it's been edging towards that for many years. There is a growing liberal progressive, the most extreme end of it, which was at that concert where they massacred hundreds of people. These were the people who were saying we need to coexist with the Palestinians, we need to stop the genocide and the enslavement of these peoples. And those are the people who said, let's kill those fuckers first, make an example of them, and then, they'll see what their love brings them, and as was stated by Yasser Arafat, Hamas is a creature of Israel. Now, we've been brought two things to our attention while George Knight is with us by Aristides and by Brendan Zoget. One of them is a quote by the Bibi Netanyahu, and it is like something that is, shall we say, I don't know if it's a real quote. If it is, of course, it...
Here's the thing. I've seen that posted a number of times, usually without documentation. At one point said some attribution where it came from, not really solid. And I put it out to a few people, and that's the best thing that came back. And the supposed quote, I mean, should we say it or like, I don't know. It's so hard to document these, especially because it wasn't an official statement.
Let me see what it says.
Yeah.
Supposedly he was ranting at a bar, and he's like, this is the infamous like golden calf quote where America's our golden calf, and it's like we do whatever we want with it. And you
I
know,
mean, it's like he doesn't even have to say it. It's just
Thank you.
yeah, right. It's sort of like
he would probably see this quote and just agree with it right
it's
away.
sort of like the protocols. It's like it could be made up, but it's exactly our character anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. It's like what I said, just so for people who don't know what Aristides is referencing, what I've said in the past is I've pointed out that definitively the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is indeed a forgery. The problem with its longevity and why it doesn't go away is that deconstructing it as a forgery is really, it's almost a moot point, because it is essentially so in keeping with the character of what's happened, what's taken place since it's been produced, that it is essentially virtual truth, that it is essentially indicative of what has happened. So it is this quote is on that level. This quote is on that level. It's hard for me to believe it's a real quote. That doesn't mean it is, but it's basically it's something that we can read out later. It's there for us to read out, but it's basically, you can probably look it up by looking up Bibi Netanyahu golden calf quote, and it's just something that you know, I don't believe, like Brendan says, you know, Brendan says he'd look at and probably agree. Well, maybe not out loud in front of Americans, but definitely he would, like, how would I say it? He would, like, probably deny it vociferously in front of Americans, and yet he'd be so stupid and disingenuous about his denial that you could tell he was lying anyway. but it doesn't matter, because
whether this quote is true or not.
Yeah.
I've seen interviews of him speaking in Hebrew.
Yeah.
And he said things that are, like, very close to
on par. But
yeah. On par.
Yeah.
But because it's in Hebrew, it's like he doesn't expect anyone but the Jewish people to know it. So
yeah. Right.
I posted,
that's for sure.
I think I posted that, like, basically. So I know where he's there having a little talk in a room with some people, and you know.
Well, he had scandals between, like, the other parties have brought out stuff of scandals like this that he's talking amongst themselves, like.
Yeah.
Oh
so,
yeah.
You know, this isn't out of the character, like you're saying.
No, he's basically a mafia gang father, and he just cuts loose like a godfather.
What's interesting, just on a side note, sorry to interrupt this track, but I've been trying to send you this newspaper clipping of Michael Aquino, and Skype won't let me send it. It's like my phone won't even send it.
That's incredible. It's not surprising. Yeah. Not surprising. It's like probably falls into some national security shit or something. So by all means, George Knight, in case you haven't seen it, this is all in the text box here on Skype, and so do take a quick look at those, download whatever you feel is useful, and by all means, continue, go on with, but do download these few pages that Brendan has been able to send, maybe that quote from Aristides with the qualifier, of course, that, Gordon Duff is... By the way, for those of you who don't know, my understanding is that Gordon Duff does not exist, that's basically a pen name. And so that everybody that was affiliated with Gordon Duff was writing as a group. There was like a a circle of writers that were just using Gordon Duff as a pen name for a specific kind of, outlet. But it is what it is. And however, Bill Cooper was citing documents that I did release to him about Michael Aquino that he put in his book, Behold a Pale Horse, which is, for those of you who don't know, I never read the book. I didn't even know this shit was in there.
This is pretty much what I'm sending right now.
Yeah, so thank you.
Oh, yes.
And please, George, download.
And that's probably your notation right now.
I'm
obviously being facetious. But...
No, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Let me take a look at that. Order of the Trapezoid. I did write that. Probably I did write that. If that made it into the book, I don't know how.
Yeah, this is directly from the book. Yeah.
Okay, so then that was probably my notation to him. And Jennifer Hawkins, of course, used that headline for Michael Aquino as kind of like the illustration, so to speak, her thumbnail image for our interview and the like.
This is the one that's been floating around.
Yeah, I do want people to understand that. Brendan and I agreed we're not going to upload. We wanted her to get at least 200 hits. She's gotten that by now, which is more than she's ever got for anything on her channel. But what we figured out was George Knight, so you understand, Aristides and Brendan were with me the night of the interview, and they hit us with everything they had. And basically what they succeeded in doing was they prevented us from going live on radio. So apparently this Troubled Minds radio show is like one of the third highest ranking in terms of people sourcing it or reviewing it because for that kind of subject matter. And so they didn't want us to go live because I would have gotten easily, as Brendan predicted, around 6,000 hits conservatively just by, 6,000, views.
According to Jen Arcana, she was saying that they've reached up to 300,000 people at a time.
Yeah, so they certainly didn't want that.
Would be like, exactly. That's like worst case scenario. Basically.
Yeah, and so they didn't want that. So they wanted to prevent it from going live. So during the time slot, they had to play a rerun because she couldn't get started for shit. No fault of hers. So they destroyed that, but we hope to make it happen next time. And we've got to hope she has the heart to make it next time. Hopefully she will. And I definitely think that it is what it is. But George Knight, yeah, by all means. Before we continue, Aristides, so what's this other thing that you brought up, Aristides?
Screenshots from, I think, the video Brendan was talking about, where it's like this candid conversation. It has these subtitles or captions in Hebrew, but then the English version. And basically, he goes and meets these people at this house, and he's basically like, turn off the camera, and we can really.
Right, I like that. It looks like.
And then they snuck the camera back on.
Yeah.
And they caught. I'm looking for the full video right now. But basically, this is the best part of it.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. And this
dude's so crooked he's straight. Like that's...
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. It's like he doesn't give a shit. He's got this sense of immunity and impunity that would you could believe he would do this. You could believe he would do this. So I told Jen, okay, I did a quick painting of her portraiture before I retreated into the weekend, and of course I'm lousy at scanning this shit without my son helping me, and it comes out looking like I gave her a nosebleed, and God knows I gave her a deformed right hand that looks like it has 6 or 7 fingers, and I gave her a webbed claw on the left hand as well. But other than that, I made sure to include the dogs, and she seems okay with it. I was intending something like that to be the kind of like thumbnail image for when I publish the interview on my own channel, where it will doubtless get a number of hits, probably exceeding hers, I would presume, simply because I've got so many more subscriptions. But at any rate, she'll gradually, if she brings me on more regularly, get higher levels of subscriptions. And it's just what it is. And hopefully she joins us tonight. Hopefully she brings me back in the future, and we'll just take it as it rolls. So by all means, we went into a lot, and I just couldn't believe Peter, like, it's like sometimes people just have different memories, and he remembered, a convergence of memories, and this sort of thing happens. He conflated like things I may have said about other stuff, and about Bohemian Grove, his idea. I went up there in like a bus with other journalists and shit. I mean, like, well, I can't even remember anything I said that even sounded remotely like that. so yeah, it is what it is. And so I was telling him about.
You explained it as that was a different time when you were with Oates.
Yeah, thank you.
Totally different.
Yeah, Thank you. I mean, when I was on a bus, was with Blood Boys is most of the time, because we used like buses to take them on field trips and shit. But anyhow, so by all means, George, continue here. Tell us about these other issues. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. I will. I do apologise, Douglas. I do have to make a move on now, but I will look forward to joining you on the next show. And then I'll read out some of the quotes of Jabotinsky. We'll carry on on the next show. Thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful speaking to you all, and thank you.
You'll be unable to join us later tonight, then?
I've got to go to work now, Douglas. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, but if I can make it on, I will rejoin. I'll send you a message. All right. And so hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, well,
thank you for having me on.
Yeah, love you dearly, and take care of yourself. Stay safe and be well.
Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, and join us on Wednesday, okay? Yeah. So that was George Knight.
Good night, George.
Oh, God, I feel so guilty. We should have given him more chance to talk. Right. Well, let me download these things from the pages you were sending. And
yeah, it says here, was he, this is Q, so was he really a professor at Golden Gate College, San Francisco?
Oh, yeah.
Specialty in Western European political affairs?
Yeah. That's just because he was on assignment to NATO on the basis of that. Yeah. So
I like how at the end of it says he's believed to be bisexual. It's like nowadays that's just like, I mean,
that's like the norm. Yeah. Allegedly, Aquino has sexual identity problems and is known to frequent prostitutes in San Francisco in order to become involved in various forms of sadomasochistic, which is misspelled. You notice they misspell that. Sadomasochistic sexual activities. It is believed that Aquino is bisexual, and they spell bi with a bi hyphen sexual. Yeah, old fashioned, like they were just getting used to the word and shit. And so there we are. It's like with his girlfriend. He resides at, here he is. Aquino resides on Leavenworth Street, which they misspell. By the way, in San Francisco. The number is believed to be 2430. I don't understand why there's a problem with this. How do you say the number is believed? It's like you can't get the address right. You know, you mail the guy his check, don't you? At any rate, the thing I want to let everybody know is he no longer lives there, so don't go buzzing the place and knocking on the door, okay? He's not there, okay? He moved. It's gone. It's not his anymore. Unless it belongs to the estate and they're renting it out, but it's definitely, he's not there. So anyhow, he resides at that address. This is written at that time with his girlfriend, children of his girlfriends, and his mother. His father separated from the family some time ago and lives in Southern California. So, you know, his mother stopped living there at some point. Betty Ford was her name. She was the white woman. The father, who was Michelangelo Aquino, whom he's named after. He's really junior or the second, really, but he never used that appellation. That guy was like the one who was like maybe half or a quarter Filipino at least. And that's what Aquino was always desperately trying to hide. You know, I feel really bad about George Knight. It was like he was like here and then just, you know, had to go. It's sometimes just odd how he comes in and out. I feel guilty that we didn't give him a chance to talk, but okay, we'll try and get into that later.
I try to give him some time there.
Yeah, and then he.
But also, it's like the AM there, so I can see how that would be difficult to like get everything together right as you wake up.
Yeah.
Especially these kind of topics.
Yes, true. Yeah, definitely.
What do you think about this part here where it says the Temple of Set, its obsession with the military? One aspect is its obsession with the Nazi movement, with many of them wearing World War II German uniforms and insignia. What, did they see you back there or something?
No. It basically. What I'm wrote here, the Order of the Trapezoid, is I'm trying to clarify they're not in goddamn World War II German uniforms, you idiot. Right. They're wearing the the uniforms of the Order of the Trapezoid. That's what I'm trying to point out as the correction without normally if I were working with the CIA, I would just black that out with a marker and say redacted, right? But because I'm not the CIA, I just underlined it and clarified Order of the Trapezoid. So that I could clarify. They didn't see what the insignia was. They don't know what the fuck it is. They just think, they look like fascists and shit, and because they're idiots. And but it is a form of satanic inversion. They're wearing uniforms that are meant to look like Hugo Boss uniforms, but they are, it's. Let's put it this way: if you ever take a look at quote unquote the DC Comics during World War II, all the way through to the 1980s and beyond, DC has had this, the copyright on what used to be an independent magazine that they absorbed called Black Hawk. So if anybody looks up Black Hawk, Black Hawk was supposed to be this. This was all from a very Western perspective. So as far as the West was concerned, for years, they didn't even try to integrate the Asian theater of war as being relevant until Pearl Harbor. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that historians, whenever they were writing about World War II from this incredibly Eurocentric, Anglo-centric, Amerocentric perspective, this West-centric perspective is what it would be called altogether, they would write about World War II as starting in 1939. And it took generations before historians finally started saying World War II really began in Asia around 1937, the Sino-Japanese conflict. So when before then, they would say that, well, World War II truly became a world war with the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. And then they would just include elements of Pearl Harbor and some naval battles. You had like Sir Arthur Lidington, or I'm trying to remember his name. There was a famous British military historian. And when he wrote what was taken to be, at its time when it was published, for at least a few years, it was considered the definitive book on World War II in the West. He just wrote about the Asian War as, quote unquote, like around the time of just before Pearl Harbor, he writes, upsurge in the East. Like suddenly the Asians were taking advantage of the West being so bogged down that they decided to go at each other. And so he's just like, the way the West looked at it was that the Asian conflict was collateral, peripheral to the central conflict. And this, of course, is disgusting. But as such, what's going on with the genuine rehabilitation of history, what's going on with the historical rehabilitation is that we run into some other problems. And these problems are problems of, shall we say, a cultural understanding of exactly how to deal with, what I deal with the Roswell deception. It's when I give people this clarification of history, when people do read it, like Peter Moon read what that one woman said. She said it was just, it tore her apart. It tore her world inside out. So until people can deal with that, try and absorb this. When the Americans still thought World War II started with Europe, the Americans had a comic they produced called Black Hawk. And Black Hawk was supposed to be a Polish fighter pilot. And Poland was supposed to be, quote unquote, the first victim of Nazi aggression. As if, the Soviets who took the other half of Poland somehow didn't exist. But they were the Allies, of course. So their doing that was supposed to be somehow, quote unquote, a good thing. It's certainly ignored in the Black Hawk bullshit. But Black Hawk's basically a World War II propaganda comic, an Allied propaganda comic to be specific. And take a look at it sometime. You just look up Black Hawk, World War II, and comic, or Black Hawk comic, World War II. You'll see what I'm, let's look it up. What do we see? You're going to see a guy who, if I didn't tell you this guy was supposed to be a Polish fighter pilot, you'd say, is that guy's German, or that guy's a Nazi, because he looks like he's wearing a Nazi uniform. It's basically, what the fuck is that? Black Hawk, to WW2. I'm going to just put WW and the number 2, literally, Arabic number 2. I'm not going to bother with Roman numerals. Black Hawk World War II comic. Let's look this up. And you're going to see, fuck, do it. Do what I just did. Black Hawk World War II comic. You're going to look at that guy and you're going to say, wow, look at the Nazi comic book. I mean, this guy looks like a Nazi propaganda poster. And ask yourself, why?
He's wearing the same boots and everything.
Yeah, he's wearing jack boots. He's got
even the holster is a Luger holster.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's strange.
And he looks like a Nazi. And ask yourself, why? When this is a Allied anti-Nazi comic. Well, the reason why is because the Nazis look so fucking badass that the Allies realized that none of their pilots look that good. And they said, gee, shit, none of our pilots look that good. So they gave him a Nazi uniform, and it's supposed to be, but he's Polish, and all the guys fighting with him are from other countries that are victims of Nazi aggression, including, oh God, the Chinese guy. That's the worst. Look at the Chinese guy. If you don't say, what Chinese guy? Let me show you. I'm going to screen share here, just so people can, these Aristides and Brendan Zog. Chop! Yeah! Chop! That's just... This
is ridiculous.
Yes, yeah, there he is. There's a Chinese guy. He doesn't get to wear the Nazi uniform. No, he's dressed as... I have no name for what he's dressed as. It's just offensive. It's just offensive in every way. This is the best. Oh, there we are. Oh, this is like here we are, the original. There, look at Chop. This is Chop has a bow tie on his pigtail. He has a little girl's bow tie on his pigtail. He carries a kitchen cleaver. A kitchen cleaver is like he just is there for. It's just disgusting. It's
one of the most offensive cartoons I've ever seen.
Thank you.
That's saying something.
And this carried into the 80s. Like this, and the 90s, but all these guys are supposed to be French, German resistance. Believe it or not, the old guy's supposed to be German resistance. And of course, there's one episode where he gets knocked on the head and then thinks he's Adolf Hitler, which of course every German knocked on the head thinks he's Adolf Hitler, right? It's just so stupid. Then you got the other guy supposed to be Swedish. Swedish, of course, is just the lantern jaw guy.
Later on, they gave Chop where he just looks normal, like a normal person all of a sudden in a uniform.
Yes, later, yeah. That was probably after maybe enough Chinese people finally complained or something. It's altogether you just weep.
1983. So it took him how long to fix
Thank you. Yes.
That's crazy. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
But he still has his like accent.
Of course.
Chop face look different.
Yeah.
That's literally what they wrote. Like, it's like
disgusting.
Yeah.
It's there's no words for it. But okay, so the point is that this
I like how they said the assertion that Steven Spielberg was interested in making a Black Hawk film, and he wanted the original depiction of Chop to be faithful to the original.
You're kidding. That would make perfect sense.
That's what he said.
Because he's Jewish. What the fuck? He's as racist as they come. Jewish people are the most racist people on fucking earth. We all know that. Yeah, that's, I mean, again, just sharing screen here, just because I can't resist. Here we are. Black Hawk patrols the universe. I like the fact that the German resistance is at north. But Chop's right there at northeast, and he looks like an acorn with of course the red bow over the little girl's pigtail. It's his face looks like a chestnut and shit. I have to admit there's a certain racism in how the white people are portrayed. The Swedish guy is just look at that chin. I mean that's a butt. The poor bastard's got a butt for a chin. French guy looks like Namor. Yeah, French guy looks like Namor, the prince from Atlantis in Marvel Comics and shit. The other two blonde guys, I can't remember what ethnicity they're supposed to be, but just generic. But anyhow, they had two other ethnicities, two other nationalities. I can't remember what they were for the life of me.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so the Polish guy, it all starts.
Like they couldn't even put an African person because imagine how racist that would be.
That would have been just charcoal black.
They didn't even dare go there.
Yeah, they didn't even bother because then they
it would look like if you ever seen Hergé like Tintin.
Tintin.
Like, the way he draws them, it would be like that.
Yeah, Tintin. It'd just be like, black and, just charcoal black.
It looks like charcoal black with like big purple lips. Like, it was pretty bad.
Dinner plate lips, flared nostrils, yeah.
But this was like, we're talking in the early, like 20s, 30s, 40s. Yeah. Not to defend them.
But. Yeah. No, not to rationalize away their culpability.
Yeah.
By the way, Thomas Paine says, "Good night, everyone. Goddess bless you all. Goddess bless you as well, Thomas Paine. And hopefully we will meet personally someday." He did express that that wish, and he said it would be a wow conversation, no doubt. Anyhow, so there we go with that. And
did you see it? I put the link to the
there we are, Boss. That's Hugo Boss, the uniform. Yes.
Well, there on the YouTube chat. I put the download to Behold the Pale Horse.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you found it. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the free download. Anybody can download, get it from there.
Okay, thank you. So you don't have
so people can see what we were. Yeah.
In there, I put the link. In the chat, in our chat here, I put the actual file.
Right.
So. And then I put that picture.
There we are. And there Brendan has put in an entry to Tyne. There we are. Tyne guilty of racism? Let the Congolese decide. Yes. That's right. He was Belgian. He's Belgian, yeah. Yeah, and they're the worst. Belgian, yeah, they're the worst. They're the worst. They killed 1 million people in the Congo, and and of course, here we are. This is how they would have drawn them in Black Hawk. They would have brought these people in, and it's just like hairy coconuts.
Their lips look like fish lips.
yeah. That suction cup lips. Just coconut head, suction cup lips. It's and of course they carry Whitey around on their the way Whitey.
Yeah, because he's Dutch. Right?
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, and it's still better than Belgian. Bad Dutch is still better than Belgian. Yeah, and so.
Or he was from Brussels. He was from Brussels.
Oh God, that's Belgium. Yeah. Oh, that's the worst. It's the worst. Yeah. King Leopold and all the rest of that, just totally holocaustic motherfuckers, killed 1 million Congolese, they need to pay reparations. These fuckers need to be brought to justice and shit. That's one of the things I got to talk to Victoria about. Victoria was, of course, talking about the critical race theory, and she feels that guilting kids out, traumatizing them. Now, of course, she and I agree
and
that
it's like none of that would matter if they just taught them actual history. It only is problematic when it's like the history's all warped and shit, and then now it's like, I don't know how to explain it properly, but.
Well, this is the way I would explain it. If she comes on later, I'll try and get this message across. Look, what they're doing to children in Germany is child abuse on a mass scale, because they're making them feel guilt over this Holocaust, making them wear the names of victims around their neck, taking them to camps, death camps and shit, and saying
they literally have to go. Yeah, they have to go to Dachau and all these places. It's mandatory.
Yeah. And, okay, this is a form of mass child abuse because you're destroying their identity and making them feel that their identity is inextricably linked with this act of a very small part of the German population, which, as I've mentioned before, the Nazi Party was only 10% of the German population ever at any given time. And out of that, only 10% were SS. And of that, only 10% were Waffen-SS or weaponized SS. And of that, only 10% were Totenkopfverbände, which were the death camp guards. And of that, only 10% were on the level of Josef Mengele, where they were into death as an active operational thing. But so the entire German population being held for that is absurd. When it comes to the Americans, however, I really do feel the overwhelming majority of them need an intensive dose of guilt. These people have been abetting genocide and slavery and so much else for so long that they feel that they're doing good in the world. This is the insanity of their position after exterminating the American Indian, which the American people took a part in. Everybody was a part of that westward expansion and that Oregon Trail. Right. I mean, it was the U.S. government opened up to the American public to go west and kill all the Indians for them. Most of the time, to their credit, the U.S. Army was trying to hold the civilians back from wiping all the Indians out. As bad as the Army was, they were almost a force of repression of the frontier settlers who were out for total genocide often. I mean, this is the madness of, not to alleviate the Army of their genocidal responsibility. Ultimately, they're equally guilty. But, so there you go. I mean, the Americans really do need to know.
The most offensive part is all the land they stole. Like, they can't even take care of it. Like, just look at all the cities and shit. Like,
Thank you.
Like, I mean, like, there's nothing to show for it. It's just pure, just bullshit.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they used to show the commercials of the American Indian crying. You remember that? He'd see all that trash. He'd be crying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason for that. Oh, my God. And so Aristides. Any other observations before we, go other places, perhaps? I'm going to try and finish eating this pizza crust, by the way, just to get some empty calories in me. Yes, as for everyone else that dropped in, Michelle Carmela Saldana dropped in for a bit to let us know that she's got a Social Security hearing, which I think she's been preparing for ages. So there you go. She says, my gratitude to you, Douglas, for your love and support. She says, housing and financial opportunities have opened for me in Chicago and Central America. Oh, is there a difference between the two? At any rate,
I'd bet for Central America, personally. At least you can get some fruit,
Yeah, the real thing, at least. Fresh. Yeah, organic. Yeah. Holy shit. Central America. What the fuck? Well, there we go with that. Other than that, yeah. So back to where we were. Just so people understand some of the points I was making with the whole thing about World War II starting, where it started, the kind of.
Okay, I kind of didn't want to bring this up.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I kind of have to.
Yeah, please.
About those horrible videos I sent you earlier.
Yeah. The sex dolls.
The chibi Hitler.
Yeah.
They're like, less evil facts about Hitler. And one of the less evil facts was like, he was vegetarian and he had really bad gas. And then they're like, his doctor couldn't cure him of his gas. And I'm just like thinking, like, what are these people even pulling up?
It was.
But the one that sounded legit was that he was, because when they took over France, the STDs were out of control, so he actually started like producing sex dolls. Is that true?
This is true.
Or is this kind of
this is true? But we've got to actually put some of this in context, as always.
Right.
I do want people to understand.
The first thing I thought was, I was like, if that's true, then that explains why Douglas is the way he is.
There we are. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, some people would say that explains the biofec simulacra and all that shit. And At any rate, when it comes to, I'm sorry, I'm just so distracted by some of these other Blackhawk covers that there's a time when they tried.
I can't believe they actually published that.
It's amazing what they got away with for so long. It's incredible. They just and he was such a iconically bizarre character. It's like they really didn't know what to do with him, and you can understand why. They got the copyright on him, but it was like they didn't know what to do with him because he's like, he's just a guy, so amidst all their other superheroes, they tried to turn him into a superhero and shit, later, and then that didn't work out. And just bizarre. So it is what it is. But it is, shall I say, nevertheless an important part of propaganda history. It is what it is. An example of Allied propaganda that needs to be explored as a social phenomena, so that people see how racist the Allies really were and how deranged and how misguided they truly were. But when it comes to my point being made about that, with the so-called victims of Nazi aggression, all the rest of that, and how they were trying to portray them as fighting back, and yet they put them all in Nazi uniforms. This is kind of the point I was trying to make about the Order of the Trapezoid. So before we get to the sex dolls, let's get to the point I was trying to make, because it was so easy. You get so overwhelmed. You just look at those Black Hawk covers, and you get so overwhelmed by the sheer offensive nature, of everything you see, that you just can't you can't tear your eyes away, and you get lost. But so the point I was trying to make was that when it comes to the Order of the Trapezoid, and what Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set were doing, was they were dressing up in this Black Hawk style uniform. And if you were to see the comic book covers and see how they were dressed, you would recognize it instantly. And you would say, they're dressing up as what these days people would say is, they're cosplaying Black Hawk. People would say, oh, they're doing Black Hawk cosplay. Well, that's if they knew who Black Hawk was. But the point is that they were wearing these Hugo Boss ripoff uniforms to look like we're resisting the Nazis. That was the whole point of what Aquino and his Temple of Set were performing. And they would even go to the point where they would hire minorities or maybe dwarves to dress up like minorities. There were these deformed children they did have around that played the role of the chop chop type subject and would go around and serve them. And, deliver them their bonbons on a platter and shit, as well as, pizza rolls and whatever else, hors d'oeuvres they were having at their parties. So they had their little chop chops, and they were all dressed in Black Hawk outfits, and they're trying to be resistance to the Third Reich in exile, the Unterlanders, the Drittmacht, the third power. They're trying to play the part of resistance to the Nazi breakaway civilization. So this is what they were doing on behalf of the United States Secret Space Program, was they were acting as the sorceress aspect of the United States Secret Space Program and providing it this kind of sorceress, quote-unquote, protection. For those of you who find this hard to believe, think of the movie The Exorcist. And remember that I pointed out Jen pointed out, the lovely Jennifer Hawkins pointed out that the young boy who was the subject of the real story The Exorcist was based on became a NASA engineer who supposedly developed various things for NASA that were decisive in getting men to the moon. And she felt that this knowledge may have sourced from the demons themselves, or the entity that possessed him, as a potentially perfectly possessed individual. And that with that in mind, understand that this is alluded to in the Exorcist film, where the young girl comes into the party where one of the men attending was an astronaut, who she says, you're going to die up there. And he winds up dying up there. Now, theoretically, this is what Michael Aquino and his sorceress ilk at the Temple of Set were protecting the secret space program and NASA from, was occult attacks where they could be knocked out of the sky literally by demons. The demons of the air that are mentioned in the Bible. The Prince of Persia owns the air over Persia. This is like something that is an entity that appears in the Bible in direct conflict with Christ. This is something that is supposedly what they were handling on their end. And so to do so, they're in this Black Hawk type uniform. But when your average Joe looks at it, they say, oh man, look, they're Nazis and shit. So that puts that into some perspective. Hopefully that gives you the context. Back to the sex dolls. What had happened was that when you had a number of things going on. And think about it this way. The modern parallel to this would be the... Oh, good. He's back for a short while. So George Knight, since you're back with us, we'll get to the sex dolls. First, George and I, please read to us the Jabotinsky quotes or whatever else you feel like bringing to our attention for the while that you are here. I will go mute and let you. I'll be here, but I'm mute. Let you handle the stage for a bit. Yes.
Oh, bless. Thank you, Douglas. How's my audio?
Good. You're good.
It's good. Yeah. Thank you very much. So yeah. Oh God, let me just get those quotes back up. Sure. Yeah, it's to do with Jabotinsky and Germany. Of course, in 1933, as soon as the National Socialist German Workers' Party were democratically elected into a coalition government with the Conservative Party, the moment from their inception into power, the Judea or Jewish diaspora declared war on Germany. a boycott of German goods. And I've got some quotes from.
And by the way, I do want to emphasize that was the real start of World War II. So do understand that I do want people to understand that my own stance with World War II is that it really started in 1933, and that does bring it back to in a very real sense, a Eurocentric conflict. It really did start with the Judea declaring war against the German people with sanctions that would devastate and already impacted culture, where the civilians were already on the level of Palestinians in terms of their poverty at that time. Germany was essentially Palestine at that time, and the Jews were doing to Germany what they're doing to Palestine today. Well, not nearly as devastating as what they're doing to Palestine today, but economically they were doing something similar, the economic version thereof. Back to George.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. To destabilize Germany, that's the intent of those sanctions and the boycott of German goods. To quote Vladimir Jabotinsky, Zeev Jabotinsky, this is the quote. "The fight against Germany has now been waged for months by every Jewish community, on every conference, in all labor unions, and by every single Jew in the world. There are reasons for the assumption that our share in this fight is of general importance. We shall start a spiritual and material war of the whole world against Germany. Germany is striving to become once again a great nation and to recover her lost territories as well as her colonies. But our Jewish interests call for the complete destruction of Germany." And I'm going to get another quote here. Jabotinsky insisted that all energies be expended to force the Congress to join the boycott movement. Nothing less than a merciless fight would be acceptable, cried Jabotinsky. And he is quoted saying, "The present Congress is duty bound to put the Jewish problem in Germany before the entire world. We, the Jews, must destroy them. Not only with the boycott, but politically supporting all existing forces against them to isolate Germany from the civilized world. Our enemy, Germany, must be destroyed." And those are direct quotes.
Yes, these are real quotes, by the way. These are actual, real historical quotes. I know that for a fact. And it was these are not like people making this up just to make people look bad. It's not a misquote. This is really what was said. And so are these the quotes that young man was confronting Shapiro with, or other quotes?
No.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because they only had a time limit on the panel to discuss or talk or quote unquote debate, and I hate the term debate, with Ben Shapiro, they only had a limited time. So he just mentioned Vladimir Jabotinsky's literature. He just says, and that is when Ben Shapiro, his response was he looked away, looked down, and shot away, and he didn't respond to it. He had nothing to say on it.
Of course,
because it's in the public domain.
Yes.
No, exactly, Douglas. So that's what people can vet or validate, verify for themselves. Any of his work, just like I just did then. That's on Google. Thank you. Using the DARPA search engine.
Yes,
it's out there.
Yeah.
So thank you, Douglas.
And that's so important. And so this Ben Shapiro obviously has a Jewish name. He's obviously, through nepotism, is given a propaganda platform to propagandize on behalf of Judea. And we're in the position now that we were in 1933, where the Jewish diaspora, or a large amount of them, other than those that are liberal, progressive, or have some sense of a conscience, they are, if they're supportive of Israel, they're supportive of genocide. This is the part that is so disgusting, is like when anyone came up and said they support a two-state solution, he says, then you support the genocide of the Jewish people, whereas the Israelis are, on behalf of the Jewish people, per their own claim, committed to genocide on a scale that is, well, very large, certainly right before our eyes. This is something that is they're hoping to get away with and have us support them, no less. It's offensive beyond words. The hypocrisy, all of this is so. Yeah, and any other quotes you have, or any other points to be made, by all means, of course, sure.
Oh, Yeah, Douglas. You know what? They're endless. They're actually infinite. The amount of quotes I could read from this individual, but he was the most hard right radicalized of them all. He was the one that was calling for the destruction. He was the man that was advocating for the merciless killing of Palestinians and also the destruction of Germany. So this is the Zionist movement.
The founding father. He's basically the founding father.
He is. Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yes. They, people will reference Theodor Herzl, but this man, ̶žabėtický, and this is the man who's the Prime Minister of Israel to this day. His father, Ben Zion, was his personal secretary. He was his personal assistant. So their pursuit is that whole longevity claim to the land, and it is what they call for is a genocide. And it was them who perpetrated, because Benjamin Netanyahu came out publicly and spoke and said that the Palestinian Mufti, the Mufti, was responsible for advocating to Adolf Jacob Hitler himself the complete annihilation of the Jewish people in Germany. Whereas this is Benjamin Netanyahu's quote. He came out publicly and said that Adolf Hitler personally didn't want to kill the Jews, he wanted to expel the Jews. And he's a Holocaust denier, this man, Benjamin Netanyahu. But the roots, like I exposed earlier, go so deeply that his father was the man who was the personal secretary to Vladimir ̶žabėtický, and he had the Black Shirt Group. There was a gang known as the Black Shirt Group. He was an associate to Mussolini himself, to fascist Italy, and he was an admirer of Adolf Hitler. And this is the man who's claiming that it was not the Germans responsible for the Holocaust, it was the Palestinians. And that's Benjamin Netanyahu's claim. And so the lies go so deep and the connections are so deep, and people still to this day support Israel. That's the insanity of it all.
That's because they've got a propaganda machine. They got a propaganda machine that won't stop. Anyhow, so go on. Yes.
Yes. Oh, and the other thing to share, Douglas, actually, last week, just whilst I was working with a colleague of mine, and we were confronted by just a passerby, a pedestrian, and he actually asked me personally what was my thoughts on the current situation in Israel, in the Gaza Strip, and the Hamas-Israeli conflict, quote unquote. And I just presented to him that I refrain from speaking of this to individuals, because you don't know which side they're either pro-Israel or pro-Palestinian. But I made it very clear to him that my stance is the sway towards I just said to him the Palestinians, and I just said it like that, and he goes, he's on the stance of Israel, and so that ended that there, so to speak. But I said to him that I can present to you the historical events, facts, reality of the whole situation with the history of it. But this was just a passerby asking this question.
That's amazing.
And my colleague just said, well done for handling that very well. It's best to try to, do not engage. Try to, avoid those sort of confrontations, avoid those topics of discussion. But this man wanted to just ask.
That's interesting.
It's very interesting. Yeah. And so, and obviously these rallies, there's a lot of protests going on all over the world at this moment, very heavily sided with the Palestinians. In London, in Washington, D.C., on the news, you'll see most of these very mobilized rallies, these protests that are going on, very sided with, because the thing is now, it is just exposed what they are doing in Gaza. They are bombing the hospitals. It's just collateral damage, and they're killing civilians, and they're in the thousands now. The number has equated to. So people know the situation. It's genocide, and that's what they're calling it now. It is. Yes. People have been quoting it until people realize it is genocide of the Palestinian people. And when they look at the population, the overwhelming majority of the population is children.
Yes.
It's women and children.
Yeah.
And it's not the Hamas. And I have to look at, Douglas, also, I will have to present that in a post, I'm obligated to do so, actually.
Right.
And even to get the quote from Yasser Arafat, the quote about Hamas. I have to. These things are so important. People need to wake up and realise what's going on. I don't think people are. They're either shunning away. They don't really want to speak of it. But these issues impact us all.
Indeed.
No, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, sorry.
No, wonderful. Go on with anything else that comes to your mind to bring to our attention, please. Yes.
Oh, yes, so much. I've just got some incoming messages. Am I allowed to just respond very quickly?
Sure. Go ahead, by all means.
At the moment, I'm outside my customer's house, but of course it's not work duty just yet. I've just arrived early, so I was able to buy some time to come back on the show, just to continue before, having to wait till Wednesday's show.
Yes.
But yeah, I've just got to respond very quickly. I'll be 2 seconds.
Take your time. And so to answer our friend Brendan Zogit, he uploaded into our text here a cover that shows a character known as the Iron Mask. This was one of the Black Hawk villains or adversaries, one of the nemesis who would come back fairly regularly to haunt them. And so you have a situation where the the Iron Mask. The Iron Mask is shown with his head in the background overlooking the heroes, very similar to the Darth Vader.
He's called like the Black Knight.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. I think they used to call him the Iron Mask. I could have sworn that, like the character, the Iron Mask, and yeah. And so he's also a Black Knight, quote unquote, and he's probably part of a supervillain team called the Black Knights or something, maybe. And at any rate, he's got the Darth Vader vibe down, and it's actually what George Lucas rips off. Like George Lucas ripped everything off.
It's even the same typeface. Like it's like the words going into the distance, like the beginning of Star Wars.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's got
he definitely ripped it.
Yeah, sure. It's not only that, but he's got the Darth Vader mask flare. He's got the helmeted flare on the end. It's very similar to a German helmet, except it's brought down way low and closer to the face. So, it's definitely the influence. And, and so here...
And Lucas always said that the Empire was based off of, like, of course, the stormtroopers and everything.
Of course. I mean, they even use the term. Yeah, the stormtroopers. And beyond that, don't forget that, what else was there? Oh, just like you said, he was friends with Steven Spielberg. They share each other's pantyhose. Yeah. And then Steve Spielberg says he wanted to do Black Hawk, faithful to the original characters, meaning he'd have Chop Chop as a deformed dwarf with a pigtail that had a little girl's red bow tie on it, so he'd look like a total...
Right, like what is he was going to hire like one of those people from the movie Freaks? Like, what was he talking about?
Yeah, like the Temple of Set did. Like I said, the Temple of Set had these guys who were like basically doing what they did.
That's wild. That's wild, man.
It is. It's wild that...
And then basically in that conversation, in that quote, there was one of his friends literally said, like, are you trying to commit suicide, like a professional suicide or something? like they had to like talk him out of it.
That's incredible. That's
to the point where they told him just don't even touch the whole series because you obviously can't control your crazy racism.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, there's nowhere you can go with the series. It's so racist. It's one of these things. And these are the allies. Just remember that. These are the guys who claim that they're, fighting for truth and justice and shit. And, well, it goes to show you what they're really all about. Colonialism. Just like, just like our man George was saying about Jabotinsky. When it comes to Ben Shapiro and this whole bullshit about if you support two-state solution, you're supporting genocide of the poor Jewish people with the biggest military in the fucking world. Did you know the Jewish armored divisions outnumber the tanks they have in fucking NATO? These are, NATO is this enormous defensive multinational coalition, but there's more armor, more tanks available to the Jewish people in Israel who have a land area the size of Rhode Island. It's like you wonder where they keep all the fucking tanks, really. But it's like this is the insanity that we're dealing with.
Underground.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, along with you know, what they claim the Hamas is doing. Yeah, they're all underground. We got to hunt them out. Yeah, and Aristides, have you found out any other footage of the Hamas kicking their ass by blowing up their tanks and shit?
A couple others similar, but yeah, Hamas, they're certainly taking care of that tank storage problem for them. Doing a good job too. Beams.
Oh, bless them, bless their black little hearts. I mean, that's yeah. You might explain how they're doing this. He's saying that they're getting through the tank has an anti-missile defensive system, which is basically an electronic alert system, so that they can kick in to their operation, their anti-missile technology. Somehow this is being overwhelmed by teamwork by the Hamas. You can describe how this process takes place.
Yeah, well, I think, mostly there was one cool video the guy ran up and he put a charge right on the tank, which I think, but generally they've got a hold of these like the really good RPGs, like with the tandem shaped charge, explosively formed, projectile that are specifically designed for busting like the reactive armor. Usually it'll have like the armor has like a exploding out part panel on the to try to help neutralize or break up the threat. So it's like it's 2-in-1. It pops that off and then it leaves it defenseless there, and then the main charge goes through and it plows right into the tank.
Cool.
So they got a hold of like the good RPGs, like the
armor piercing for one thing.
Yeah, right. It's got the shape charge, and it'll burn through like 3 feet of like metal, like it'll just
and
like with like plasma, it basically plasmifies and shoots a jet through, that's how
right. Oh god, the guys inside burn alive. I guess we call that this is very poor and tasteless of me, but it is war. I mean, I guess we call that an instant holocaust on the inside of that tank. That's well, there you have it. It's one of these things that this is guerrilla warfare, and this is something that is inevitable. I can't believe how young this Ben Shapiro guy is, because he like apparently he's inherited the position from another Shapiro I remember that was around forever. Wasn't there another Shapiro involved with politics or something, or state government, Department of State, etc.? There was other guys I remember with that name. So
it's a fairly common name, but apparently, according to him, he built his fortune through just hard, the same spiel they always give, through hard work, and religious adherence.
Who said his relative was like one of the ones that went to China, like the
Thank you.
The communist.
That's right. That was where I remember it from. Thank you. That's yeah. Do you remember? See if you can find any other sources for that. Thank you. Aside myself.
Right. Well, maybe it was you. I don't know.
Oh my God. Because and there we are. Where did Hamas get rare RPG 7s? Yes. If hopefully they can find some trace to the Germans for that, so that we can get a shall we say, just a further severance of relations. But anyhow, George Knight has returned. I hope everything is copacetic. Is everything all right with your family and everything, as well as Campy?
Yes, thank you very much for asking, Douglas. Yeah, no, everyone's good, thank you. Just we're just at the moment contended with bad weather again in the UK. Just more storms come in, but more the north than the south where I am. So yeah, it's just bad. It's just lots of rain at this moment.
Yeah. By the way, George Knight, remember that guy from Scotland? There was a guy from Scotland who said, I don't do 5G. Remember that? And and we said maybe if you did 5G, we'd actually be able to fucking communicate with you, because everything was all glitch and shit. And
we'll be able to hear you.
Yeah, and remember that he spent years in Thailand, like decades in Thailand. Do you remember that?
I don't, Douglas. Not even. Yeah, I don't remember that bit. I don't recall it.
Oh, okay.
About what he said. Yes, but please.
But by the way, our friend Brendan just put in some links about Ben Shapiro, some text that gives more of a background for this guy from Wiki. Before we even go into that, we'll wait till George Knight leaves before we even go into that. But one thing that I do want to point out is that I was telling Bren how I was, making fun of the guy in Scotland. He seemed to appreciate the joke, but I pointed out, he said how he had spent decades in Thailand, had to come back to Scotland, and that he was freezing his ass off because it was so cold out there. He was near the ocean. And so I said, when I referenced him later, when he was sending some messages in as something like skunky, he called himself Vampire Skunk or something. It was some name like that he came in with. And I was telling Peter Moon, unfortunately we can't talk to him because, he's up there with his ham radio inside of the same cave with the Sawney Bean Cannibal Tribe. I mentioned the Sawney Bean Cannibal Tribe. And he thought that was funny, the guy in Scotland, apparently. He took that well enough. But Brendan Zogit looked up the Sawney Bean Cannibal Tribe. I told him to check them out. They're quite real. Just so people understand this, I want people to know there was a cannibal tribe of... How much was it, Brendan? How many people were in the family? The extended family? If Brendan's with us, hopefully he can remember the number.
At one point, they mentioned it was in the hundreds of people.
Thank you.
It was maybe 80 to 100 people at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were attacking caravans of travelers, which meant entire other families that they were eating. And so the Sawney Bean tribe was a threat to the people. And they finally sent a armed force to basically exterminate them with explosives. Actually, gunpowder and the pottery they used to have for the old explosives before we...
According to Wiki, it says 45 member, but the other document said up to 80, so we can just...
At least. And by extended family, maybe a few hundred. I remember reading that somewhere. And then the funny thing was that when Brendan Zogit is reading from Wiki, then they were saying, of course, there's no documents really to give us concrete evidence of this.
Oh, I can actually bring it up now. It's this whole thing about they go through the entire history detail by detail. This is UK history, their official website. And then at the last line is, please note, however, the tale of the Sawney Bean and his infamous family is recorded in several notable publications, but factual documentation is lacking to validate the events.
Yeah, and it's like, really? And it's like Brendan Zogit said, they're a goddamn cannibal tribe. Are they expecting a notarized permission slip from the king? Like, oh, you're a notarized...
By order of your majesty, you have officially reached 100 bodies or something cannibalized.
Yes, you are now our official cannibal tribe to clean up the carrion and shit. And help cull the herd of the weak and the elderly.
What kind of documents do they have? It's it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Why do they put that in there? What is it? It always comes down to that. You'll mention these historical phenomena. There'll be excruciating detail. And then there'll be some stupid last sentence, like a disclaimer. Just, I've seen that so much recently, and in the past, all my life. And where else have I seen that? It's several other places where I've seen that bullshit. I forget, of course. People say that about what I relate to. We had this one Arab son of a bitch who had some Muslim supernatural channel, and he had, basically my audio on there. And, and then he was getting all these hits on it because I was talking about the ghoul attack. And then, of course, he said at the end, of course, this is from Douglas Dietrich, who we can never trust. And and it's like, but you're getting all these hits on my name and shit. This is like, these people make me sick.
And what the real offensive part about that is, al-ghul is, it's actually in the Arabic text, the ancient text.
Thank you.
It's a subset of the jinn.
Mm. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, they tended to perceive them as supernatural as opposed to a species, or maybe a species of the
supernatural. Some of them were reported. Some of them were reported to take on the likeness of attractive women to lure in more victims, which would explain the dancing in the desert and all that.
There's that, and also they're probably was, I'll go into that some other time.
Yeah,
So this video, Aristides, this is like of that tank attack, or the Hamas attack on the tank then. Probably.
It's one of many. It's just a good shot of the guy. He's carrying the RPG there, and he just, I guess that's like an armor APC of some kind, and he just splatters it.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Yeah. And thank you. Okay, we're getting that echo again. You might have to leave the call and come back.
Yeah, it's when I get into other apps.
Okay. Yes. At least we know why.
Yeah, I think so.
And so I'm going to mute Aristides till he comes back. Just so I don't hear the echo, because it's maddening. Oh my God. So George, tell us what else is on your mind, aside from, when I mentioned the Sawney Bean tribe and the stupid shit about, the documents and all that stuff, and it so reminds me of so much other bullshit. What else does it bring to your mind? Anything else that comes to your mind concerning anything? Yeah.
I was going to say, Douglas, about that individual in Scotland. About he was spent so many years in Thailand, and then you mentioned about he had this communications, and it's completely completely obsolete.
Yes,
it's not viable. Yeah, and I do remember that you mentioning them live on air that he was in the chat room and he was saying about 5G. And I think you had a question. I wasn't sure if you were getting somewhere, Douglas, with it, or going to ask me something about either 5G or the individual. But when it comes down to numbers, just listening to the conversation you had with Brendan, then it's like when numbers are like downplayed, or they're like they're just either exaggerated or downplayed. Yeah. I don't know the name of the show that Piers Morgan was a presenter on Good Morning Television. He because of not Angela Merkel, because of what's her name? I forgot her actual name. The Dutch. She's now she's married to Harry. I forgot her name. Something Merkel. I forgot her name actually.
You mean you're not talking about the half black Canadian woman married to Prince Henry?
It's the Canadian. Yes. Do you know what? It's one of those things that's just it's early in the morning.
Well, we just don't worry about that. Who married Prince Harry is what we asked. Yeah. We just asked that, and Meghan, Duchess of Sussex.
Oh, Meghan Markle. That's it, Meghan Markle.
Yeah. You almost said Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel is what I kept thinking you were.
Angela Merkel.
Meghan Markle. Meghan Markle. They got a weirdly similar name. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So he resigned from that program, and then he went to be reemployed by what's his face? That's another name I keep forgetting about. The man who runs Australia. What's his name? Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch. Thank you.
Yes. He had the man who created the Young Turks YouTube channel and this rabbi on the show, and I was just watching it last night, and the rabbi's counter argument to the man who started the Young Turks was he mentioned about the Dresden the firestorm bombings of Dresden. He mentioned Winston Churchill being the man who perpetrated it. He was speaking about the war crimes, and he was asking him, do you consider them war crimes? But do you know what the numbers he alluded to was it equated to 6 to 7 million German citizens. And it's remarkable because if you go on Wikipedia, it downplays that number dramatically. Like and he excessively exaggerated. He goes, it's between 6 and 7 million, which is what the Israelis will claim were the numbers that perished in the Holocaust.
Right.
And so it was amazing that the numbers that they use and where they get them from. But of course, if you ask me or Douglas, the total numbers, we will tell you it's in the millions, because Dresden itself was desecrated by these incendiary bombings, by the air raids of the Lancaster bombers and the B29s
in those days. It wasn't B29s, B17s.
B17s, yes. And the amount of incendiaries they dropped, they generated a Holocaust themselves. It was a mass sacrifice.
Yes.
It was what's the other term for it? A kindling of burning, offering, sacrifice. The firestorm was so enormous, and the temperatures were scientifically proven to be reaching the temperatures hotter than the sun. It literally melted the flesh off the bone, and that's how hot it was. And yeah, he mentioned about these war crimes. He was asking him, do you recognize these as war crimes? And that was his counter argument to what they're doing in Gaza with these bombings that they are doing. They're so-called precision bombings, but they're not. It's collateral damage.
Well, how precise can anyone bomb in an area that's purely civilian? If you're truly claiming the militant element is all underground, all of your bombs are going through the surface to get to the underground. You're going to be killing civilians. There's no precision involved. But such being said, let me get this straight. You're telling me that this individual on television was saying, he's bringing up the Dresden firebombing and saying, do you take these as war crimes in order to kind of expose the Israeli bombing of the Gaza, or trying to rationalize it?
Yeah, trying to rationalize it. That's my assumption, Douglas, how he was...
Okay, so the way he was phrasing it, in other words, the way he was phrasing it, was he saying, well, do you count what the Allies did at Dresden at war crimes? Because, you know, the way you're coming down on the Israelis and what they're doing in the Gaza, then you'd have to condemn the Allies in World War II as well. But he's saying that in such a way because his brain is so warped, and because he feels everyone else is
it's such a sick fallacy.
Thank you. As he feels everyone else is as equally indoctrinated as he is. What he's saying is that we were justified, that the Allies were justified in what they were doing at Dresden to fight this quote-unquote greater evil, and therefore if you're condemning the Israelis, then you're condemning the fight against evil. Right? That's basically what he's saying in his...
That was his counter-argument. That was his stance,
Yes,
it brings shivers. If you even review that, it was on the Piers Morgan show, and I don't know the name of the Piers Morgan show. It just comes up as like with the algorithm of YouTube. It like gives you, we suggest you watch this. They pop up, and I was like, right, this was only uploaded today, so I'm going to review it quickly. And it was literally the most. It was awkward, and it was like, I don't want to listen anymore to this. This is just preposterous. And it ended up being a shouting match in the end, but there was no constructive
communications.
There was nothing. Yeah, there was no constructive communications at all. It was just a shouting match between both of them.
Interesting.
Both calling each other genocidal and just advocating. But yeah, exactly. That was the gist of it. It was him saying, "Well, you have to condemn what the Allies did in World War II."
Well, why didn't the other person said, "I do"? The other person... He
did. Do you know what? To be fair on him, he did say yes. I do. He did say that. Yeah, I do recognise them as war crimes. Which is what, if you talk to me and Douglas, we will tell you it was a war crime.
Yes, by the Allied definition. By the Allied definition, it was a war crime. Yes,
it was. The so-called quote-unquote strategic bombing, but there was nothing strategic with it. They were desecrating city centres, population-based centres, where women and children and seniors were populated, and where all the men were in the field. So these were not military strategic targets. These were civilian populations.
Yes.
And we'll tell you that. That was the whole purpose of World War. Well, that was their
actual objective. Their actual strategic objective was genocide. Yeah, no, definitely, and that certainly was a stated Allied war objective. And so, Brendan, you could share. Of course, you've spoken to a woman who lived in Dresden. You can tell about the German perspective on the Dresden, the entire culture being destroyed and the like.
Yeah, this lady, she had moved back here with an American GI, and they ended up, she ended up living here in California. But she told me that they met, 1947 somewhere in northwest Germany somewhere. But she mentioned that she saw Dresden after the aftermath, and she said there were entire museums, libraries, art galleries, everything she had seen before was completely wiped away. Yeah. She said completely, all those Tartarian, so-called, ancient buildings, people call them Tartarian buildings. She said there were huge, basically palatial structures, where they had the arts, different art museums and things that were from literal ancient times, and they were all completely leveled. So she mentioned, she said it was a complete devastation.
Yeah, cultural genocide as well as
cultural devastation of beyond even words. Like she didn't even want to talk about it.
Yeah. Yes.
It was, but she saw it with her own eyes, basically.
Yes.
It was. She said whatever they rebuilt is like it's not even in the same city. Like it's totally different. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. So there you have that. It was it is what it is. It's just a horrific example of Allied atrocity that they rationalized.
And for that person to use that as a reference is so disgusting. Like
it goes
that's foul.
It goes to show how stupid these people are and how ignorant they are. I mean, it's when I've heard
that kind of stuff makes the Blitz on London look like
nothing.
Child's play.
Oh, of course, yes. It's nothing. Yeah, comparatively speaking, and it's one of these examples of course, the Allies were waging a genocidal war. Now, of course, I've put up the actual numbers before, and I put that into context about how the Axis still came up on top, no matter how you look at it. But all that being said, this is something that when they try to use these examples, the Allies are stuck in this trap of their own anti-logic, where they're trying to claim that this was all necessary to win the war, quote unquote. And yet, when I've proven, of course, that it did nothing towards military objectives, that this was simply acts of terror and terrorism and genocide and the like, the Axis will use these same examples to try and rationalize something like what the Israelis are doing now. So yeah, George Knight, by all means, any other thoughts you have to share, before you're committed to your workday.
Very much. Sorry, Douglas, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just to my customer. I do apologise. I missed that last bit with what Brendan was saying.
Oh, he was talking about the horror of the Dresden firebombing and how it was cultural genocide. He met a woman who was German who had moved to California with a GI she had married, and that she had basically said that everything that was culturally preserved in great structures that these days the Tartarian conspiracists would say were the stone structures of a hidden Tartarian empire. All of this that made it so alluring and mystical, all of these immense stone structures were evaporated, essentially destroyed, melted by the heat that was hotter than the sun that devastated Dresden, but it devastated the culture. So it's a cultural genocide as well as a human genocide, was what he was pointing out. And I was pointing out that the Allies are stuck in a logic circle, an anti-logic circle, where they're basically, trying to claim that these bombs won the war somehow, that all this bombing won the war, while at the same time, when they're trying to rationalize this mass murder that had no real strategic impact, they're trying to bring it up as comparison or rationalization for other atrocities being committed by the Israelis. And at the same time, I pointed out that I presented the statistics in the past concerning fatalities in World War II and pointed out that the Axis still came out on top, despite everything that we're...
numbers.
In terms of numbers. Despite the horror of what we are articulating, we are articulating this from not the perspective of pity the poor Axis and pity the poor Axis population. This is something that people are mistaken if they think we're coming from that direction. Rather, we're coming from the direction of how unproductive the Allied strategy, quote unquote, was. Their so-called strategy was, in the end, worked against them and led to their ultimate military defeat. Certainly, they're still struggling against the Axis, which reestablished itself as a breakaway civilization. And now this hangs as a nemesis over their heads, which is all being brought to a fore. By the way, I welcome Mark H. aboard. And Mark H., welcome, join us. And George Knight, I don't know how much longer he has with us. So you were just talking to your client. Is everything going well with that?
Yes, Douglas. And I do have to make a quick phone call, so I will be back in a moment. Thank you. And we'll continue because this is a very important topic. Yes, thank you so much. 2 seconds. Bear with me. Thank you.
Of course. Take your time. So Mark H., welcome aboard. And share with us, of course, what's been going on with yourself lately, whatever you're willing to share. Now, I take it you might be reestablished by now into a new life, so to speak? Maybe?
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Douglas.
Yeah.
Great to talk to you. And yeah, I've been definitely blessed with a new position. Pretty much what I've been, what my background is and what I've been wanting to do for a long time. So super appreciative of that.
Excellent, excellent. Like I said, share only what you're comfortable sharing with the public. Are you willing to share any details about it, or are you just going to save that for later? And Okay, good.
No, absolutely. So it's nothing covert or anything. It's so I've always been in like the private security field, and what I've obtained is a assistant director security management position at a super luxurious high-end hotel in the city. So I'm lucky and appreciative enough that my background and my experience was good enough. Multiple interviews, and I'm being trusted enough to be put in this predicament and situation. So it just every day just keeps getting better and better, and just feels fantastic. By the way, Douglas, congratulations on getting your driving pass. I knew you were going to get it, but I heard you,
Thank you.
on the last interview confirming that you got it. So that's incredible.
Thank
Congrats.
you. Bless you.
Yeah.
For those of you who wonder what he's talking about, it's not a driver's license. This is a paratransit card so that I get pennies on the dollar charged for. Basically, I put like $18 into it, and I get about $19 worth of cab rides. So I can add to it every month. Sometimes I can advocate to get more if I write out forms or something. But it's a good start towards making life a lot easier and getting around when my son's not around to drive me. And my gang brother Beaver, unfortunately, broke his foot and is unable to use the car for a while. So this has been really, it was really put through very fast by the, I want people to understand that normally there's a trio of people, basically a member of the paratransit staff, there's a user, a client, a paratransit client, which would mean a disabled person or a differently abled person who needs access to cab rides or shuttle rides, and a social worker. Usually that's a trio of people who process you and decide your case, and they only confront you when there's an appeal. Of course, they rejected what I said out of hand when I was there personally for the appeal. They had a fourth person who apparently was involved with record keeping or some other function. Anyhow, they normally take 30 days at least to process this sort of thing, and in fact, they usually take longer. So they punish themselves by letting you know if they haven't decided your case in 30 days, you get the paratransit services until they decide. This way they punish themselves and force themselves to decide within 30 days about your case. But it shows you how often they overlap and take a long time to decide each case. In my case, all four of them decided unanimously the moment I walked out the door to award me the paratransit service, which is spectacular and very, very much appreciated, of course. And it means, of course, I was able to present my case articulately, and obviously I've given people some hints of the horrors that I've been through on public transport as a young child growing up. And what I did emphasize to them was the fact that I've always presented myself as gender neutral, and that when I was growing up, there were several incidents. It doesn't matter how much training a person can get in the martial arts or how much a person can defend themselves to a degree. I was much younger, and I was overwhelmed by essentially gangs of people that sexually assaulted me. And this happened on both the municipal system, which is buses, and on the BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit. So I had been trying to get like psychiatric treatment so that I could have some records to access to present them with that. And the Kaiser psychiatric offices were just devastated by COVID. They haven't functioned since, as far as I'm concerned. And certainly, as far as I'm concerned, they're just completely just not an option. I haven't been able to really find the time to worm my way out of the idiot that I was stuck with as a psychiatrist to find another optional psychiatrist, because I can't work with the schedule that he has. It's just ridiculous. So I didn't have that. The medical doctor really, as much as he wanted to help with what he put in, that had nothing to do with really describing anything. So I had to emphasize my lung collapses, etc. So all of this was taken into consideration, and thank God they they accepted it and understood what I was saying to be factual, and I got where I am now. So it was like the final frontier. I fucked myself over, of course, with the other thing concerning the phone. I had a basically this extra backup phone, which I no longer have. So that I fucked up by pursuing, just trying to make certain everything was all right with the Lifeline program, the California Lifeline program. But by doing that, they cut off the service that was set up for this backup phone that was like established by that individual, basically ripping me off. So that meant that rip-off was for nothing. But nevertheless, lesson learned. So, I learned all these things about social services as we move along. And the biggest benefit to come out of that idiot that showed up at my door, the scumbag who said he was involved with, misrepresented himself as being part of the California Lifeline program. The biggest benefit is I'm never answering the door personally again. Just to give his name out again, KaleoNaboha.com is actually his site. Kaleo Naboha. Yeah, you'll pay, motherfucker, someday, but that'll wait. Nothing in the immediate sense, but yes, he's got a karmic debt coming his way. So Kaleo Naboha obviously is an Edomite working for the enemy, an asset. But in terms of all of that, it is what it is. At least now that'll prevent me from getting killed. At some point, it was inevitable that somebody would have killed me when I answered the door, because half the time I was answering it, I was half asleep and naked anyway, and just cracking the door open. So this will prevent that from ever happening. So there's a positive to be had for everything. Other than that, so life's going along pretty well. We were able to get what we could done with Jen, as our man Mark said. She's hot, and yes. What did you get out of the interview with Jen Arcana, Mark?
Yeah, I think that that interview is probably, I just think it was a good chemistry between you and Jennifer.
Yeah. And
it allowed for good quality flow of information that you had. And I think it was easily taken in by the common, people that may not know about you, Douglas. So I think that was hugely beneficial. And yeah, she's a very, very beautiful young lady as well. And a couple things that I took in, a few different things, was that the fact that, and this has been sort of a controversial thing that you've brought up in the past, with some people sort of taking trigger to it a little bit, the Satanism, Luciferianism aspect of it. And I thought that was I think it was a good take on it. And for me, I think it sort of branched in a little further to explain more things. That everything is not just, we're in a dualistic nature, but it's not all one-sided when it comes to Satan or Lucifer. And the ecosystem that we live in is extremely important. And I think that when you brought that up, that it enhanced it and enforced it a lot more. And when people realize that we're basically in the compass of, both worlds, and the quote-unquote devil inside does come out when it needs to come out. And if things need to be done, such as composting, there's a lot of human shit out there. And when the human shit needs to be composted, sometimes the devil inside needs to come out.
Thank you.
So I thought so that really resonated with me. A lot of things in experiences in life that this phenomena shows itself. Whether it's, passionate times, sexual interactions, and highly intense emotional interactions, these entities, this phenomena will reveal itself. So I think that was a great way to explain it, and it gave a different aspect of something, it just gave a different avenue of something I didn't really think about before. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate it profoundly. And as well, hopefully Jen herself will join us as she's done on other nights. And hopefully we'll work towards a second interview. Like she said, maybe it'll be longer than a month because it'll probably take her a while to recover from the stress of this last interview. She made a point of including the several minutes that we were trying to get started. It's about 18 minutes and 15 seconds where you get to see my face with all the frustration while we're dealing with all the bullshit, the technical attacks. But it gives people an idea of what we had to deal with in the opening hour that they wiped out. As our man Brendan said, they hit up to, or as she said, up to 300,000 people in what is apparently a wide-ranging terrestrial radio audience. And of course, the NSA did what it could to prevent that by shutting down the opening hour, and her time slot had to be filled with a rerun. And so we were left with basically making it happen, uploading it to her channel, and soon I'll upload it onto mine. And I do want people to understand that when I upload it onto my channel, you're going to get a completely different perspective, because obviously I was not continually looking at the chat. So towards the end, she's cutting off my face basically by putting on the chat. And so she was looking at the chat towards the end. That's understandable. And she's new to this and is doing it in such a way that she's eliminating the camera of herself and myself and putting up the chat on screen instead. My side of the Skype call does not do that. So you will actually see my face, at least, on the call that we're going to upload to my YouTube channel. And it's going to be two parts as well. Like, she had the glitched ambush by the NSA at the beginning, taking up about 18 minutes worth of video, and then she has this video of our interview. Mine is the 3-hour interview, and then a few minutes afterwards of the last part of our interview. But all of it, you're mostly going to see my face, at least, because that's what you're going to see on my Skype call, my side of the Skype call. So you're going to see footage, so to speak, kind of like the director's cut, that will be different from hers, which is what she saw on her screen, is what you get on what she published. But when I upload my side of the interview, you'll see what I saw on my screen. So there you go. So people can look at it twice and we'll get a completely different perspective in a very real sense. So it's not something to avoid just because you saw it on her channel. By all means, watch it there and then see it on mine. And with that, back to all of you, gentlemen. I'm going to take just a short break to finish this pizza crust because I don't want anybody to hear me chewing. I am going to ask you gentlemen to rejoin us now. George, if you're there, are you there, George? Just curious.
I think George just jumped off.
He just jumped off now? Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because he was with us and then he jumped off. Right, he was with us on mute for several minutes and then jumped off. Aristides, test your acoustics if you're still with us, or he may have dropped off. By that I mean into sleep.
No.
Oh, he's with us.
No, I'm here.
Yes.
Do I sound okay?
You sound okay. Yeah.
Right.
Anytime you wish to fall asleep, go ahead. I know that you work. Not that Mark doesn't work, but yeah, he's getting used to his schedule.
That emoji you have is perfect for this situation.
He does. Yeah. It was the funniest thing in the world when he was on the call with Jen and I, and then Nemo came in later, and that was funny.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Poor Nemo, poor Nemo, just trying to help out.
Yes, that's right. And then she said, "Oh, yeah, anyhow, people can watch the video. They'll hear what Jen says." And Nemo was still able to help later. He was still able to put some things up that were important. He was reading some of the questions from the chat. Actually, he helped to bring that to our attention. So, gentlemen, do me a favor, hold the stage for a few minutes. I'll finish up this pizza crust. Do some minor refreshment activities, and I have to admit, I want people to understand something. Brendan shared with us text on this Shapiro guy, and this Shapiro guy, it's like.
It's from Wiki, by the way, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, well, they're not gonna fuck over a Jewish guy. They're not gonna fuck over some Jewish celebrity. They're gonna say everything about him that's gonna be as beneficial as possible. But basically,
it is pretty accurate sounding.
It sounds about right. Yes. By the way, and just skimming through this, I want people to understand something. The amount of advantages that this person has just by being born who he was, it's like there's no real describing this. It has nothing to do with the kind of reality that the reality I was born into is so outrageously different from your average American as to be very definitely in a different world. And I want everyone to understand just why I hold so much contempt for middle-class Americans as well as upper-class Americans. And certainly you've got this Jewish minority that is almost universally in the middle and upper class, that the reality is so many of these Americans have no concept of foreign cultures. They have no concept of poverty. They really have no concept of struggle. It's the advantages that so many people have by being born in America to a certain group, whether it's white or Jewish. There are, of course, plenty of impoverished whites. Obviously, the overwhelming majority of the poor in America are white simply because the whites have been a majority until this turning point in history where they're only now on the verge of becoming a minority. But just to give you an example of how extreme the demographics are, if the Solid South, minus North Virginia, maybe, because that's so liberal it couldn't possibly be included, if the Solid South were to secede, containing all the former states of the Confederacy, the remaining United States would be a white majority nation by far all over again. Basically, the overwhelming majority of minorities, colored minorities, is in the Solid South. And they're overwhelmingly black. So if the South were to secede today, it would be an overwhelmingly black nation. It would be held together purely by Baptist fundamentalism, is what would hold it together. It would be like a religious theological state, a theocracy of Baptist fundamentalists. So I'm getting more, Shapiro factoids from Aristides. There's this one comment here that says, the National Committee of the Chinese Political Consultative Conference, which is now known as the National People's Congress, Communist China. Funny enough, you can't find Ben's family history that goes before his father. Things that make you go, wait, what the fuck? Well, that makes sense, because, then you go to the affiliation they had, Sidney Shapiro, with the Communist Chinese, helping to establish the Communist Chinese Party. So I will download these screenshots. Ben Shapiro's grandfather, Sidney Shapiro, was an original member of the Jewish Bolsheviks Party, which infiltrated and helped invade China to overthrow the legitimate government, the Nationalists, where he then lived in Beijing for more than 100 years after he helped win the Bolshevik Revolution. He was directly tied to the communist uprising in China and worked directly with Mao Zedong. Because of his role in the revolution, Sidney was one of the few naturalized citizens to become an honorary member of the National Committee of the Communist Chinese Party. So there we are. Here he is with some bitch he hooked up with in Communist China. And it's basically, this is, what these people contributed, quote unquote, to the world. Chaos and communism. In other words, you understand why my father Adolf Hitler had to do what he had to do. These are people like Sidney Shapiro. This guy is directly related to this Ben Shapiro piece of shit who's now going around saying that if you are on the side of a two-state solution, you're on the side of genocide. Thank you.
I don't know if this is proof of that, but the guy's name was Shapiro. So, I mean, they might make that a little...
It's a common surname, but it is pretty interesting. Like,
yeah. Big if true. think it's true.
No, it is
Well,
true.
this guy was a real guy, so obviously the Jews were involved in the communist Chinese situation.
No, they always were. No,
Yes.
as a matter of fact, the Communist Chinese Party still has a delegation of Jews in the Chinese Communist Party today. And the Chinese Communist Party, for those of you who don't know, is at this point in history completely male. You can look at the Chinese Communist Party conferences. They have no woman allowed. There are no women allowed. It's a complete patriarchy now. One of the reasons they have no woman allowed is because they don't want a representation from women, because they've exterminated the majority of females in the country through child infanticide. With the one-child policy and everybody giving birth to boys, they feel that having women in the Communist Party would not be representative of the real population, which is almost all 75% male at this point. Communist China is a terminal, it's in terminal decline into something else, where it's going to be unrecognizable. Whatever it is, it's not China. And Taiwan as well is not China. China is now like Rome. It is gone. It's gone. It's an ideal. It's something to remember as a cultural legacy. But China as a historical entity is dead. It's gone. We have to come to terms with that reality. And so when it comes to everything that was predicted in this regard by Jerry Anderson through Star Trek, the concept of the Romulans and the Vulcans as ultimately becoming separate species, just by the differences in their culture, that they could still interbreed, but they're definitely cultures so alien as to be, for all intents and purposes, different races. This is where we're heading, and what develops on the mainland is going to be radically different. The mainland will have a population that survives, but it's going to crash first. It's going to crash, and then it's going to rehabilitate or resuscitate into something else for a respirator for a number of generations before it recovers into something cohesive. But whatever it is, it's the continuity that will be maintained will have to be through this concept of an ideal. It would be like Rome is identified as the heritage of Italians, but everyone knows the Italians are not Roman. So whatever evolves, whatever it is, it'll be as different as the Italians are from the Roman Empire. So it's definitely going to be alien. And it's going to involve a lot of hybridization, except for the elites, the upper class. Most of these other Chinese men, if they're going to get married at all, it's going to be to foreign women who are abducted. And that's why human trafficking of females into China is such an intensive industry. So it's going to be a wild ride. We're in for a wild ride. And such being articulated, I do want people to understand that, George Knight has rejoined us. So George, we were just going over, please take a look at what has been brought to the fore concerning Sidney Shapiro, who is indeed related, I can guarantee you, to Ben Shapiro. Now, aside from articulating that, we're going to let George join the conversation with all of you. And in the interim, I do want to express that I think it's very difficult to explain to Americans just why I have such contempt for so many of them. White, black, so many cultures, including the Chinese. I've mentioned the contempt for many Asians that have acculturated to America. Understand that nobody understands the culture that I grew up with, the sheer poverty I grew up with. I don't think any American could ever comprehend it. The concept of like looking all your life through a window into a display case of department stores that show all kinds of goods that you could never afford to purchase. When somebody is born into a environment where they have parents who just tell them you're a winner and you just strive hard and work and you'll get what you earn. This is why this idiot, the most offensive thing that he says, this Shapiro asshole, I worked, I strove, I earned my way to where I am now. Well, no, you simply applied yourself in an extraordinarily advantageous position where you could play the violin at a young age. Sure, you could do all this. You get the advantage of recognition because you're in an environment where you can be recognized. I also had skills that will never be recognized simply because I was never in an environment where I had an opportunity for them to even be seen. So when it comes to my background in an impoverished culture where I was simply told I would never have access to anything, and that it doesn't matter how hard you work, you can take a look at Brendan Zogit, and I'll let him kind of introduce that while I go refresh myself. I mean, Brendan, you're confronted with your own relatives who just simply ask an incredibly insane question of, well, why don't you apply yourself? Why don't you save money? And the impossibility of even saving money. No matter how hard you work, you can't save any money because everything is so expensive. And you're working and applying yourself to the point where you're exhausting yourself to literal death.
And it's like these people are the people that grew up. They had both their parents. They were supported through college, had college paid for them completely, on the parents' dime, my grandparents. And then they still have the nerve to tell me, oh, you're not applying yourself. It's like, my dad's dead and my mom is impoverished, has no money. I mean, not applying myself.
And she's working all day as a nurse. All she does is work as a nurse, but she spends it all on coffee, basically, or rent or something crazy where you can't save money. Yeah, it's
like she doesn't even own a house. Exactly.
She certainly has nothing to give to you, and it doesn't seem inclined to do so even if she did. So it's like she may as well not be there. She may as well be dead. So go on. Yes.
And then these people that work in Silicon Valley are so out of touch and just full of shit that they're like, oh, you're just not applying yourself. You're not trying hard enough. And it's like, I'm working 2 jobs and going to school. It's like, I mean, what is trying hard enough? Like, that's the question.
Yes, thank you. And honestly,
basically what they're saying is you got to lick boots like them and go into corporate for 20, 30 years and then just scam people with a bunch of like real estate deals and shit, like they did.
Thank you.
That's their idea of working, doing it right, quote unquote.
Yeah, the Silicon Valley motto is fake it till you make it. And it's
literally.
Yeah, so
that was their advice, basically.
Yeah, assholes. I mean, anyhow, I'll give a story when I come back. Basically, I'll give it now and then I'll retreat for a few minutes. But I want you guys to engage this conversation. I mean, my gang brother Beaver has a cousin who is gay and was always ostracized because he was gay. His name, of course, it goes without saying, just by sheer coincidence, was Douglas. Cousin Douglas is what we call him. This is a real story. Anyhow, so this gay cousin Douglas, who, plenty of funny stories to relate. It's funny as hell when you relate some of the anecdotes. But he, George says he'll be back. Yeah, anyhow, when it comes to just the shit that happened, he had an old, I guess it was his godfather, was his godfather. His godfather, not his biological father, his godfather was deeply bonded to his biological father, like blood brothers. The gang situation again, the underworld situation. It was a mob situation. And his biological father died. The mob godfather, he wound up going senile just recently, comparatively recently. He had all these ventures that were successful, was a multimillionaire, something like maybe $20 million to his name, nothing to turn away. Went crazy enough where he went down to Los Angeles and purchased a mall, which of course malls are dead and they're nothing but an albatross. Then he realized he couldn't remember who he was. And wound up being institutionalized in a senior center to spend out his days. But of course, he's got so much money to steal, the nursing center has got that all set up. They just set him up for life, for the remainder of his life, just taking money out of his account. And the rest of the money has fallen under
pretty much what my uncles did to my grandparents.
Thank you. And then they take the rest. In the case, the rest is managed by.
And then when I'm like Charles Dickens, like, I just need a house to live, they're like, well, you're not going to decide shit. We're just going to buy you some bullshit. We're not even going to help you. Like, you're not trying hard enough.
Thank you. Or
literally to quote him tonight, he says, if you hold up your end of the bargain, then, we'll set you up.
What's your end of the bargain? What's your end of the bargain supposed to be?
I don't know, just breathing, just like not, like, I don't know. It doesn't even make logical sense.
Thank you.
My dad already died.
Thank you.
I mean, how much? You guys can basically kill them. Took every piece of real estate my grandpa ever owned.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's still not enough.
Yeah, but by the way, when Brendan is bringing this up, I want our listeners to understand this is not a pity story about, oh, my dad died. It's basically his dad crashed and burned, and he was trying to warn them all the time, saying, hey, Dad's a fucking crackhead, and they'd just be like...
For like 10 years, the whole time while I was in high school,
Thank you. And they're just saying...
And beyond.
How dare you defame a man of good nature and good repute? That's because you yourself are a bum. And you're just attacking your own father because you're worthless. They would tell him. Yeah. Then when his dad dies and they do the autopsy and he's got more crack than blood in his system and shit, and they're saying, hey, his blood's all pure crystal and shit. And then they're saying, oh, Brendan, that must have been hard. But they're not willing to lend any hand. Instead they come in and take the house.
Everything that's not nailed down. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh man. Anyhow, so then the gay cousin winds up managing this guy's millions. I mean, I swear to God, if that guy hadn't gotten married, I'd be over there sucking his cock and letting him fuck me up the ass right now so I can get some of that. But no, he had to go and get married. All such being said, okay, let me go refresh myself. Bummer. He'd already been married, in all fairness, thank God. I would have been really pissed if he went and found himself a husband after that happened. Because God knows I would have been there volunteering myself for that shit. But, life just prevents us from sometimes stooping too low. And, such being said, I may still try and seduce the son of a bitch. As it is, okay, I'm gonna let all the three of you hold the stage. I'm gonna come back in a few minutes, and I know you've got this. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Brendan?
Greetings. Yes.
How you doing?
Doing well. Everything's going well. Same situation.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's actually it's made a great point of. For me, like personally, I know I was privileged, and there's never a chance where I'm not gonna pretty much just like say that in the circumstance. I was very lucky enough to have, my college paid for, and that's just something that I'm indebted to this day. And I do whatever I can to pay it back as much as I can. So, that's one thing. It's like if you're
it's fine if you have like an appreciation for it. Of course, like there's no, that's
absolutely
fine. Like there's plenty of people that appreciate it properly, but then there's other people that, like the people I'm talking about, where it's like it's never enough, that kind of mentality.
I mean, I grew up around a lot of those people too, and pretty much was surrounded by them, and you got to really kind of separate mentally from that sort of thing, so you don't be infected with that mind state. But I've experienced it in the workplace as well, where I mentioned before, like I grew up with a lot of Jewish guys, some to this day are my best friends, and I noticed a couple things with the whole cultic aspect of it, and being in work. I had a co-manager that basically was just, and he was a Jewish guy, and he basically was just kind of not doing anything and just kind of living it up. And and I was just kind of like, why is no one saying anything? Like, what's going on? And I had talked to him, and I'm just like, what's going on, dude? Like, do you want some help? Like, I can help you. It's kind of making everyone else look bad, and you got these like 2 locations. You're not really doing shit. And we got into a little bit like, on a friendly level, but he had relayed to me, he goes, well, he's like, our director, our regional director, I kind of got it, like a common conversation with them, shooting the shit, so to speak. And he goes, yeah, dude, our director, I was like, I'm almost positive my director hired me because I'm Jewish. and it was kind of like a joke.
He said that?
Yeah. And it was kind of like a joke. It was a joke. And I go, are you serious? Because he has an extremely Judaic first name.
Yes.
And it's like right out of the Bible, like biblical.
Right.
And so yeah, she's like, yeah, she had asked me that during my interview, and I got the joke. Like she said, I was hired like within seconds.
Yes.
And he was like giggling and giggling and laughing, and I'm like, and I go, well, that's great, you know, like I have no problem with, you know, some types of bureaucracy if it's whatever applicable, but you know, obviously it wasn't working out. It got so bad.
Exactly.
It got so bad that it bleeded into everyone else, and we couldn't do our jobs properly. So
yes,
I had to say something, and when I said something, I became an immediate target, like immediately.
Yes.
And when you become a target of that type of cultic, you know, organization,
that type of entitlement is just entitlement.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Nefarious entitlement. Yeah.
It's cutthroat. Like if you ever see cutthroat, it's like,
to say the least.
To say the least. It's something that you probably, if people have experienced it before, then you'd understand it. But it's something like it's like day and night, like you'll have dreams about it, because this is your livelihood. This is your job, you know, and like, you know, if you don't have it, you're fucked.
Yeah.
So talk about black magic, you know, and just somebody totally being able to fuck with your life with that power. It's a drunkenness with that cultic power, you know, and that's what it is. And that's what I was sort of like going against, was this kind of like cultic force that took over this company. And it was basically like kind of like this consciousness that's taken over this religion. It's that they just jump to company and do this shit. And they carry along certain
Well, it's across the board. I mean, it's across the board. But.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. On a larger level. And they carry people along that will fall into it. That are not necessarily Jewish, but that just fall into that sort of mentality.
Yeah, definitely.
But I just thought that was a good example of what you were saying earlier, of just, you know, kind of just like this kid was just like, yeah, well, what do you mean work? like it was like a joke. I couldn't believe it. It's like every single day was a paradise for this person. And I go, dude, no, you really got to do something there. You actually got to do some work, man.
And of course they get pissed after that, you know.
Of course. And then like you said earlier, you know, you work your ass off, but like we kind of have to do what Douglas says, because nice guys finish last, Brendan. You know, and I'm not saying, and I'm not saying like you got to do something that's like unethical, but these guys, no one else is playing by the rules. You know, and it's just, they're, you know, not saying you got to like find cheat codes or whatever, but doing the usual working your ass off, that's not going to get us by, or it's not going to get you to where you want to be, unfortunately, at this point. But you know, we don't have any choice. Like you have to at this point.
Yeah.
But I don't know, just a little.
Yeah, insight. I get your drift. Yeah. You know, I mean, yeah, it's like, and you kind of have to stay on top of the muck, because like this kind of matrix system is like, it almost makes it easy to say, oh, you know, I'm just gonna, you know, do so, you know, I'm just gonna whatever, find a way to do it. Like that's kind of their mentality. It's like, oh, if there's a will, there's a way. But it's like I have like certain standards, and
absolutely.
What used to be called ethics is not ethics anymore. It's like this, oh, if everyone else is doing it, you can do it now. It's like I can't be a part of that kind of scenario.
Right. And plus you don't want to step all over people in the process either. You know?
Yeah, or just like, it's more about well-being. It's less about like, you know, like just because you have money it definitely does not equal success in any kind of form, or like just because you have enough resources, that's not equivalent to what real success is. Like there's nothing
I agree.
Close to it.
And I think that's kind of like a false trap, you know, and it does not,
Big
like
time.
you said, it does not mean happiness, because in my eyes, health is wealth. And a lot of these guys and a lot of these ladies, they chase this. They chase it like it's the end of time, and they're extremely like they're fucking, you know, alcoholics, hard drug addicts. And, you know, they have all these issues and their health is fucked. And like all that matters is that all that matters is the prestige. All that matters is the money and all this other shit. But
at the end of the day, it's like I make this much money and I have this many things.
Absolutely.
Like, but the point is like your soul is totally in pain and torture and hell.
Oh, of course.
And then you get hell here, and then you get hell afterwards. That's even worse. And it's like there's no future perspective. Like the ancient people always had the future perspective. Like it wasn't about what you had here. Like even the pharaoh himself had to like bow and serve divine every day, or like do something for the greater good, to the higher force. Like, so no matter how powerful you were, you still had to do something for your spirit, like to advance your soul, to evolve. So like the ancients knew this, but nowadays people, they have this concept of you only live once and you just need to accumulate now and just to be comfortable.
YOLO.
But
YOLO is
at what price?
Is a thing. It's just right.
Yeah, it's a program.
They want you to stay here. Everything is programmed. Yeah, it's all programmed to, symbolism. Everything is to remind you to stay screaming at people, screaming at them to stay.
Yes.
YOLO, you only live once.
Yeah.
Step all over your fellow brethren.
Do whatever you got to do to make it, and but you got to have a bigger perspective than that. I mean.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then when you hurt your fellow people, you're hurting yourself in the long run too.
I
do believe people are reflections of each other. So.
Yes.
But Douglas actually, to kind of like talk, piggyback a little more on what he was saying on Jennifer's interview. That's a great point about the ecosystem with the certain satanic and Luciferian elements, with the composting and things like that. Because if you do think about the energy that comes through when certain things need to happen, I mean, that's not, you know what I mean? That's the type of energy that comes through, it's not going to be, in, what do you call it? It's not going to be, nice energy, so to speak. It's going to be some brutal, hardcore stuff. And
divine doesn't always have to be like, rainbows and ponies. Like there's a fierce aspect. And that's what people don't understand. They think, oh, if I just like pray and I could still do whatever I want to do and just pray. It's like, no, you still get blowback from your actions. Like,
absolutely.
Like there's a cleaning, what would be the word? Like a balance, like, like you always get back what you give, basically.
Yes. Absolutely.
But people don't get it, or they don't get it in time till they're old and they're like, oh, fuck. Like,
Yeah. And they wanted to, there's always like, something that they want something to blame. So why not an archetype of the horned god? Why not blame this horned god, fertility god, that's so, magnetizing.
The funny part. Yes. The funny part about it is like in astrology terms, it would be Saturn. Like Saturn is the one that gives you he's the judge, right? Like it's like you get as time goes on, you get the what would be, you reap what you sow kind of vibe.
Yes.
Like that's Saturn. That's why they had to make him into Satan. Like, but of course everyone hates the warden, like if you're in prison, like everyone hates the wardens. Everyone hates the person that gives you, like the judge, like the person giving you your consequences of your action. But ultimately it's based off of what you've done. So that's why people blame the messenger. Like, but it's actually, so that's why they had to vilify it, like Saturn, Satan, like that force is because they don't want to face their own problems. And you don't have enough courage to say, okay, like, and even in the 15th card, if you look at the tarot, it's like the beings that are being chained by like the devil, it's like the chains are actually like loose around their necks. Like they don't have to go by what he's saying. It's just their own trappings are what's keeping them there. Yeah, so there's a lot of symbolism in there. Yeah,
definitely is, and that kind of even triggers me a little bit to think about that movie Jacob's Ladder. I don't know if you've seen that.
I think you mentioned it recently. Someone did.
Yeah, and actually, I think Douglas read the book, so he has even more perspective on it.
Yeah.
And it sort of portrays that it portrays demons in the movie as, well, it doesn't portray them. It's something you have to kind of figure out for yourself. And it's basically the
something
demons
to do with Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, this guy was involved in. It was actually based on true events. He was involved in some sort of experimentation in Vietnam, and they gave his command group, like they exposed them to some type of gas, which is kind of similar to what Douglas had, but this was, I think, psychotropic gas, and it did something psychoactively, and basically gave him a sort of like super trip that he was on his deathbed dying, and he was tripping hardcore, with like dimethyltryptamine. And the trip was that he thought he was still alive, and he was living an alternate life while he was dying. And it was a sort of a super condensed experience. Okay. And a very powerful, intense one. And during it, he was being chased by demons. And he was always running away from the demons because they were trying to do something to him and whatever. So he attributed this to his experience in Vietnam, and that he felt like he was this was part of the program he was in. But in actuality, I think the movie was trying to say that these demons that were trying to attack him or bring him somewhere were just actually angels in disguise that were trying to bring him to the realization that he was dying, that he was dead, and they were trying to get him to the place that he needed to be. And it was only his perspective that they were demons and that they wanted to hurt him. So that kind of rings clear when I think about the ecosystem that Douglas was talking about.
There's like this Eckhart, they use like a Meister Eckhart quote in the movie. The only thing that burns as hell is the part of you won't let go of life. The memories, your attachments, they burn away, but they're not punishing you. They're freeing your soul. So if you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils and tearing away your life. But if you are made of peace, the devils are really angels freeing you from the earth.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible.
There you go.
Thank you.
Meister Eckhart. Yeah.
And Meister Eckhart was the teacher of Adolf Hitler. That was Dietrich Eckhart. Dietrich Eckhart was Adolf Hitler's mentor. He was known as Meister Eckhart. And
he learned from this previous Eckhart. It was like a lineage.
I see. Thank you.
Eckhart von Holstein, 1260 to 1328.
Yes.
Very famous German Catholic theologian. So of course the Reich would know about them.
Yes.
Born near Gothia in Landgravet of Thuringia. There you go.
Yes, thank you. Thuringia, as the Allies would understand it. And so, look at this. UK Interior Minister Braverman fired amid controversy over her remarks on pro-Palestinian rallies. Of course. Yes, of course. And we shall see how.
Like I keep saying, it's like no one has yet to give me a good example of why blowing up children is good. Like, it's what does that even? It's so crazy. This is what kind of world do we live in?
Now take a look at this. I'm going to do some screen sharing here. I don't know if Aristides is still conscious with us. By the way, I'm not saying that as a downer. I mean, if he's fallen asleep, I understand completely. He's, I'm just glad that he's with us as he is oftentimes. But anyhow, can you see the cursor moving? So look at this shit. Basically, here's what we got here. I got a notification to bring this to my attention. Believe it or not, I am subscribed to Indian News, this World Indian. Whatever the rest of the acronym is, you can tell me, Brendan. But anyhow, and so they give me more notifications. They're somehow connected with Taiwan because I wound up getting their link to them through Taiwanese news. But at any rate, first got the notification.
These are like the right wingers. Okay. These are basically like the remnant. Third Reichists from India or something. I don't know how else to explain it.
Cool. Okay, that's a positive. At any rate, they say, first I get this notification, it brought me to the article, UK Interior Minister Suella Braverman, obviously Asian Indian or Pakistani, something going on there, ethnic. Suella Braverman fired amid row over hate march comments. And here we are. Britain's Minister Suella Braverman has been sacked. Now, normally you would scroll down, there would be an article. Look at this. I scroll down. This is what I get. You basically developing story. More
developing story.
More to follow.
I bet it is.
Yeah. What the fuck? There is no text. There is no text here. That I've never seen anything like it. It's just
the editor, the Jewish editor got a hold of it or something.
Yeah, it's truly. It's like something may have been there, and then they scrubbed that.
Right.
Holy shit! She must have said something either extraordinarily articulate, or it's because if she just said something like "fucking kikes deserve to die," they would have published that and said "see the evil." They would have published that and said "see the evil." Right. So it could have been that. Whatever she said probably was something about like what Brendan said. I see no rational argument for defending continually bombing babies,
right?
Or blowing up babies. Yeah, it
is like a brand new story. Like they're just now waking up in England. So
okay. Still,
that's definitely a factor.
Yeah, still, I mean, come on. It's like George Knight wrote this. It's like George Knight got up and said, "Hey, just waking up. Got some forming thoughts here, but gotta go." Yeah, right. It's funny as hell. Okay, so there we go with that. The other thing. Oh yes, for our man. I'll start sharing again for our man Mark H because he missed all that good shit. For those of you who missed it earlier, shout out to Amor Fadi who has just joined us in the chat, and
I found something on it. It says she's an outspoken right winger, quote unquote, and she was heightening tensions of contentious pro-Palestinian demonstrations. So she was promoting like the protests against them.
For that, they'll block that. Yeah,
so you can't even wave a sign anymore. It's like, it's this joke. This is a joke.
Thank you. And
they destroy your career for just like literally speaking out your mind. I mean,
oh yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah. So, Mark H, what I was showing earlier to the guys, I don't know if you can see the screen share, Mark.
Yes.
We were talking about the Black Hawk World War II comics, and he was supposed to be a Polish pilot, his nation the first victim of Nazi aggression, quote unquote, without, of course, mentioning the Soviet side. That was permissible because they were an ally. And then, of course, we were bringing up how they had, basically their Chinese archetype here with the fucking, little...
it's so bad.
It's the ponytail, the boat...
Oh, man, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's real bad.
Yeah, the little red bow tie.
They actually toned it... This one, they toned it down a little bit, if you can believe that.
And go on, Mark. What it reminds you of? Anything it brings to mind?
I was just gonna say that's worse than the Mickey Rooney movie there, Breakfast at Tiffany's. That's horrible.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like here we are. There's a good one.
It's bad when they had to tell Spielberg to cut it out. Like he couldn't even touch it.
He was. Here we are. Here's our man. Who's this guy from The Simpsons? This guy from The Simpsons. People might remember him.
The comic book guy. That's the.
Okay.
That's right. The comic book guy.
Okay, he's here for worst cover ever. Well, at least for this week, and so he's pointing out. Of course, we'll make this.
Nowadays, the archetype is now called Reddit moderator.
Yeah,
they changed their name.
and you can barely see the Chinese guy here because I can't make it any larger. But he's just back there waving a hatchet like he's a Tong member and shit. So I'll try and find.
The one on Wiki's the worst one. It's like one of the early ones, and it just looks so bad. Like
wait, show it to us. Do a screen share. Show us.
Oh yeah, let me if I can find it again.
Yeah, this whatever work of art they came up with, but the allies, they're supposed to. They just show what they really.
Oh yeah, speaking of that, did you hear about the?
Yeah. Oh, here's
Black Hawk.
Yeah, here's Chop.
That blew up.
Huddle for action. Huddles for action with
you
the
found it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, this
one.
Anyhow, I can't seem to make it any larger. But what were you gonna say about the Black Hawk blew up? What were they saying?
Yeah, somewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean, one of our Black Hawks got blown up.
Oh, the helicopters
fell out, just crashed, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Anytime they say crash, that means it was deliberate.
Yeah. And so I didn't hear about it. Oh, here's Chop Chop's gonna get his head chopped off by headhunters. Of course, yeah. There we are. There's some racism for you. The white guy comes in. He's looking like Johnny Fuckable. This looks like family. Yeah.
Layers of racism was great.
Yes.
That's despicable right there.
It is. Anyhow, so there's some of this stuff. It is funny. It's hideously funny. But as
that's the only reaction you can have.
Thank you. Yeah, if you don't laugh, you're gonna go into paroxysms of rage, like the reactionaries do over Greta Thunberg. And so one of the things that I was trying to point out before I refresh myself was that the thing that most offends me about Ben Shapiro when he's saying, I worked hard to bring myself to this point where I am today, is the fact that what I was trying to articulate with the experience I had, kind of like what, Brendan's going through now, it's you can work yourself literally to death. I had 3 careers in which I was working not just night shift with all 3 of those careers, but extra shifts. And you can be doing like the equivalent of 2 jobs, and it's all those 30 years of work, whether it was the security contracts where all the money I earned ultimately expended on my parents' medical care for all the reasons I articulated ad nauseum in the past. I mean, you can work yourself to death, earn everything, and then it doesn't mean anything. It's all going to be expended with medical expenses, care for, if you have relations that you care about and you're actually caring for them. Just the insanity of the situation is that without a background of a wealthy family, it's going to all be gone. It's meaningless. Yeah. You can't save it all. So the hard work does not pay off. And it really comes down only to being born in a position where you have enough of a background to enough of a backup system, enough of a what would you call it? There's a term for it. It's not infrastructure. What is it? It's
like a fallback.
No. Everyone knows what we're talking about. You've got a family support system. A support system that
good foundation.
Foundation. Thank you. That on which to build. There's, all our foundations in my case certainly, and what Brendan's experiencing now. There's no foundations to build on. It's all quicksand. So there's nowhere to go.
And these fuckers always say, "Oh, you can't save like $100 a month, $200 a month." I'm like, what are you not understanding about this fucking shit? Like, what about paycheck to paycheck plus debt don't you get? Like, where's this?
Thank you.
It's like, you guys can do math, obviously.
They can't. Actually, they can't, because the math that they're dealing with is Silicon Valley math, which is like, it's all cook the books. They're all cooking books.
Cook the books, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they've got no concept of, it was like Judith Ager. Judith Ager, expended some $3,000 to come and see me, and then wanted me to save up at least half that amount so I could help pay for the next time she visited. Realistically, around $3,000. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. This was in the Revolution Radio days. I couldn't save up enough money to help pay for her to come again. I don't understand how she couldn't understand that. Honestly, and. She kept saying how stupid I was to have, wasted the opportunity with her. But it's not like I had a choice. It's like,
yeah, exactly. That's what's so offensive. They make it sound like it's a choice or something.
Thank you.
It's like, don't you think I would have figured out how to save money by now if I could? It's almost like crazy. I mean,
yeah. Oh, Brendan found it. Brendan found it.
Yeah, I found it.
Me see it all now. It's a click. Oh my God. Chop
so
Chop in double clossed. Double clossed. Yes. Long time depiction of Chop Chop. Yes. And basically, this stayed that way until the 1980s. Yes. Here we are. Ben Shapiro meets.
And then they changed him. They changed him into like some dude that looked like he was out of a kung fu film. Like, they literally changed him to like a Bruce Lee looking guy.
Oh God. And that's equally offensive. equally offensive.
Yeah, I kind of want to find that again too, because I couldn't believe it. I was like, no way.
Yeah. I mean, the change in character, it's kind of like, come on. It's like I can understand they're trying to compensate. But it's just like
yeah. Here, you got to see this shit.
Which Ben?
He still has the fucked up accent. But they fixed it. They tried to, like, you know, quote unquote fix it.
Oh fuck yeah! They gave him a muscular face. His fucking face is all muscular and shit. Yeah. Special Detail Officer Wu Cheng requesting leave of absence. Yeah. Oh, the muscular face is Blackhawks. Okay, there you go. That's permission. Yeah. Take care of yourself, soldier. Yeah, Chop Chop, given a proper name and uniform. Yeah.
Speaking of like changing people's faces, did you guys see the Bankman-Fried court drawing that they made for him?
Oh, if you can find it, give us a link. Yeah, you know. But
so they made him to be a fucking supermodel, like with a chiseled jaw and everything. I gotta show you this.
Who?
Bankman-Fried, who looks like shit. He looks like Wavy Gravy. If you remember Wavy Gravy, the hero. But,
yeah, he obviously. I don't want to be like this, but obviously the court reporter was Jewish.
Yeah, thank you. There we are.
The court artist. It looks nothing like him. You're gonna die when you see this. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And they made the other chick look like a Down syndrome, like
yeah,
look like someone with Down syndrome, but that like deflated.
Oh my god, that's incredible. That's funny as hell. I can't wait to see this shit.
It was obviously deliberate. Yeah.
If you can find it, Brendan, upload it to. Oh, look at this shit.
That was a parody. I thought it was a parody.
I gotta download this. If somebody saw this and said, "Be on the lookout for this guy," they'd be arresting every supermodel. This had to have been
a parody. I hope it is.
This is like a runway model. It's like a runway model who they're making his hair a bit like kind of mussed, but you know people would think that.
Can you find the one with the chick?
Yeah, find if you could, either one of you. Yeah. At any rate, when it comes to, yeah, this is outrageous. This is not Bankman-Fried. Bankman-Fried looks like a turd. He looks like his mother didn't give birth to him. That he looks like he was shit out. You know, so his face looks like you hit it with a hammer and you rolled it over with a steamroller, flattened like a pancake. He looks like a Play-Doh doll that is just malformed. It's just anything you can say negative is Bankman-Fried personifies it. And honestly, there's oh Jesus, oh Jesus, what they did to his girlfriend is outrageous. She should sue them. Oh my God, it's a pity you can't sue these people. That is just granted. She's a homely chick. She's homely, but this is like,
come on, man, like, yeah.
This is like straight out of Clive Barker. For those of you who don't remember Clive Barker, he was the gay horror story writer. So because he's gay, all female characters are just kind of like peripheral. So as a gay guy, he would like be writing horror stories. So this would be like a Clive Barker female character from one of his horror stories is how they drew this poor girl who is homely, who does kind of look kind of like this, but this
she looks goofy, but not like that.
Yeah, they took every worst feature.
They made her look like that dude from the Goonies. Like,
yeah, there. Thank you.
What was his name?
Thank you. Like he somehow raped a chick and she actually carried it to term. Yes. It's that was an actual deformed character, by the way. If my understanding is correct, the guy played in the Goonies was played by an actual deformed character, who then starred in a number of other movies. Yeah, it's just, yeah, this is outrageous. And then what they did to Bankman-Fried, yeah, I don't know why they have a hard on for him. They made him look like Superman. He looks like literally like Christopher Reeves back in the old days with a mussed up hairstyle out of an anime or something. Like Final Fantasy V, where they always have the cowlick or something. The Asian characters always have the fucking cowlick that goes up, and for some reason they find that sexy in anime or the like. He looks like they were just trying to carry out some kind of aesthetic like that. But otherwise he's like some runway model. It's outrageous. It's absurd. There you go. I mean, that's entertaining. As for the the character Chop Chop with a proper name, yeah, I realized the muscular face I was looking at was the white guy, but the Asian guy looks like not so much Bruce Lee. He looks like Key Luke. He looks like the Hawaiian Key Luke is what they made him. Kind of like the Hawaiian Key Luke. But definitely it's attractive enough where it's like unrealistic compared to obviously they made him just this brutal caricature for forever. Either way,
right, I can't imagine like they were like trying to say, oh look what we did with Chop Chop.
Yeah.
Like from that original design of this is like, I mean, that's absurd.
Like this is supposed to be.
They might as well have just killed them all.
Thank you.
And started over.
Thank you. In a sense, that's what they did. It's either way, but it's the proper uniform they give him. It's like I said, this is what Brendan was asking about.
It's like a coolie uniform, yeah.
Well, it's they gave him a it's like a coolie version of their Nazi uniform. All the rest of the guys you'll notice have more of. Basically, what the other guys are wearing in the Black Hawk uniforms are not Flyers uniforms. They're actually Panzer uniforms. They're these leather outfits that are
that's right.
What a Panzerman would wear. And so this is why when what happened is if you scroll up further, Mark, you'll notice that there's these elements, screenshots that Brendan took of Behold a Pale Horse, in which our man Bill Cooper had taken some documents I had sent him, and he actually put them in his book. I never even knew he had done this. All the years that I was talking, I never read his book.
Oh, yeah.
And so the fact that he had done this, there's actually a notation I had made that he put into the book. I had no idea he had done that. My notation was the Order of the Trapezoid. So what happened was Bill Cooper, who's no military historian per se, he was a sailor, but he was not a military historian and not an expert on the Third Reich by any means. Basically, he wrote in the book, or rather, he took and put into the book a photocopy of the documents that were written by these idiots who were compiling a dossier on Michael Aquino. So it's not his fault. He didn't write it. It was these idiots compiling a dossier on Michael Aquino. But I don't believe, I'd be damn surprised if Bill Cooper had added any context. But what I had done was
No, it's just, these are just tagged, all these documents are tagged at the end
of
the book with all of his, like, in between all of his documents, like, of him in the military.
Got it, okay.
But he doesn't mention Q anywhere in the text, because I tried to search it.
Yeah.
It's only in these documents that he mentions him.
Interesting. So for those who don't know, Q is Aquino, of course. And so this is of course probably what saved his ass for a few more years. The fact that he didn't expose Aquino directly probably saved his ass for until the point.
Well, let me just interject there, because remember, Douglas, I think it was the first time on my show I relayed. I read this book a couple different times, and there's a decent chunk of it, about one chapter, where he does quite a bit go into Michael Aquino and the people that he was around and running with, and he even puts his full address and all of his contact information and everything else in the book itself.
Mm-hmm. Are you sure that's not just the documents? Are you sure that's not just the appended?
I screenshotted that,
Yeah, are you sure that's not just the appended documents that Brendan's talking about?
If I recall correctly, it's at least about a decent chapter of information on it. It might have been that, but I think he does speak a little bit about it. It is,
because all the stuff you gave him, Douglas, part of it was, it's like a whole excerpt from Mind War.
Yeah, okay.
Like the first couple chapters of Mind War, and then right before that is all this. So it appears as if it were a chapter, because it looks like book text.
Got it.
But they're actually photocopies.
Okay. So that puts it in some context. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, Mark, but probably if you looked at the book again, you would see what Brendan is saying.
Well, I think my point is that I think that enough would be enough for for an insight of.
Got it. No, I get what you're saying too, and what you're saying is well taken. What you're saying is well taken, but there's a difference. You see, when he's just adding a kind of a group of files as an addendum, it's different from integrating that into a narrative. If he wove that into a narrative, Aquino would have taken that as a personal attack. Instead, Aquino took umbrage. If he had anyone to take umbrage with, it was the people forming the dossier. And when it came to the dossier, they have on the screenshots that are available if you scroll up on the text box here in Skype, Brendan presented these screenshots that are in the book, in which the people compiling the dossier on Aquino are wondering aloud about, oh, they're all dressed in World War II German, World War II era uniforms, and they were not. That's why I underlined it, and I added the notation, Order of the Trapezoid. So, interestingly enough, Aquino probably, I don't know if he recognized that as my writing, or never did at all, or never noticed it, and just thought it might have been Bill Cooper's, because my writing was generic enough where it could have been mistaken as someone else's. But I didn't, if I were CIA, I would have blacked out all of that on the document and just say redact it. But I'm not the CIA, so what I did was I underlined it and then articulated Order of the Trapezoid. What I was trying to emphasize was they were on a trip where they felt that they were the resistance to the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich, and that the secret space program that they were consultants to as quote-unquote sorcerers in consultation with NASA and the secret space program of the U.S. military, they dressed in uniforms like Black Hawk, because they were basically presenting themselves as the resistance on an international level to the Third Reich as a breakaway civilization in space. And so they were wearing these Black Hawk type uniforms, and that's what I was trying to articulate with the Order of the Trapezoid. That was the uniforms they were using. Brendan Zogit has left because he's had to deal with some issues immediately. So hopefully that puts something in perspective again for people who are listening, and it's an important point to always bear in mind. The people envied the Hugo Boss uniforms. Brendan's back. So Brendan, what had happened? What led to the break there for a second? If he's willing to speak about it or able. And aside from that, certainly appreciate everybody like Mark bringing in the different eye candy that they brought in from what they did. And as a matter of fact, Mark, whatever else comes to your mind. You were talking a lot with Brendan about a number of different issues. You were talking about Jacob's Ladder. You were bringing up the fact, of course, that the ecosystem was articulated through the movie Jacob's Ladder, and I certainly appreciate that. And Brendan, so what happened over at your end?
The phone froze, and with all those every time those screenshots come up, the phone acts weird. Some kind of egregore or something. It's
oh my God.
You can't bring up info about him.
Oh my God. Yeah. Go on.
And then it was every time I tried to unmute, it kept getting muted. It's
holy shit, that wasn't me. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
no. If it's someone on the call, it'll say.
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah. Oh, that's so weird. And so by all means, Nemo has entered another image, and we'll take a look at that.
Well, also, before I have to go, I was going to ask you about I know it's a wild topic, but
the sex dolls again? We'll get back to it. Yes, so let's get back to the sex dolls. And yeah, this is an image entered by Nemo.
Because they claim that he invented them, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Which is absurd.
Yeah. Maybe not. Let's put it this way.
But also, it's strange because the archetype of them are these blonde-haired, blue-eyed ones.
Yes.
So it's really strange.
Yeah. No. It's all real. So let me put that into some context. What is being referenced there? And again, this is from the same silly people who were just, talking about his gas, his vegetarianism, and he had gas. And by the way, for those people who don't know, Our Lady, Brooke Gibson, basically says Hitler had the same condition she's got, kind of, it's what she feels. And she also is a vegetarian. So she feels this kind of bizarre bonding with Hitler that is always interesting. Other than that, I'll relay more of her adventures later at a different time. When it comes to our man Hitler, and this is the problem you're always going to run into. When it comes to something developed in the Third Reich, they're going to say Hitler did it. And that's
Right.
you know, and it's like one of these things that you have to just basically take with a tremendous sense of caution.
Right. It's like the amount of stuff they
Yeah.
attribute to just Hitler by himself is like he would have had to have been like a Superman of some sort.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They give you this idea that he's this complete micromanaging individual who somehow had, who apparently never slept, obviously. And
Right.
yeah, and just spent all day with an endless amount of energy, just interfering in everybody's business at some point or another. But in reality, when it comes to his participation, I'll put it in context. Basically, what had happened was there were several convergent factors. One was that he did. Now, as people remember, I've explained this before. For people who don't remember, Adolf Hitler was in World War I. You all remember that. He was basically had a lot of children. He was obviously heterosexual and very active, despite what anybody says contrary to that. And this has nothing to do with any sense of defensiveness. It has to do with just historical reality. But definitely he was someone who was stationed in France, quote unquote, or deployed on the front, the Western Front, during World War I. At the time that he was stationed in the village of Wavrin, that's spelled Wavrin, Wavrin, he mentioned and ultimately, well, slept with this young French girl named Charlotte Eudosie Alida Lovejoy. And I may be butchering that name completely. I understand that there's multiple different pronunciations depending on dialect, but her full name was spelled Charlotte with 2 T's. Eudosie was spelled Eudoxei or XIE. So Eudosie, Alida, almost like Alida Battle Angel, except with a D instead of a T. Alida, and that was where they got the name for Alita Battle Angel. They changed it from the D to the T when they Japanized it. So then Lovejoy was her last name, Lobjoie. So he had a son by her, Jean-Marie Lauré, who he then made later on in World War II. Well, he put him in charge of the French constabulary. And after the war, he sued the French government, his son, for basically money remuneration because he had lost his job when the Allies took over and he felt that he needed compensation. He was trying to help out his family. He failed in his lawsuit, but the very interesting thing was that the French government recognized him as the son of Adolf Hitler. And so I do want people to understand that Hitler's children have been officially recognized as real, as existing. And this guy had something like himself 9 children. So that meant Adolf Hitler had 9 grandchildren through him alone. You can imagine through the other children Hitler had how many grandchildren that he had. Now you might ask, why is this relevant?
That video also mentioned someone that had joined the U.S. Navy.
Yes,
that
was
one of his kids.
Yes, that was the nephew. That was Hitler's nephew.
The nephew.
So Hitler's nephew was a United States citizen, and what happened was that he went to Germany and was asking Adolf for a job, and basically thought that Adolf was going to give him this big ass party position and gonna nepotism him and shit. And
right.
Yeah, and like Hitler was Jewish or something.
Yeah.
And
that
so
was probably the rationale he used too.
Yeah. And then what happened was that Hitler just found him loathsome. Hitler's words. That's it. Literally said you're fucking loathsome. He couldn't stand him, and he didn't want him anywhere in his sight. And he told him to get the fuck out of Germany. And so what happened was he was so pissed off, he came home and said, yeah, I'm Hitler's nephew, but I'm going to fight against the Fuhrer. I'm going to join the Navy and shit. And that's how my father met him. So his name
even changed his name too or something.
Well, his real name was William Patrick Hitler. He may have changed it, but I don't think he so much changed his name. He might have during the war. But honestly, after the war, he was interviewed by American magazines who thought, he would know more about Germany than anyone else. The reality is, of course, he knew less about Germany than anyone else. You're talking to the wrong guy. This is just some dumb American who happened to be related to Hitler and thought he could get a job and just wound up being proven as an idiot. And so when he came back and joined the Navy, he still sported the Hitler mustache. He wanted the attention. He carried Mein Kampf around. It was like he was covering all angles or something. But,
right.
My dad met him and wasn't impressed and just thought he was a clown. But his descendants in America have done their best to try and, quote unquote, end the Hitler bloodline by swearing to never have children. And so they all made this bond. They were not going to have children, and they're claiming they're ending the Hitler bloodline. And they can't do that, not out of any moral reason, but simply there's plenty of other people descended from Hitler, including myself. So when it comes to everything that I'm expressing, again, the reason why this is relevant. So when Hitler conquered Paris, and bear in mind Hitler's accomplishment in this sense. This was meta-political. In other words, you've heard the term metaphysical. This was meta-political. People just don't get it. All of World War II was, in essence, in vengeance of the Versailles Diktat. And what happened was hundreds of years of Franco-German hostilities resulted in the French imposing more than any of the other allies. The French in World War I imposed the horrible Versailles Diktat. And everything was signed inside of this French railroad car, where they signed the Versailles Diktat, and it led to everything that destroyed Germany after World War I. So when Adolf Hitler forced the French to surrender, he forced them to surrender in that same railroad car. So he got the French into the same railroad car, forced them to sign the surrender documents, and reversed everything in a 180-degree turn. So as far as the Germans were concerned, this was miraculous. This was divine. It's something that was historically completely a reversal of the former situation. And so when Hitler did what he did, and he went around in Paris, one of the things that he did was he grabbed himself a French prostitute and slept with her, and basically, like myself, contracting a yeast infection the other day, last month, he contracted syphilis. Now, this was cured. He was not Al Capone. Al Capone contracted syphilis and was never cured because he had a pathological fear of needles. Now, Adolf Hitler had no pathological fear of needles. He was undergoing intensive blood transfusions. So this was something that later on helped him enter a different physiological state, the vampire state, essentially. He was receiving vampire blood from what was called the Bulgarian treatment. You can look this up. This is not something Douglas Dietrich just pulls out of his ass. You can look up Dr. Theo Morell, his doctor, the Italian doctor who treated Adolf Hitler all the way in the last days of the bunker. He was giving him the Bulgarian treatment. This was massive blood transfusions. They never tell you where the blood comes from. It was vampire blood. This was something to convert him physiologically into vampire state. The whole point was that that being looked at, it shows he was not afraid of needles. So he got the needle treatment. He got cured of the syphilis. The Allied theory, mind you, the Allied theory was that he was not being treated for his syphilis, and that he was growing increasingly impacted by the syphilis, and that's why his military decisions towards the end of the war were, quote unquote, not militarily or strategically productive or beneficial, and that this was basically a kind of descending madness, all from this prostitute in Paris. Now, all of this is, however, shall we say, inaccurate or fallacious the Allied presentation of that incident was. The reality is that impact that he felt personally from being infected by syphilis from the prostitute in Paris, combined with the fact that he had genuine racial concerns about interbreeding on a supermassive scale that was ongoing with his troops, raping women all over Central Europe, a good deal of them Jewesses and Slavs, he basically said, look, we got to think of something to relieve their sexual tensions when there's no German or woman around for them to be breeding with. Now, one of the things that Heinrich Himmler had developed was the Lebensborn program. The Lebensborn program was meant for Nordic Aryans, particularly to pair up with Nordic Aryans. They eliminated all of the hindrances of conventional marriage, allowed the breeding to go on without a marriage certificate, and the woman who became impregnated, their children were delivered as children of the state. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman who was a member of the ABBA band in Sweden was a product of the Nazi Lebensborn program. She's maintained a very reclusive lifestyle because of that, because people tend to attack her and harass her because of that, because she's a product of Lebensborn. Yeah. So understand that there are many products of Lebensborn who went in all kinds of different directions after the war, as they would beg in the questions. Others were taken to Unterland. So understand that, well, this was mostly Heinrich Himmler's program. You had also the issue of the Wehrmacht, which was not part of the SS. And basically, with all this interbreeding going on, what Adolf Hitler was afraid of was that if this was rampant, that you'd have all kinds of hybrid kids that were born that would create further problems for the future Reich. So he was just saying, you know, if they're part of conquered populations, what are we going to do with so many hybridized kids? So when the troops were unable to take advantage of Lebensborn, which is, of course, behind the lines as an operation, even though they tried to ship Blitzmadgen, these kind of females to the front line for sexual services, as well as nursing, there's only so often they could risk doing that without these women being captured by the enemy or being exposed to enemy fire. So, in other words, a solution had to be found for immediate release. And so, just as Hugo Boss developed this incredible Nazi uniform, just as there were other incredible things that Hitler initiated, such as the development of the Volkswagen, this incredibly cheap people's car, where they consulted the person who developed the Barbie doll, which originally was almost 6 feet tall. So the first Barbie dolls were blonde-haired, blue-eyed, in order to basically fit an aesthetic that they were trying to cultivate. And they were proportioned exactly like the Barbie dolls you would find until recently, where they fucked Barbie all up and basically took away her bust and gave her a big butt like she was black. And basically said that this was to appeal to a more ethnic clientele and make her more of like a Hottentot or something. You know, all I can say is I much prefer the original Barbie myself, but then again, you know, look at my roots. So when it comes to the original Barbie doll, she was like about 5'6", 5'7". And she was a sex doll, and it was this Nazi sex doll shipped to the front lines by the thousands, produced in mass production, of a softer, resilient plastic that was still pliable for, you know, some kind of instant release. I really don't know if there was any paperwork or documentation as to the effectiveness of whether this helped to reduce interbreeding with local Slav and Romani and various other minority populations that the Germans...
They claimed that in that video that it was like a failure, or like that they didn't, you know, use them enough or something, so they had to stop the program or something.
Well, they never stopped the program because they obviously kept the prototype, which they ultimately sold to the Allies as Barbie. They ultimately, you know, just recopyrighted it and rebranded it, and then obviously it was an infinite success. I mean, there's no comparison to the success of the Barbie doll. The Barbie doll has been like eternal at this point. It's like you know, one of these things that it's hard to imagine human identity without the Barbie doll being implicated in popular culture. So many people have grown up with it. In fact, she's been far more resilient than G.I. Joe. Just so people, you know, just as kind of comparison there. But when it comes to Barbie and the importance of Barbie. It was a success ultimately, but I can see why it would be a failure in the field initially. And but the closest parallel we have now, take a look at Communist China and the Communist Chinese Empire. What few women there are who are married to a man, they don't want the man going traveling and fucking other women. And the only man who can afford to marry a Chinese woman, understand this, and welcome back, George Knight. Let's get this straight so people understand the situation in Communist China. At this moment, historically in Communist China and for the foreseeable future, an ethnic Chinese woman is, if she's breeding age, attractive, available, like marriage quality material, she is literally worth her weight in gold. She is like, your average man could never afford her. The only people that can afford her are the elites. So you're either going to be a member of the Communist Party or you're going to be a business mogul. And either one of those positions, if you're a member of the Communist Party, you could be very likely traveling all over the place because you're going to be on diplomatic missions to Africa or this Belt and Road Initiative all over the fucking world. So a lot of the Communist Chinese Party members are traveling all the time and not at home. The business moguls are traveling all the time and not at home because they're setting up the business contracts in Africa or the Belt and Road Initiative. So what Communist Chinese wives do is they buy their husbands life-size sex dolls. And these sex dolls are the modern sex dolls. These are the sex dolls that are like, I'll put a link here and I'll put it in the chat room as well. People have no idea. Just these sex dolls are like out of this fucking world. But I don't know if Peter Moon appreciates the reality enough. He's always saying he wants to see my dancing by my biofacsimilacra dancing and shit. You know, the fact that they've got the emotional development of an infant, doesn't seem to stymie him in that regard. But here we are finding Pete Moon's thing here. And the interesting thing is he doesn't even respond to half of what I send to him on the Skype. I don't even know if maybe because he's writing the book, or he used to respond to what I sent him on Facebook immediately. It's like Skype, it's like, who knows why it's inaccessible to him in terms of a response or something. At any rate, let me see if I can.
Skype isn't as aggressive with all the noises and push notifications.
Yeah.
Facebook is pretty aggressive.
So take a look at this amazing AI humanoid robots. Now, again, that term AI is just a sales gimmick. These are expert system humanoid robots. These are like parrots. They will regurgitate what you train them to say. But if you train this expert system to repeat what you say, it's mostly, I want to suck your dick or something. This is what this chick is going to be repeating all the time to you. And right. So this is what these communist Chinese women are buying their husbands to keep them occupied. If the Third Reich was at the level of technology where we're at today, this is what they would have been assigning to the troops in the field for them to relieve themselves with, so they wouldn't be, interbreeding with ethnic minorities all over Central Europe and shit. So it's like this is the parallel we have today, where there's less and less women in China, 75% male population. This is what you're going to see more and more of. And of course, this is the Communist Chinese Party encouraging it because they want to prevent homosexuality, because otherwise you're going to have rampant homosexuality. If these men aren't able to afford, at least at the middle class level, smuggling a wife from Russia, Indonesia, Vietnam, something like that. There's plenty of abducted wives being sent to Communist China, abducted women being sent to Communist China to be made into wives. But barring that, they've got this. So I'm entering this into the chat room as well. So everybody now knows what's going on there. This is kind of like what the Third Reich was faced with on a completely different level for completely different reasons, where there was an over-availability of women, and they just didn't want their troops downbreeding all day, leaving them with a supermassive minority problem in the foreseeable future. Right. So, yeah, instead they...
So, of course, that cheesy cartoon video where it was like a little bobblehead Hitler, it wasn't going to explain that detail.
Thank you. No. Yeah. What did they say? What did they say was the reason?
They said because... when they were fighting on the border in France, and then later when they took over France, he didn't want them the troops to be taken out of service. Yeah, mustered out of service because of the STDs.
Because of syphilis. Okay, and that's a reason too. Look what happened to him, right? So that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, so
maybe there's some truth to that. Yeah.
So there's truth to it. It's just out of context. Yeah. It's just out of context. Right. And so.
And then they also said that he was like addicted to sweets or something. Like they were. I don't understand.
Yeah. By the way, but by the way, when Brooke was bringing this up about this guy she's like interacting with these days, she was pointing out he's like he eats sweets all the time. He's just grabbing these sweets all the time and eating. I said, I said that's the meth. I said that's
the drugs.
I said that's like my dad Hitler had that. He was after sweets all the time because of the meth. And that was for those who don't know, yes, Hitler was on meth. Understand that meth was produced by the Germans in a totally different context. And this was being distributed all across the front lines, everywhere else. Everybody was on it. This is how they were producing everything in their factories nonstop, 24 hours a day. And everybody was working 18-hour shifts. And the Reich was able to do so much with so little. A lot of it was powered by meth. This is reality. And all of the Allies were trying to emulate this and produce their own speed drugs. So everybody on World War II was using these stupid pills that they were passing out to try and maintain themselves.
It's even shown in like what's that movie with the Dr. Strangelove where it shows the pack they give to the Air Force guy and in there. It's in there somewhere.
Yeah. No, he's on meth. Yeah, they've got This is all there. It's so if you're in the military, you get this stuff issued to you. And Hitler was on it. Now, bear in mind, however, Hitler had the sweets craving like after World War One. He was it was indicative at that point. It was indicative of
was
poverty.
Almost like it was almost like maybe the way they were context or putting it into context. They were saying he said it was for his nerves. So when he would be agitated, he would eat sweets. And he would say, "Oh, it's because of my nerves."
It definitely,
and then they at the end they pull some fake news bullshit, and they said when he killed himself in the bunker, his last meal was a cake because he was nervous.
Of course they'll say something like that. Of course it was shortly after his birthday. He had a cake because it was his birthday.
Yes, there you go.
But and of course they'll say he killed himself. Of course he escaped, and the evidence for that is just overwhelming. It's just but so overwhelming. There's no point in even going into it. There's so many documentaries out there. People can look that up, and believe me, it's just it becomes just irrefutable. But such as being what it is. Even before World War One, no, he always had a sweet tooth, and this was indicative of poverty. Just so people understand, people who grow up in extreme poverty tend to have a sweet tooth, that just sugar cravings all the time, and a lot of it has to do with it's just like empty calories, empty energy, quick energy, and people who are impoverished need that extra amount of energy all the time because they're not really eating real food. So he grew up impoverished. When he was a starving artist, that was what provided him energy, was sugar. So it was just it's why he had dental problems later that his dentist was taking care of all the time. It's just came from that impoverished background. But then the meth kicked in, and then when the meth kicked in, the meth habit later, then the sweets really piled up because the meth causes you to crave sweets like you wouldn't believe. And just kind of piled up on itself. Now, all of that changed radically as he, quote-unquote, died and entered vampire state. That was as all the blood transfusions began to take effect. Just so people know, Dr. Theo Morell took all these notes, and pretty much he knew Adolf Hitler had physiologically changed radically when he started recording his urine was beer brown, which is like vampire piss, vampire piss is very beer brown, very, very dark because of all the blood they drink. So when he wrote that, he felt he had succeeded and had informed Hitler of such, and that's when Hitler said, "Get out of the bunker, I want you to survive, go home." And he literally forcibly himself kicked Theo Morell out of the bunker, made certain he left and went home to his wife before he evacuated. But Heinrich Himmler, and he basically talked with, of course, the head of the World Jewish Congress at that time, who was running it out of Sweden, so that they could help Hitler and himself escape, which the World Jewish Congress did, because Hitler had helped to carry out everything that they had asked, which was basically launch a Holocaust, so that they could drive the Jews out of Europe and into Palestine. And, of course, I'm certain Hitler at this point in his life, and he's very possibly still alive simply because he's no longer operating on the human biological scale, not baseline human. I'm certain he would basically look at the situation now with Palestine and feel it's something that needs to be rectified. So, such being said, this is one reason why they keep citing UFOs over, well, Israel. UFOs are spotted over Israel more than almost any other place, except, as they said, Japan and South Carolina and California, which, of course, is why Brooke Gibson was shocked and thought I had written all those articles that I gave her links to. It is quite funny when you think of her connection to South Carolina, mine to California, and of course Japan, and then the Israeli trip. It all is quite funny. So George, by the way, join us. And what else is on your mind?
Yeah. Oh yes, no, thank you, Douglas. I'm glad you mentioned that actually with Israel, with the UFO sightings, is because I did actually watch a documentary a little while ago, and it was just demonstrating, showing, displaying all the sightings with actual authentic amateur footage, and of the Israeli Defense Force intercepting the UFOs. It's just truly remarkable. There was an entire documentary on it, and it is astronomical, the amount of sightings that go on in Israel over, and it's been going on since the 40s. It's just overwhelming, and I'd have to get the try and find that documentary again, because it shows you great footage of these fighter jets intercepting these glowing orb objects in the sky. Obviously, the Third Reich in exile, and obviously that is the link, the whole connection between the state of Israel and the Third Reich in exile. And that was something that, going back a few transmissions ago, when you spoke of the Reich in the beginning hour of transmission, or the beginning couple hours with Peter Moon, I'm glad he brought that up, because he knows an individual. I forgot which profession he is based on, but he knows someone within Israel that speaks of this. So, and I wanted to respond to that, just to validate everything that this individual was saying is true. They do cite these all the time, and the fighter jets intercept them incestuously because of the connection. And so, yeah, I just wanted to just bring that forth, and also the individual that you mentioned with the head of the Jewish World Congress at Sweden was Norbert Masser.
Thank you. Who himself sported a Hitler mustache. But go on, yes.
Yes. And that was because I've actually read the whole transcript. He wrote either an article or book based on his interaction with Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler himself. And he knew he was being disingenuous when he was speaking of, because Norbert Masser knew better, and he knew what was going on. And Heinrich Himmler was calling slight bluff. But he handed over 20,000 Jewish captives.
Women!
Women, yeah, thank you. That were captive.
Because, so people know, the Zionists had no woman because they're like Hamas. They're just all basically a bunch of toxic masculine terrorists, and they can't get chicks because, what kind of chick wants to hang out with a psychotic terrorist murderer? And so, since the Zionists couldn't get any girls, basically Norbert Masser was complaining to Heinrich Himmler, we got no girls in Palestine, where all the, where all our boys are going. And so Heinrich Himmler said, all right, I'll give you 20,000 Jewish women as a bargain for helping Hitler and himself out of the area. And, so there you go. That was all about.
Yes.
So by the way, go on.
To expedite it. Yeah, to expedite, and obviously exchanges were being made. The communications were being established for the re-establishment and the relocation of themselves. So obviously, and this is what is elaborated, is articulated by this individual Norbert Masser, who was the head of the Jewish World Congress at Sweden. And so people could read that. It's in the public domain. They only have to look that up, what he wrote about it. And I know it. I can never forget when he wrote. He knew that Heinrich Himmler was being disingenuous, but they still exchanged this form of communication dialogue, this exchange program, this exchange of we're going to do this for you, and you do this for us. So that was still going on, even though he knew what was going on. So he knew damn right what was going on behind the scenes, but like the exchange was still being made. So
also bear in mind and contextualize for our listeners that Norbert Masser is basically telling a lie to the public to basically kind of provide a cover story for himself and the World Jewish Congress.
Yes.
And what he's saying is, basically he's meeting, he drove into a war zone. He like either was flown in or drove into the Reich while bombardment was going on. The Russians were approaching, the Americans were approaching, and he's meeting with Heinrich Himmler, one of the most wanted men on earth. And he's basically, picking up 20,000 Jewish women as basically sex slaves, so they could be, forced brides for a bunch of terrorists. And of course, he's doing this for a reason. He's going to help Himmler and Hitler escape. He's not going to tell the public that. He's going to say something crazy and stupid like, and then after we did this, I took the Jewish woman and ran while, Himmler went back to Hitler and they both died. Think of the insanity of that. That doesn't even make any sense. Of course, he had to do something in return, and the Jewish Congress obviously helped Hitler and Himmler escape. So this is something that in order to present the public with his own version of that, he had to write a book to cover his tracks, because otherwise people would be after his ass after the war, non-Jewish allies saying, hey, you helped Hitler escape, so he had to write this book to cover his ass, cover the Jewish community's ass. And the amazing thing is that nobody questioned it. It just faded. Nobody ever pursued it and said, hey, you were one of the last guys to talk to Himmler. What was the deal? Why you got 20,000 Jewish women out of the deal? What did they get? No one ever asked. It's like this is part of the preposterous nature of that whole affair. But go on.
Yeah, it's just convoluted, isn't it? It's just it's so true. People don't seem to ask the relevant questions or the right questions, Douglas.
But it does put into account why the Reich is monitoring Israel so closely.
Yes.
Yeah. So go
on. And I was gonna bring up people can read the book that's produced by Edwin Black. The surname Black is an alias, a pseudonym. Actually, Douglas, that's actually ringed a bell in my head, actually, something to bring up in the future. Someone I'll bring up in a moment. But anyway, with the book that he produced several, and one of them is the book that I have in my possession. I've purchased the Havara Agreement, the transfer agreement. In the Hebrew language, it's transliterated into moving a house. It's the collaboration and agreement between the Zionist lobby and the National Socialist German Workers' Party during the 1930s, after the Judea Declaration of War was imposed onto Germany. And so there was an exchange rate, bearing in mind that they both had the same idea, where because of the Judea Declaration on Germany, the Reich had to obviously the term expel, relocate the Jewish population out of Germany, whereas the Zionists, their ideology, their ideological movement, their goal was to establish the so-called quote-unquote homeland, a Jewish self-preservation, self-determination of a land, the new Zion, in the state of Palestine. And so they both had a cooperation. They had both agreement where they would transfer young, healthy, strong men, individuals, be transferred out of Germany to Palestine for money, and they moved their assets with them. This was how they overcome the sanctions and the boycott, but also to establish a state, a settler colonial state in Palestine, which is today an occupation of the land of Palestine, in the Gaza Strip and in Jerusalem, the West Bank. And so this was the collaboration, and they actually, under Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, they actually coined a coin itself to commemorate that pact, that connection. And on one side of the coin, you've got the King David shield. You've got the King David shield on one side, and the swastika on the opposite side.
Just so people understand, what our man George is referring to is what's commonly known as the Star of David, though that's inaccurate. It's not a star per se; it's a shield. But go on. Yes. So continue.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Douglas. And so people can look this up. And he was very heavily scrutinized after he exposed this. Once he disclosed this information, and he got this information from documents in Israel itself. And so this is why, and this is what I was going to bring up, Douglas, because in my organization I work for, we have what we call pseudonym tasks. They are so-called quote-unquote dummy tasks. They're not official tasks. They're just classed as pseudo tasks. But that's why I was going to, bring up the fact that Edwin Black, the author, his surname isn't Black. It's an alias. It's a made-up pseudonym to prevent all the scrutinization that he was, or alienation he was suffering from. He was being conjectured to. This is it was funny with the organization I work for. Many people don't understand what the term pseudo or pseudonym task is, and so that always reminds me of the Simon Necromonicon book. And this is the reason why it's so important for me to bring this up, is because the name Simon, which was the so-called author of the book, the Necromonicon, that is a pseudonym name. That's a pseudo name given to. And if you check out Wikipedia, it's been scrubbed from Wikipedia now, but it was that was conjectured, and it was established, and it was irrefutable that it's an indisputable fact that Peter Levinder was the so-called author of that book. He was the man who wrote the Simon Necromonicon. Yes. And now I believe, if you look that up nowadays, I found the reference on Wikipedia itself. It alluded to him being the author. And it's so important now, because I believe, if people can probably check this out and probably prove me wrong, but I don't believe it's there anymore. It's a bit like with Joseph Ross Tito's quote that he was going to establish on the South Pole colony of the moon. Yeah. It's like, I can't find that reference anymore. It's probably because it's been scrubbed. But of course, this is something that I brought to my attention before by Douglas's past interviews. And like Douglas has said, there's no fear of him being prosecuted for defamation, because it is really well publicly established that Peter Levinder wrote the Simon Necronomicon.
Thank you.
And also, if you look up on YouTube, he actually produced this audio, like not like a podcast, but like an audio book. He reads it out. Yes. And it's like, and what people don't realize is, if you listen or review that, then you're gonna be succumbed or be exposed to hostile entities. I don't know how else to put it, Douglas. I can't articulate it any better than that. Yes. But it is what would you want to call it? It is a gateway or gatekeep to a doorway.
Yes, portals. It's meant to open portals. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. To open up portals for malevolent entities. So this is why I would always refrain from ever reviewing the book. But he actually, on YouTube, that's what's so scary about it. It's actually on YouTube. You can actually listen to the audio, and it's spoken out. It's transcribed by Peter Levinder himself.
Yes.
And so, yes, it's like this man, it was like, it's irrefutable.
Thank you.
That's why I thought it was important to bring that up, because it just reminded me of that term pseudonym. Yeah, with Edwin Black, he produced the book Havara Agreement, the Transfer Agreement, and this was the pact between the Zionist lobby and the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. The German Workers' Party. They cooperated, and Adolphus Jacob Hitler is recognized. Many Israelis themselves have actually promulgated or tried to advocate that they erect a statue to commemorate Adolf Hitler, because they recognize him as being one of the founding fathers of the State of Israel. If that pact wasn't established, and if Adolf Hitler didn't exist, then it would be very unlikely for Israel to exist. So this is why they recognize that. And so, that's something I just wanted to share, Douglas.
Absolutely.
I hope that makes some coherent sense, and I hope people can comprehend what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
absolutely. They do, and they'll be checking into that book, I'm sure. I definitely want people to understand how important that is. And I'm really glad that we've been able to cover the time that we have, because, obviously tonight, with the amount of work that I had to put into the interview with Jen, who unfortunately, at least not yet, has not joined us tonight. I hope she's all right.
No.
Yeah, and I hope that she hasn't faced any repercussions from her activities. I noticed that Victoria hasn't joined us, at least not yet either. She was in the chat room earlier, so she seems to be okay. But obviously, after what we did, there's going to be repercussions. There's going to be attempts to basically lure these ladies with the call of Cthulhu, the call to chaos, usually by both threats and the implications that they'll somehow benefit by attacking myself. We'll see what happens.
Did, contact me on Skype, and she said she appreciated my help.
Oh, okay. When was this?
So I think earlier today, but I just said Happy Diwali.
Okay. Yeah.
I was waiting for her to come on so I could. I'm not going to apologize, but I was going to state what I said earlier.
Yeah, understood.
But it's unfortunate that I couldn't assist, but it was an attack. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I felt that in the beginning I fucked up. We felt that Brendan had listened to some people in the chat, anyhow, the end result was none of us are at fault.
It was working, but there was like this weird buzzing noise.
Yeah, and in the end, they also said it was freezing up. They also said that it was freezing up. Don't forget that. The video was freezing up for them.
It knocked off her microphone, and then the computer froze completely, which is like... Yeah. Like the driver got disabled, which is like really bonkers.
No. It was NSA, and they went directly into her computer and crashed it. And as he said, the drive. Brendan has to go to sleep soon, but
yes, good night.
Yeah, I definitely say goodnight to all our listeners and to everybody here before you go, and I'm hoping Mark and George can hold the stage for a few minutes while, I just rinse the taste of this Coca-Cola out of my mouth, and then I'll return and join in everything. Let me mute myself now. I'll be back in a few moments. In the meantime, Brendan can say goodnight to everyone. Mark and George help him hold the stage, and I'll be right back, and then we'll get back into it. If Brendan's welcome to leave before I return, but I should be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. So let me go mute. I'll be right back.
Good night, because I'll have to go. It's been good. It's been grand.
Take care, Brendan. Have a good night.
We love you.
Much appreciation, and have a good evening and next morning and grand mornings.
Well, we'll see you Wednesday. So hopefully, Our Lady, hopefully, and then hopefully Jen will join us then, so we can go back over the situation and relive the horror, so to speak, from a lighter mood.
Inshallah, God willing.
Yes, so be it. All right. Blessed be. Stay safe and be well. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute for now. I'll count on Mark and George to hold it. Thank you both. Okay.
Absolutely.
Hello, Mark. Good evening to you.
Hey, good evening, George. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for being here. It's wonderful to speak to you. How's my audio? I hope I'm not I hope it's not stagmatic, like with the any disruptions or breakages with the connection, because sometimes my connection where I'm located at the moment, I'm in a poor signal location. It depends on what the terrain is like, so to speak. So I'm hoping I don't break.
You sound fantastic.
Thank you. I'm glad about that. Thank you for confirming that, Mark. Yeah, how are you doing?
Just blessed, George. Just fantastic, Just very, very, very well. So how about yourself?
Yeah, no, very well, thank you. And how's your new job going? You started you've started recently, haven't you? Or is it coming, the start date of your new job role?
Yeah, no, I've been in it, and it's been excellent, just fantastic, just kind of fantastic. That's all I can really say about it at this point. It's been great,
Yeah, no, thank you, Mark.
Just excited.
No, did you have anything you wanted to bring up at all whilst I'm on air with you, whilst I'm here? Did you have anything, any questions to ask or anything like that? You want to bring up any topics specifically?
Yeah, a couple things, because you seem pretty versed in, WW2. I was going to say, what's your take on, the influx of, or actually, what is your opinion? Do you think that some of the Third Reich, or maybe members or portions, had left maybe some relatives that migrated to parts of South America, maybe that have been part of this program? I know Douglas was saying that, Hitler didn't want the right to downbreed in certain areas and things like that. But there's a huge amount of blonde blues, in like Brazil and parts of there. And another interesting fact, before I let you finish, because I know you'll definitely have something to say about it, is there's a Christian cult. I don't want to call it cult. A Christian group.
Yeah.
Called the Fountain of Life. And they're pretty prevalent in our area. And Fountain of Life actually in German, Lebensborn actually translates to Fountain of Life. And it's a Brazilian Christian group, and they have like some interesting rituals and things like that. But I don't know if you know anything about that, or if you could kind of go on about the South America aspect of it.
No, do you know what, Mark? To be honest with you, I've not been acquainted with any of that from that group. Unfortunately, it's something I will have to I'll have to pursue some of that. I'll have to do some form of research into it, conduct my own due diligence, which is what I usually tend to do. But certainly, what I can respond to what you said about about the Reich leaving relatives behind. And the one thing that I've definitely noted during the years of research about the sightings themselves, of course, just so people are aware, I'm not an insider. I'm an outsider trying to look and piece together the picture. I'm not an inside source per se, even though that you could consider me a source for information. But when I'm conducting my own due diligence, what you'll note a lot of the time when you look at documented historical events where UFOs or discraft have been sighted, most prominently over Germany itself, it has to be because of the connection of either the relatives they've left behind, or they have to establish a connection because they are their lineage is it derives from that source, that what you want to call the source pool of that the lineage, the bloodline. So the most prominent sightings are over Germany itself, over Central and Eastern Europe most prominently, and the reasons why they're sighted over a lot of time, certainly over when the Soviet Union was still extant, was because the legal state of war, and over why so prominently over the United States is because of them still being legally in a state of war. So it's the same sort of you can draw a conclusion to Israel itself why so many UFOs are sighted over there, but it's certainly to do with the connection. And over the United States, a lot of people in that community, in that, like the MUFON community and other various groups, fringe groups, that are, what do you want to call it, or the conspiracy aspect of things, they always allude to, well, they always seem to have an interest or fatication towards the nuclear or military facilities, nuclear sites, where they house nuclear silos. And that is, and they always, and they're like, in a sense, they're right, and in a sense, they are definitively wrong as well. It's nothing to do with an extraterrestrial interest with our planet, because we start to go nuclear, so to speak. But that is what, like, people like Stephen Greer always promote, that the whole extraterrestrial trope, that they are interested in our planet because once we became nuclear, we could potentially become hostile to and possibly become malevolent to their own race and species. That's what they always try to promote, and people seem to like suck that in and become somehow like very what's the word, succumbed, or they're not very, they're susceptible to it, to this.
Right. They're I would say even they're lulled by it.
Yes, as well. Yes, Doug. Yes, Mark. I agree. But the reality is, it's because they are the ones. The Third Reich in exile understand about how important the environment is and how important our world is. They know. Because the central core of our Earth, the mantle that emits the electromagnetic field around our Earth, is certainly weakening, and human intervention is certainly causing the temperature of the Earth to rise. So, in the very not so distant future, the surface world will be uninhabitable. Where the Allies, they didn't consider the importance of our environment or the world around us. They were doing everything they could to make it worse. Everything they were doing, they did not consider environmental issues at all. It was out of the equation. So when they were doing all these underground nuclear tests, above ground nuclear tests, ocean nuclear tests, they were literally destroying the Earth itself. And this is why the Third Reich had such, they had to intervene. They had to shut down their nuclear silos in order to send a message. It's forcing the Allies into concessions, knowing that we can switch you off and turn you off whenever we want to. And this is what they were doing. And this is exactly what they were doing. Thank you, Douglas, for returning. And this is exactly what they were doing.
I was listening for a few minutes. I mean, you were on such a roll. There was no point in my interrupting. So I got back just to hear you're talking about the attention they're paying to the nuclear missile sites and silos. Go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you. And so this is that is the reality of the reason between why, and because I was bringing up, Douglas, with Stephen Greer, with the whole, we've talked about this many times in the past, about when the Americans went nuclear, and then eventually 1949, the Soviets blew their first nuclear, they blew their first atomic bomb, and these are essentially, these are like firecrackers, and that's what we've described it as, haven't we, Douglas? They're like firecrackers.
Yes.
If there was such form of a xenox or extraterrestrial sentience out there, they wouldn't be interested in firecrackers going off.
Well, just beyond that, just so people understand, the atomic bombs, the Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs being blown at that time, produced so little in terms of energy release that it is insignificant compared to an exploding volcano. So understand that exploding volcanoes have the equivalent of thousands of these kinds of firecracker nuclear weapons. So aliens would take far more notice of our volcanic activity our volcanism than they would of the early atomic tests or the early nuclear tests. It's a facade that the ufology uses to do two things. It does make humanity seem more important while providing the delusion that we have aliens watching over us instead of angels, willing to intervene if we go too far with our developments. This is like the child that never wants to grow up syndrome. But the reality is, no, you're dealing with a breakaway civilization that has gone beyond nuclear weapons and into a realm of technology that the Allies are far enough behind where the Third Reich in exile may as well be an advanced alien civilization, and at this point has bred to a separate speciation in terms of a higher order of evolution than what is on the surface world. So back to George for that. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Doug. Mark asked a very important question, very relevant question. He was also referring to South America. And do you know what that brings to mind? Just to segue off a little bit, Mark, and it's actually to go back towards Elon Musk as well. Actually, it's because of his him being susceptible to. Oh, Mark H has left. Sorry, beg your pardon. But hopefully you'll listen back to this. Oh, great, he's returned. So with Elon Musk, what we've spoken about in the last couple transmissions was him being susceptible to Vladimir Putin's bluff, his propaganda of deploying nuclear ordnance or a thermal nuclear attack, essentially in Ukraine, which is just preposterous. Or this man is incapable of launching any form of strike against anyone, let alone, this is all propaganda that Elon Musk has actually been susceptible to and actually used in a response to thwarting the telecommunication and network connection, the internet connection
Starlink.
In Ukraine itself.
Right.
Yes.
He's cut off the use of Starlink. But I would go further, and I would say that Elon Musk is basically acting as a foreign agent. I honestly would say that he claims he believes that the world is headed towards war, but really he's just advocating the Russian party line. He is regurgitating the Russian party line for all intents and purposes. It's not a question of whether he believes they can launch a nuclear strike or not. He honestly probably doesn't care. He's just going to advocate their position because he is essentially a traitor. He's basically a traitor. He has treasonous intent. Back to George.
Yes, thank you. He's essentially an insurgent working on behest of the Russian Federation. He is, as you said, Douglas, he's regurgitating the same propaganda lie that they are bluffing about. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up with South America during the Falklands conflict. My name is George Edward Knight. I'm named after my grandfather, George Edward Hoare. Obviously, I've taken my father's surname, but he's the man I'm named after. He served in the Falklands conflict, and he was on the Fort Austin, and he was accompanying and escorting nuclear weapons to the Falklands in 1982. He was already out during he was already, I believe he was in the, at that point in time, I believe he must have been in the Mediterranean. I could be wrong with that. But he got the teleprompter by Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady herself, just telling them they have to go to the Falklands. They have to go to South America. And this is in 1982. And he was on the Fort Austin, which is an auxiliary ship, which is basically a transporter. And he was escorting nuclear weapons. And he was the man, they actually sent nuclear weapons to the Falklands. They were prepared to use them. And like, that's the one thing I can remember him saying before he passed away, was he had nuclear weapons on his ship. And you can look that up. And it's just remarkable how sorry, Mark. Yeah. Sorry.
No, did something happen with Mark? He dropped out and came back in? You okay there, Mark?
Yeah. No, is everything all right, Mark? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I hit the end button and had to jump back right on. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, glad you jumped back on. So go on, George. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. So yeah, I just wanted to just share that information with South America. Well, certainly with my family connection, my grandfather, he was in the Merchant Navy. He actually served in Burma in World War II. and he didn't return back home until 1947. He always told the people, he was still fighting the Japanese.
Yes, thank you. See,
people interpret as he was fighting the
Malayans or something. Yeah,
the Malayans. I was about to say that, Douglas. Yeah, the Malayans. I just wanted to make sure I got the right word out. Yeah, yes, it was just surely preposterous. But yeah, no, and but that is the sort of like how the convoluted nuance of it is, like with my own actual grandfather, the man I'm named after. He actually escorted nuclear weapons, and I think the number was 5 nuclear weapons. They actually escorted that to the Falklands during the Falklands conflict. And with Argentina itself, Mark, many of the remnants of the government relocated, and they actually relocated, and this is something me and Douglas have gone into in the past. They relocated essentially all over the world. Every nation on earth took in remnants of whether they were nothing to do. It didn't have to do with the government itself, but everyone took them in. Argentina or South America is one of the locations. Tibet is a second one, for very obvious reasons that Douglas articulated in the previous transmission. Go back with Peter Moon in the first couple hours. That's what I recommend people to review. And they went to Taiwan. Yes. Taiwan as well. They reestablished. And then eventually the technology, where we talk about the Third Reich in Exile's advanced craft, the majority of that went to the Antarctic. That was and I like the analogy. It is the so-called Area 51 of the Reich, yes. As opposed to the Nevada desert test range or test sites. Essentially, Tonopah Army Airfield. The extension of Tonopah Army Airfield went to Homey air base installation, which is essentially a facility. They're all interconnected. This is something we go into, but we don't have to do it for the purpose of this discussion. But
understood.
Yeah, that is essentially, Mark. They relocated to various places on Earth. Argentina, and we've actually spoke about this actually was it the 70s or the 80s? They actually held Oktoberfest in many towns and cities, and this is what the documentary what Douglas was alluding to earlier with the Hitler Escape. Many of these documentaries they produced, and I forgot the names of the individuals and the names that they called them, but there's like a number of series produced on this, but they actually go over it. And I was acquainted with this by just reviewing the Joe Rogan podcast that my former colleague advised me just to review about it, and that was the episode where, or the podcast that Joe Rogan was advocating to this individual that was producing these series, the Hitler Escape,
Hunting Hitler, Hunting Hitler,
that's it, Douglas, thank you. And he was saying, well, what should we do about him? Bearing in mind these are like 3rd, 4th generation down the line. Yeah. They had nothing to do with the actual, the events during World War II. No link or connection to that whatsoever. These are 3rd, 4th generation down the line. And Joe Rogan was saying, well, what are we going to do about them? We have to go in there and kill them.
Right.
And so, many of these towns and villages in Argentina had they celebrate Oktoberfest. And you'd think you're walking around in you'd think you were in Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Yeah. Where they raised the Hitlerian flag and the Hakenkreuz. They would fly them. They would throw them across city roofs and stuff. Yeah, they would off the mounted apexes of rooftops. So yeah, they would. This is just the just to share that without getting into too much detail of what I can ascertain and remember.
So Mark, what were you going to say, Mark?
No, just wanted to say like that insight was incredible that George gave on that, and I knew when I asked the question I was going to get a good answer. So, but what I was, no, absolutely, George, and you made a good point also is that a lot of people don't realize all this stuff is suppressed, and you really don't. It's not as obvious as people. It's in your face. It's in plain sight, but it's just no one really talks about it. And You know, I had an acquaintance of mine who was Brazilian, and she was also half German. And the half German side, I mean, they all spoke German to her, and you know, she was blonde hair, you know, blue eyes herself, or green eyes herself. And I told her about the show, and she would listen to Douglas's show, and she felt a resonance to it. And she had acquaintances, and I believe probably in her family, that felt a resonance to it as well. And I assume till today she probably still listens to Douglas's show. I'm pretty sure of it.
Right.
But at one point she actually wanted to come on, and I said, yeah, I'd be happy to ask. But I feel like at one point, you know, they get a lot of pullback. Yeah. And she was told by her parents that, you know, they didn't want to acknowledge that to show that she could, you know, that she spoke German. She wouldn't even speak any of it to me, which was, I thought, kind of bizarre. But they really suppress it, you know, and it's easy to see that it's how suppressed it is. But it's in plain sight. How do you not notice a bunch of these blonde blue Nordics walking around in South America? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just, great introspect on that, George.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yes. No, important,
really
especially about this woman who, you know, I take it she was intimidated by her own family into not coming on. Sad.
I assume as much as, you know, probably might be. And she also had like an affinity with the Maria Sarin girl.
Okay.
Yeah. She wanted. I feel like she wanted to speak to her.
Okay.
At some point.
Well, like I said, do what you can to reach out to her and tell her to contact me on Skype. I don't know if you maintained any communication with her. I know that, you know, I try to encourage everybody who's on the show who's been following her. I do know a lot of people have subscribed to her. So you do have a means to send her a message. And I do get the feeling she reads a lot of her messages. She likes to receive supportive commentary. So, yes.
Well, you know what's funny, Douglas? It's funny is randomly on Facebook, there's, you know, I know George will attest to this also. If you've been watching something, they'll suggest videos of things you might like. And Maria Sarin's, one of her videos popped up on my feed that she's, you know, part of like a conspiracy theory or whatever and like that. And then just recently, Max Spears popped up on the reels in Facebook. So I just think it's just bizarre. A lot of these things are kind of popping up, and she's being sort of portrayed as like mainstream now, it seems, you know?
Interesting. Well, good. I mean, she deserves it. I mean, she needs, you know, some exposure. It will help to normalize what she's doing and basically, hopefully bring some people back here by the searches for her. She, of course, was more communicative with myself on Facebook, and having been banned off Facebook, my communications with her, you know, she basically doesn't check her Skype. Most people don't seem to. So it is what it is. Such being what it is, I find it interesting, this German girl that you were speaking to, so to speak, or I don't know, lady, that she resonated with that, and that's great. And aside from all of that, I do want people to know how much I appreciate them. We're holding good numbers, and I'm impressed by that. So both of you, George Knight and Mark H., you've done a great job expressing yourselves and articulating this. So, George, what else do you want to emphasize aside from the question?
God. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It's a great opportunity to speak of all sorts of matters, actually, and certainly historical. There's so much, and I just don't know where to start. I'll be happy to answer any specific questions and probably hopefully open up some more topics of discussion. So, Mark, if you have anything else you want to ask.
Oh, by all means, Mark.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did get the pleasure of listening to the interview. It's funny. I didn't listen to the first part, I guess. Strangely enough, of the the NSA attack and things like that. So I did miss that part, but I listened to the later part, and I got a lot out of it. But I wanted to see if George, if you had any time to review it yourself.
Yes, I'm going to review it tonight, Mark. And it's probably a lot of the stuff I've probably been aware of or been acquainted to from Douglas's previous interviews and his own productions, his own critical emissions,
absolutely.
Yeah, his own expositions. I would, that's the thing. I always, this is something I always say to myself. I always say to myself, you have to remind people. It's because at one point in this, when I first was made aware of Douglas's existence, and obviously I was doing enough research myself to vet and verify everything Douglas was saying was true, and that's why I noted that Douglas is truly remarkable on this earth. If he didn't exist, all this information would be in the void. It would not be out there. Yeah, and it's so important, so relevant to recognize that, to realize that. And at one stage in my life, I did have many questions to ask Douglas. And I did get the opportunity when I first spoke to him privately. I did ask the question. He did answer. I got the answer straight away. But to be honest with you, I always recommend to people to actually just review Douglas. It takes a lot of time and investment, but please do so, because most of the time, the answers that you seek will be answered.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I was thinking about it only yesterday. The whole thing with Roswell, and we've gone over this over and over again. We don't really need to, but the most important thing is from such a young age. I'm 36 years old. I was born in 1987, but in 1995 I was only a small child, and I remember the newspaper articles releasing the alien Roswell autopsy video, and I was so convinced that that was a real authentic autopsy video. And they started to produce all these documentaries that come out about Roswell, and so then you didn't hear anything after 1995, and that was so significant because of all the political affairs that were going on that point in time. And we've gone over this in the show many times, me and Douglas, with the opening of the Harkwi City Memorial Museum. This is why under the William Jefferson Clinton administration, he imposed the heaviest trade sanctions on Japan ever imposed since World War II onto the Japanese in 1995. And that year, they in the Oval Office, they decorate the Oval Office for Christmas time. They decorate the Christmas tree. They what they called it, the First Lady of the House, that was obviously Hillary Clinton. They couldn't find any light bulbs that were manufactured outside Japan. They had to light the Oval Office with candles that year. So that was how heavy those trade sanctions were imposed in 1995. But that was obviously the government's response to that was they brought out this alien autopsy video to try to promote it was extraterrestrial. And children like myself who were so naive bought that. And I remember for years, just like you never heard of anything ever again about Roswell. And then once I was acquainted with Douglas's presence, and when I listened to one of his interviews, when he started speaking about the Roswell incident itself, the reality of it being Japanese prisoners of war, I was like, for goodness sake, that makes so much more sense. And it was just shortly after World War II. That's just in layman terms, just me just summarizing it briefly. That makes far more sense to anything that the government has ever promoted. It doesn't make any sense outside of that. So then, right then, I knew that Douglas is speaking the truth. There's nothing that Douglas is saying is completely fabricated. Everything is genuine, and he's the only person that says that. And it just makes far more sense. And that's the whole. And we've gone over this again and again, but that's just something I wanted to share with you, Mark. It's just that was.
Yeah. Well, you know what. Yeah, you know what, and I really appreciate you saying that. I know Douglas does as well.
Yeah, I'm being honest.
But I think you do as well, and I know myself. But I really appreciate when he goes over it again, because every time he does go over it again,
you find something new.
Not only does it, of course, not only does it let the listeners get a first glimpse if it's a new listener, but I personally need to listen to it again. Because I pick things up more and more every time, and
exactly.
Sometimes I don't right away learn.
No, exactly, Mark. Sorry about it, but eventually it makes more comprehensible sense.
Yeah.
Eventually, and I know Peter Moon likes to use the word digest and absorb, but it truly is in those ways you will then become more acquainted with it, and then you're able to then relay that information back to people, and you can bring because most people, when you speak about things like World War II, which should be well substantiated, everyone should. The ins and outs of World War II, nobody knows anything about World War II. If you actually sit down and ask them, they can't tell you anything about it. They don't know anything. And so
I think they have a picture. Yeah, they have like a picture in their mind about it. That's what they think.
Yes, they can't cite or reference anything. They don't know anything, and it's so important. They just keep regurgitating that same lie again and again and again. And it was just like what Adolphus Jacob Hitler said himself: "You tell the lie over and over again. The bigger the lie, they're gonna believe it." And it's something that was warned. And sorry, I think that was Reich's propaganda.
Yes, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. Yes, and understand that people. Yeah, hopefully people need to understand that, again, that's something taken out of context. Many people will think that he's saying that as if it were his agenda when he was talking about Allied propaganda. So he was speaking about Allied propaganda is that you tell the lie over and over again and people believe it. He was talking about what the Allies were doing. He wasn't talking about his own plan. What people need to remember is that his department was officially named the Department of Propaganda and Enlightenment. So this came from his wife being a Buddhist, and ultimately the spiritual nature of Reich's propaganda, of the propaganda of the realm, their honesty in that they are going to give you news that is supportive of the Reich, the realm, but at the same time they are performing an act of enlightenment. This is something which is uplifting you from simply blinding you by ignorance, as the Allies have done with everything they do, by just sheer out and out nothing but lies, that there will be nothing but lies, as opposed to lies mixed in with the truth. So understand that he ultimately was on the side of enlightenment. That is something that cannot be overemphasized. People, of course, cannot grasp this. By the way, the other day, I guess I should do this while Aristides is awake at some point. We'll do that in the morning, then I'll bring you this up. Something else that brought to mind was Peter Moon bringing up what he heard Aristides say when I said, what would a third party be in the United States? Aristides was bringing up a third party. And I said, come on, what would a third party stand for in the United States? Look at the crap they've tried with the libertarians. And he said radicalized centrism, which I said, no, that's excellent, but you'd have to change the name. Radicalized centrism sounds like a geometry problem. Peter, of course, apparently has never heard me speak of radicalized centrism, which, of course, is simply an economic explanation for fascism. I'm trying to explain the economics. But at any rate, back to George and Mark. While we're still blessed with George's presence, I want him to take advantage of this and be able to address a lot of these historical issues that he normally does not have an opportunity to address. So one of the things about World War II that, of course, that I've noticed, so many things, when you've brought up what people don't know about World War II, I mean, they have this incredible, very encapsulated idea of World War II. Of course, the overwhelming majority of them, unfortunately, are still indoctrinated with the atomic bomb propaganda and the belief that somehow the atomic bomb ended World War II. And this is a magical notion. This is incredibly immature. This is like the kind of idea of war one would have if somebody were an infant. That, just a big bomb, big explosion, war ends, and somehow this is like, to them, everything the reality is based on, and yet everything that's happened in the reality ever since proves it a lie. There's no, if bombs end wars, why not throw a nuke on Gaza and then the war will end, right? Hamas will surrender. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, why not apply? If it's a solution that works, you've said it works. How come it's never been used again? Well, because when it's used, it doesn't work. So anyhow, so back to George.
Oh God, yes, Douglas, and yeah, several points to make actually. Yeah, when it comes down to what the realm, the Third Reich had, they had as you mentioned, they had a Ministry of Propaganda and Enlightenment. That's something that is absent with the Allies and under the current under the Russian Federation today. They don't have a department or ministry of enlightenment, whereas when it came down to what the Reich were promulgating, everyone knew it was propaganda, but it was on the verge. It was mainly on enlightenment, whereas with what the Russians today in Russia currently, they believe or buy the lie. They buy the propaganda. They believe everything that is being pumped at them from the Russian state-sponsored media themselves, as well as everyone in Britain and the United States. It's the same thing. I just wanted to bring that point up, Douglas. But yeah, if people look up the quote by the Admiral of the United States Navy in World War II, Admiral Ernest King, you can look this up and it's on Wikipedia. The quote he said towards the end to the news correspondent, for the public relations office to promote back to the publications office to promote that to the population of the United States, that you do not tell anyone what they want to. Well, he said, don't tell the public anything you don't want to hear. When it's over, just tell them that we won.
Yes.
And that was a direct quote from Ernest King, the Admiral of the Navy of the United States. He directly said that, and you can see that quote. But also just to making another important point, when it came down to the meeting at Casablanca with the Allies, when you had the big three, Winston Churchill, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Joseph Stalin. Yes. The conditions that they imposed was unconditional surrender. Now, just for people to understand what that definition means, what the definition of that term unconditional surrender actually means, is it equates to there are no conditions for surrender, meaning that no nation on earth would ever surrender or adhere to the terms and conditions of unconditional surrender. It equates to total genocide. That's the meaning and the true definition of the word unconditional surrender. So when he imposed that as terms of conditions of the surrender, the Japanese and all the Axis, no one would ever concede to those terms of unconditional surrender, and that never happened. And that's what people forget to remember. That never actually happened. There was no occupation of Japan. What they under the redistribution of the Marshall Plan, which George Carlin Marshall was the only general in history to ever be given the Nobel Peace Prize as a military general. He's the only man in history to ever receive that reward as a Nobel Peace Prize winner, because he was able to conceive peace, essentially. And the redistribution of that money funded into the what the Japanese refer to as the reconstruction of their economy after the so-called strategic bombing, which we mentioned earlier. They rebuilt Japan, the United States did. And if people look up who reconstructed the cities, the city center population of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, if they look that up, they will realize that it was GIs, it was the Marines, and I believe the other one was it the Army, Douglas? I believe one city had the Marines and the other one had other form of veterans. But they were forced to
we
sleep
could look
on...
it up. We could look it up. It's just basically, I would, we can look it up. It's just something that is, how do I say it? The Marines, quote unquote, took one city, the Army took another, and basically they were fucked up no matter what. Both branches of service were completely fucked, and absorbed a bunch of radiation from, basically camping out in both cases near ground zero. Just so the Americans could, scientists could observe how quickly their hair began and teeth began to fall out and shit. So let's go on.
It's like this is another situation that people aren't aware of. That it was never the Japanese that were forced to clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Oh, by the way, I had this one French guy named Greg La Liberté who basically, tried his best to be supportive, and at different times would he sent me, and he did it twice. Because the first time he sent it, the DVDs were stolen by Laurie and Ann Fenton. And then he sent me a DVD set of the Sand Pebbles later on. I mean, it's deeply appreciated. This was, of course, because that's like a Legacy DVD, and it reminds me, of course, of my father's career with the Navy in China on the gunboat patrols. I mean, this is a guy who's trying to be supportive, and at the same time, there were times when I just blocked him because he was not being helpful, and there was nowhere to go with his what he was bringing up, because it was just like in a circle to nowhere. That would be like when the Vietnamese guy was basically taken off the Southwest Airlines, and they dragged him off violently to make room for another set of clientele. And then when he tried to sue, they got some other bastard who had the same name as him, because to Americans, they can't tell, one Asian name sounds exactly alike. And because many Asians have the same name, they brought up another guy who had a series of offenses concerning pedophilia or something like that. And they were trying to imply that this Vietnamese doctor that got dragged bodily off of Southwest Airlines was this child molester. By the way, that was not the case. But when this guy brought that up, there's no point even arguing with him about it, because basically it was going down a road to nowhere. It was spiraling into an argument where you are stuck in this tar baby of this offense. And the reality is, if this individual had been a child molester, this had nothing to do with his being physically dragged off a plane. This was Southwest Airlines trying to say that retroactively he deserved the treatment that they had meted out to him, when the reality was they considered him as an Asian client far less valuable than these other clients they were bringing in. So this was like this insanity of Southwest Airlines. Now, when it came to Greg La Liberty, one of the things that he had brought up in just one of these stupid, contrapuntals, it's not like he's a troll. He just brings up stupid things like, I talked to this other person, or I saw that this victim was really a child molester, quote unquote. I mean, you can't go anywhere with somebody who keeps coming up with bullshit like this, and after a while, there's no point in wasting energy on talking to him. But with Greg La Liberty, he said, well, I talked to an African-American veteran of World War II, and he was responsible for burying hundreds of bodies. They assigned him to bury hundreds and hundreds of bodies at Hiroshima. And he said, I know the Japs lost because I was burying hundreds of bodies at Hiroshima. I'm just thinking, look, you stupid fuck. If your black ass was assigned to bury all these dead bodies and the Japanese weren't doing it, what does that tell us about you? First of all, that the whites thought of you as just slave labor, and thought of you as just basically, for those of you who don't know, there's a history behind this. They used to have a nickname for blacks. They called them spades. If you've ever heard that term spade applied to blacks, if you haven't, you're being educated right now. They used to be used a lot like they used to use the term nigger. They used to use the term spade is like, look at that spade over there, meaning like, look at that black man. And people would say, oh, isn't that because they're black as the ace of spades? No, it's because they would have them... Thank you! They would have them digging graves. So they called them spades, because they did scut work, like digging sewers, digging ditches, digging graves. So they'd call them spades, because they're always at the shovel and shit. So if this guy's acting the role of a spade, and the whites are just using them to bury all these bodies, why aren't the Japanese burying all these bodies? Is that because the Japanese lost the war and they're no longer fit for hard labor? Like, oh my God, the Japs lost the war. We better not let them do any work. It's like, have this black guy do it instead. I mean, how does this make sense? This is usually it's the losing side that does the manual labor. But here's this guy. Not only did he lose the war, He's so stupid that he thinks that with all the bodies he's burying, that he must have won. I mean, this is okay, they've got this guy programmed. And, at that point, when Regular Liberty is bringing up his argument as quote-unquote evidence that the Allies won the war, you can't, there's no way you can go on. It's not a point of you can't win. It's just the point is there's no point in arguing. These guys are stuck. They're going to go along with his shit just because it makes them feel good. I mean, if that's the way the black guy feels good about soaking up all that radiation, by the way, his very existence, that he's a survivor of World War II and has to be about, by the time Greg Liberty was talking to him, had to be about, 99 years old or 100 at that time. You're talking about, it goes to prove what the Nazis said about basically blacks, that they were much more immune to radiation. This is like something that is proving several things right here. First off, the guy was absorbing enormous amounts of radiation, and he lived, whereas many whites died. And this is because of melanin. Blacks can absorb a lot of solar radiation without getting the sunburn. Yet at the same time, I do warn blacks out there who are listening, wear your hats, wear your sunscreen. Believe me, you can get skin cancer. You do not want to be exposed to too much sun. You are more vulnerable to flash burns. There are several things. Race is quite real, so do understand. At the same time, however, blacks seem to be much more immune to radiation. Such being said, don't go hanging out near nuclear reactors and think that you're going to get off. All that being said, back to George.
Oh no, thank you, Douglas. Sorry, I have to laugh. That's brilliant. Yeah, but it's true. And the other thing with that's what I was going to get to was what people notice if they look up the GIs that were sent in to clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They were forced to sleep on ground zero to do the cleanup, and they all contracted radiation sickness and cancer and died later on of leukemia, and all their hair started falling out and their teeth were falling out. And you can actually, there's this very good article written online that I've published several times on my Facebook timeline, and including tagging Douglas in on it. But you can look at the stories from the relatives that endured that suffering, that their GI father or grandfather, to watch them perish from this radiation sickness and cancer. That doesn't sound like the terms of a victorious weapon or victorious conclusion of a war, that you send in your own troops to clean up a desecrated city center and you force them to bury the bodies. It doesn't sound like the end of a victorious
campaign. Thank you.
Yes, campaign. Yeah. Operation. It doesn't sound it at all. So people are just insane with that notion, that thesis with their paradigms. It's just it's preposterous. And like you said, Douglas, there's no point even dwelling on that or having a conversation with these people.
But by the way, here we are. Here's how it was reported by the American journalists. So let me enter this into the text right here. And I think that this, these are American journalists reported what happened. And here we are. Marines from the 2nd Division with 3 regimental combat teams took Nagasaki. Took Nagasaki. Really? While the U.S. Army's 24th and 41st Divisions seized Hiroshima. Seized. Really? Yeah. These guys, the Japanese said, send your troops in there to clean this shit up. And these guys were ordered by their own high command to go in there and clean this shit up. So the Marines were in Nagasaki. This means the Marines were in the site where the bomb had all the plutonium in it that had gone through the intestinal tract and out the shithole of that idiot again named, what was it? Crane? What the fuck? I think it was Crane, wasn't it? The guy who inhaled all of the world's known supply of plutonium and had to shit it all out.
Oh, yeah. And they started reusing it.
Yeah, they had to. They had to boil his shit. They had to boil his shit to get the plutonium. But this is all true. They had to boil his shit to get the plutonium out. and then put it back in the bomb. Yeah, and that bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. That's what the Marines got, was the shit end of the stick. The Axis bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, the one that Charles Lindbergh got from the Germans. That's what the Army got to sleep on ground zero around. The terms that they use, really, the Marines took Nagasaki while the American Army seized Hiroshima. It's pathetic that they would use these terms in American reporting. There we are. That's who took what, and these guys all paid the price. And yes, they overwhelmingly died in droves, and had health problems. These were the first wave of quote unquote atomic veterans. So this is something for people to retain. And again, the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, we can easily expand and revise the book at some point in the future. But maybe 10 years from now, like when he did the silver anniversary edition of the Montauk book that he had written. Personally, by the way, I do believe Peter Moon, I can understand his reaction to a question that was asked. We don't want to waste George's time while we have the pleasure of his company with us, but I do want to go into detail of it later. But it had a question that was sent to me in email saying, isn't there kind of a parallel between Preston Nichols and the Montauk Boys and you and the Blood Boys? So I do want to emphasize the difference is that, as Peter Moon attested, Preston Nichols was abused as a child, apparently by a Catholic priest, tried to convey himself as quote-unquote asexual, but was obviously obsessed with young boys, particularly young blonde, blue-eyed boys, which were characterized as the main kind of target for abuse by the Montauk Project. And in my case, the Blood Boys are obviously a source of food. These are, of course, normally used for transfusion by the billionaire really, that works with Silicon Valley, and I take advantage of the fact that I work for my food, and he allows me to do that. So we'll bring up more of the parallels in the future about that. They're not necessarily sexual, but they're definitely there. In the case of Preston Nichols, of course, he was always reliving the horror of his abuse, and it really did, I think, reflect sexually into, as Peter alluded to, quote-unquote aberrant sexuality. It definitely, it definitely was. I'm sorry, you have to laugh or you're going to cry. When I think about him basically purchasing a school bus, and he had this fantasy of going all over the United States with a school bus, mind you, and trying to find Montauk Boys to deprogram. I mean, we enter at that point into the level of, okay, he's no longer in reality. He doesn't realize if he even tried to pull that off, he'd be lynched. I mean, he'd just be fucking lynched in the first neighborhood he hit. Or wind up in jail. It's just, I mean, God, that's tragic. Anyhow, back to George with other subjects concerning World War II. Yeah.
Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. And if I may, can I ask Mark, do you want to jump in and just ask anything to respond or ask any more questions on that, on the topics that we were discussing? Yeah, thank you, Mark, for joining. Yeah, remaining with us. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. No, and this is a fantastic topic. What Douglas just said kind of threw me in a different direction in the World War II. So I had it kind of reminded me of a different question that would just kind of take us in a different, I don't know if you'd want to take it in a different direction.
Well, we could take note of it for later, at least. We could take note of it for later, at least. So go on.
It was alluding to some of the things that you were saying with the interview with Jennifer, and speaking specifically of Michael Aquino in certain situations. And basically, she asked you what it was like working and being around people, sort of like that. And it sort of like just blew my mind as well, because I never really thought about it as well. What would there be anything that in your experience that you would think that would be sort of redeeming qualities? I know it might be a stupid question. Maybe human redeeming qualities, or even, have you ever experienced anything with Michael Aquino that he'd shown any type of human mercy to anybody?
That's a good question. It's a valid question, and I have. I just can't consciously remember it right now, at least. I have with myself and with other people. It's just one of those things that I can't consciously remember it at the moment, and I'll bring it up when I do.
Absolutely.
That's all that can be said.
It was one of those questions that I know George was asking, that he's wanted to ask. He's wanted to ask you some things since he's been following and listening to you as well. So that was kind of like one of the questions that I've had, I think, just by reading, knowing what we all do about him.
Yes, and I do want to also say that George and I could answer a lot of questions about Michael Aquino, and so much about that subject, more than most people might realize, because he's followed so much of what I've said for so many years. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I would like to remind George Knight of is to make certain that what you watched about the UFOs over Israel, make certain to incorporate that into a chapter of the book you're writing.
Absolutely. It's so relevant because it is ascertaining the relevance of it all, because the whole point of the book is to expose the reality. And so it goes hand in hand. It goes partial and parallel to the whole situation with being still legally in a state of war, and the whole connection between the 1,000-year Reich, the 1,000-year realm in exile with the Israelis, the connection there. It was so obvious when I watched that documentary, and it's like, where if people would just see that, they would think, oh wow, maybe they got some form of like a religious sort of, I don't know what you want to call it, a religious aspect to wanting to fly over Israel. It must have something to do with historical.
They're all there to visit the Holy Land. Yeah, they're all there to visit the Holy Land. Yeah,
that's it. That's probably what they're visualizing. But of course, people who know better, such as ourselves, which is, I know it's very esoteric, but you can automatically what you know what's going on. You know what's going on. You know why they're flying over there. You know why the Israelis are intercepting them with fighter jets.
Yes.
You know why they're trying to scramble to intercept them, because they're shit. I mean, this is why they integrated that Iron Dome defense mechanism. It's nothing to do with these stupid
little rockets, these primitive little bottle rockets coming out of Gaza. No, or Lebanon. No. Thank you.
Or why they harness neutron bombs.
Yes.
I mean, we've gone over the neutron bomb aspect in the past. It's the only nation on Earth that holds them.
Yes.
The insanity of that. There's obviously a bigger picture with that. And so, this is the whole. And I have to review that again. It's because of getting the dates, and it's documented, and just to have a look at it again. It was just, you see these fighter jets just scramble, and you see these glowing bright orbs in the distance, and all of a sudden they just shoot off, and without they hover over with complete impunity. There is nothing that the Israelis can do about it, really. But even there's that remarkable footage, Mark, if you go on YouTube, anyone can cite this, but the Temple Mount, you can see the UFO flying directly over it. It like descends all the way to the bottom, and it touches it, and it just shoots off. But you see a flash. And it shoots off. And there's a very well-documented event that happened. It was captured by multiple eyewitnesses from multiple positions. So you get different camera angles of the event, where the Third Reich just literally descended all the way down to the Temple Mount, and it was just hovering over the top of it where the tip is. And then you see a flash, and it just shoots up. And then this is a well-documented event. Anyone can look this up and get the time and the dates. I think it was in the earlier part of the last decade. preceding this one in just in the 2012 to 2013s, I believe it was when it happened. But yeah, it's very well documented, and so there is a very heavy activity going on in Israel when it comes to, and even when the Russians went into Ukraine, there was a very heavy presence going on then as well. It was, it's all relevance, it's all relative.
Very much so. Yes, I mean the biggest battles really in World War II on the Eastern Front were really taking place in Ukraine. So
yes.
The real memories of World War II on the Eastern Front are to be found there. I mean, that's where the Reich would maintain an interest. As a matter of fact, for those who don't know, a number of the women who were taken into Unterland were taken from Ukraine. As I mentioned before, the original Aryan settlements into Europe itself were in Ukraine from out of Asian India. The original Aryan migrations into Europe. So I don't know if you've heard me speak about Buddha and the militant connection to Nazism via Buddhism, the real Aryan religion of Buddhism, the Aryanism of it. I don't know if you've heard me speak to that in recent episodes, but I have.
Yeah. Yes, I have. Yes, no, thank you very much.
Okay.
And certainly what intrigued me really heavily, and I think it captivated Peter Moon as well, was the Tibetan connection with, and obviously when you mentioned about, and what was the name that they gave Aleister Crowley? They gave him the name like the belly of the beast or something along those lines. He was given the name the Beast.
He called himself the Beast. Yes, he called himself the Beast. Yeah, he wanted to imply that he was the Beast of Revelation, that he would usher in a new age, and he felt that this would be the Horatian age. And there's a tragedy to this, because basically you're talking about he's in a sense rendering a new age as something ominous by affiliating himself with it. So I do want people to understand Horus was the good guy, the benevolent god in Egyptian cosmology, in opposition to Set. So he defeated Satan, the precursor to Satan. The Egyptian precursor to Satan was Seten, the anti-god of the desert, pestilential foreigners, a lot of negativity, toxicity. Horus represented, of course, the sunlight and various other aspects of positivity. So this is something that Aleister Crowley was, in a sense, trying to taint or corrupt with his affiliating himself with it. When it came to the Tibetans, he had impressed upon them that he was a cannibal. In those days, of course, when you went mountain climbing, adventurers were generally accomplished but also highly privileged white men. So these really privileged white men, usually of noble birth, higher, most of them were knighted, many of them were knighted, or many of them were, of the upper classes of Britain or other countries, but particularly the British were infamous for this. And obviously Aleister Crowley was as British as they come. And so he had some mountain climbing partner he was affiliated with, and they were climbing in the Himalayan mountains. And these were in the days before they had all these space age equipment advantages. Yeah, they didn't have those advantages of oxygen tanks. So basically they started dying as soon as they got past a certain point, and the oxygen was running so thin that they just basically couldn't breathe. So his partner, and this is not a sex partner or a life partner, his mountain climbing partner died. He decided he was going to exploit that, came back and told the Tibetan Sherpas that he had eaten him. And they didn't, these are Sherpas, Nepalese, they just took him at his word, just said, oh, okay, he ate him, reported that back. And he gets this big boost in his reputation as a cannibal. Now, he may or may not have eaten the guy in those days. How the hell can anyone look for the body? It's not like anybody in those days could, they didn't have the oxygen packs in those days to even do that. So they just took him for his word, and everybody just thought, okay, he ate his partner. And so I personally believe he didn't do anything of the sort, that the guy just died, and he decided to take advantage of that to boost his rep and, yeah, and to him this was an advantage. He wanted to be the most infamous man alive, and it is what it is, and it got the attention of Churchill and everybody else. So, you know, that was something he exploited. So beyond that, when it comes to his involvement with World War II, perhaps you could go a bit into that. Amor Fadi was bringing up the fact that I had brought up the retarded or developmentally disabled children angle, and how it was Karl Maria Willegut that had explained to Heinrich Himmler, and they both presented to Adolf Hitler the fact that he needed to stop the eugenics program in terms of mercy killing for the developmentally disabled. And he followed up on that because they were considered as protection against occult assaults launched by the likes of Crowley, who then, of course, was expelled from both fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. This is something you can't explain to a number of these ignorant yokels out there like John B. Wells. John B. Wells, when I was interviewed by him, he said, yeah, Crowley went before Hitler, and Hitler said, are you as dark as they say you are? And he said, if I were not, I wouldn't be here. And, you know, what can I say to this level of idiocy? I mean, I just remained silent because I didn't want to make him look like an idiot. I'm a guest and he's a host. But this is the level of stupidity that we're working with. I mean, the last time he asked me to on for an interview, Peter Moon said, just don't do it. It's just going to be an ambush. So I took it as such, you know, might as well not do it. At the same time, of course, his assistant said, hey, somebody jacked your Facebook page. Yeah, he couldn't understand, you know, my, I guess, poses in transvestiture or the like. But actually, they serve a purpose. If you actually take a look at my latest photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream, you'll notice all you need to do is add a Hitler mustache, and you'll notice the similarity between myself and my biological father instantly, really. It's captured pretty well, not because of the transvestiture, mind you, yet somehow the angle really does it. It really does. But anyhow, Acid Kick 96 has joined us, so shout out to him. Welcome aboard. And so with that, back to George. When it comes to, say, for instance, the Hannibal craft and the development of vertical takeoff and landing because of the destruction of the airfields, Mark H., does that bring to mind anything else in terms of your questioning? By all means, share it.
Yes. Absolutely. And I looked up what George, you know, I didn't see that video until I looked it up with the temple. What was it? Temple Mount.
Temple Mount.
Oh, the Temple Mount.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you looked into it a little further, and then, you know, a lot of people that were there, some of the people, I would say probably most or half of them, were so astounded by that, and they believed it to be Elohim, the god Elohim. And, you know, as we spoke before, Elohim is, you know, what the Tharek in exile, the Raelians, the front for the Raelians, they truly believe is the creator of all. So, you know, you can even hear it in their voices when there's, you know, if you watch the video, you can see them just completely astounded by it. And they believed it to be, honestly, like truly a gift, you know, to see something so spectacular in a show of, I mean, it seemed pretty positive from what I could see from it. So that was pretty astounding. But I think it's kind of important that a lot of those people really did truly believe it was a gift from Elohim. So
thank you.
No, thank you, Mo. No, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad. Thank you for looking that up as well.
But think about how that fits into. Think about how that fits into what we have articulated about the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Originally, the Third Reich on the surface world. How the Third Reich on the surface world, under a propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, basically convincing the Allies that these aliens had, that the Third Reich had established contact with aliens, and that they recognized the Third Reich as the sole legitimate government on Earth. And therefore, the Massey Project, the British people who were particularly involved with that, investigating these UFOs during wartime, because of the quote-unquote kraut balls or fear balls, the fireballs, F-E-U-R, that's the word fire in German, Feuer, the Feuer balls. Yeah, and what they called Foo Fighters in the Pacific, or the Allies called them that. Basically, you had this situation where they all were convinced that a higher order of being was involved, and they allowed much of the Reich's exodus to take place because of this fear of more advanced civilizations intervening in the situation. So you have this major propaganda victory and this coup in the War of Nerves, leading to the Reich being able to make good their relocation, the reestablishment of their government in Unterland. This is, of course, something that is taking advantage of a certain level of savage naivete in the Allies. Your Allied civilizations are showing that they are developmentally at the level of the cargo cults. So when you see these people in Israel taking this as the Elohim, which is actually a plurality when you take a look at the original meaning in the Sumerian and Babylonian texts, you go back to that time, this is a plurality of beings, kind of on a level of an order of angels, or an hierarchy of angels operating without free will as a kind of a swarm. Then this is what people are referring to. They may not know that. They may use Elohim almost as this God or entity or a kind of manifestation of God. It goes to show that the Reich's appearances, their shows of force, are basically having an effect on a overawed native population that is reacting to it with this superstitious reaction. It's something that it proves our point. It proves our point. Back to George with that. Yes.
Yeah. No. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know where to go from there. Actually, there's so much to speak about, Douglas. To be honest with you. Yeah. I'm gonna. What I'm gonna do, Douglas. I'm gonna have to make a move on now.
Okay.
But there is so much. There is so much I could go over. Actually, there's so much. You've brought up so many important points to. I could carry on alluding to. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have to make my way now. But I will look forward to joining you on the next transmission. Thank you. We can continue this, and please join us next time, Mark.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can carry on sharing this. I could go on. There's so much, but I'm gonna have to pause it there and make a move on, Douglas. But thank you so much for having me on. It's been delightful and been wonderful speaking to you all, actually, to everyone that's been with us, and Aristides and Brendan.
Definitely, George.
Well. Yeah, and I'll look forward to reviewing the interview later on, Douglas.
Okay.
After work, so as soon as I've finished, and if I don't speak to you privately before, I'll be joining you on Wednesday. So thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah.
It's just been wonderful. Yes, thank
Excellent.
you so much. And
okay.
Good night.
Bless you. Thank you. Stay safe and be well.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on.
Take care, George.
Oh, you were going to say good morning? Don't forget to remind people of their morning. Yes, by all means. Go on.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and everyone listening. Thank you for listening in and tuning in to Douglas, and please carry on supporting him spiritually as well as financially, and just be in there. So please continue that quest. So thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah,
thank you.
Much. Thanks for having me on.
Yes,
take care.
We're truly grateful. Thank you. Bless you.
Take care.
Okay, that is George Knight, among the best of us, and very glad to have him with us. I'm glad that we were able to give him a chance to articulate so much of what he's good at, and our numbers have been good. We let's see how much time we have left. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got about 2.5 hours left because, obviously I try to end it a few minutes before we get too close to the wire. So in the time we have remaining, what's your schedule like these days, Mark, in terms of your own schedule with work? What is it now like these days?
So it's totally right now. It's totally flipped. So you know, like I had my schedule before is like, you know, kind of like the vampire shift, and I've sort of adopted this early morning shift, which I'm taking to it a little bit, and it's going to be like this for a little bit. So I'm okay with it. And so yeah, I'm just at that point. It's just I'm going to be like a normal, real person, I guess, and experience daylight. So I don't know how to take that, but we'll, you know, it's been a while since I've had that, and I'm okay with it. It's been at least a year and a half, if not two, before I've had like a day normal person kind of schedule. So I'll probably, Douglas, you know, it's been fantastic to be on tonight. I will probably take off now as well, and, you know, bid everyone a fantastic, blessed day, and as yourself, bless you. And it's always a pleasure to be on here, and please support Douglas Dietrich, authentic transmissions, and, you know, you will not get this anywhere else, and it's always a pleasure, sir.
Oh, bless you. We all love you dearly, just like we do George Knight and Brendan Zoget earlier, and stay safe and be well. And get some rest. You've earned it, and hopefully you can join us on Wednesday. I mean, the way you make it sound with the early morning schedule you've got, it's kind of equivalent to a night shift anyway. I mean, it's basically, if you're getting up that early, it really is kind of like a night shift. It's you know, you getting up around 5:30 a.m. or something like that, or
yeah, just at 5, Mike. I'll be getting up at 5. Just to be there, probably like, you know, 7, just before 7. So, you know, it pretty much is, you know, that's how I got into it, to get used to it. Just, you know, pulled one all-nighter just to get used to it. And then it sort of just becomes of you, and then you know, sort of normalize it. So
interesting. Well, congratulations, and enjoy it. And hopefully we'll be able to appreciate your company on Wednesday again. Right.
Yes, thank you so much, and God bless you. God bless everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. That's Mark H., and he's our security man. And now we have our dear Aristides, who is, you know, as I said before, Jen Hawkins has her own little way of saying his name, completely unintentionally. It comes out as Air STDs. Very cute. And aside from that, we are going now to, well, I'm going to be stuck monologuing, ain't I? This is a, you know, of course I'm blessed with the people who responded tonight. Deeply appreciated. We had no ladies with us tonight, and they may yet join as time progresses, but for now you're stuck with myself, and I'm stuck with myself. So I'll try and monologue, at least a little bit. I, you know, might get into kind of a groove and then lose it. I'm not too worried about it. I put so much work into the latest interview that what I'll do is, if I get demotivated and kind of shut down transmission a few hours early, I'm going to upload my interview with Jen's interview with me, I mean to say. I'd like to interview her someday and return the favor, because her life I find interesting. She doesn't think it is, but she really, shall I say, doesn't give herself enough credit. Let's do a little bit on the war. There's an unseen second front of Israel's war on Palestinians. Let's call it what it is. Israel's anti-Palestinian genocidal campaign. Emboldened as they are by the world's silence, Israeli settlers are working hand in hand with the military to terrorize Palestinians throughout the West Bank. This is this unseen second front of Israel's war on Arabs, or Philistines as they perceive them biblically, the Palestinians. There's a tendency, based on Jewish propaganda, their control of the media and the control they've had over the dialogue, to compartmentalize Palestinian existence, to treat the various forms of segmentation of Palestinian populations and their segregation from one another as something innate and natural, rather than the manifestation of colonial divide and rule tactics. Matter of fact, let's start off with, one of the original assholes responsible for this shit fest, Harry Truman. And actually what Harry Truman said was on the creation of the State of Israel, we took Palestine in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased. So he said it right then and there. We took Palestine in small doses. Let's see if I can find a video on YouTube that will actually have that quote. And it looks like when I enter that, I'm not really getting anything. I'm getting more on this Hamas anti-tank Al-Yazin versus the Israeli Merkava tank. So that's some cool shit. This has to do with what our man, Mr. Aristides, said earlier about what's going on. Let's see if we can find a video that might have the Harry Truman quote. Here we are. Harry S. Truman on how he planned to ethnically cleanse Palestinians to create Israel. So I found it. Unfucking believable. It's been pretty much scrubbed, but this guy named Nicholas Franklin has it. At Nicholas Franklin. Okay, well, thanks, Nick. So I'm going to take this, put this in the live stream for all of you to access. And here we go. Here you've got, let me in turn take that and put that into our text box for anyone else who accesses the call later, which Victoria tends to do. And she can review this at her leisure. Matter of fact, I should send this to her personally because I know she would appreciate it. I need to do this while I remember to do it. Otherwise, I'll forget. Damn, I hit the wrong one. Hit Dan Vandermeulen there. And let's instead hit Victoria. There we go. All right, now let's get back to everybody who's with us right now. See if I can jump back on call because I just somehow eliminated my ability to do that. Well, not necessarily that. Here we are. We're back in the call. Okay, and I want to encourage all of you. What I'm going to do is hit that same link, and I will read to you what Harry Truman is saying. I'll read the subtitles, so to speak. And so this is a guy who, let me play it back from the beginning. Well, I'll have to wait till it starts all over again. Jesus Christ, let me forward it. See if I can press it forward. You know, the horror of these shorts? The horror of these shorts is you can't reverse or forward them that I know of. You're stuck waiting until they play out, and then you can go back over them. And he's obviously saying some things that are off the cuff. He looks like this is all read, what he's saying publicly. So he's obviously not necessarily saying anything. He said this apparently all on record. This is not stuff that he was saying privately like they tell us Bibi Netanyahu was saying when he was talking about America. He said, we had several other people in the country, even among the Jews, Zionists particularly, who were against anything that has to be done if they couldn't have the whole of Palestine. Everything handed to them on a silver plate so they wouldn't have to do anything. It couldn't be done. We had to take it in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased. But don't think that decision to recognize Israel was an easy one. I had to make a compromise with the Arabs and divide Palestine. Jews want to chase all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates River, and the Arabs want to chase all the Jews into the Red Sea. And what I was trying to do is to find a homeland for the Jews and still be just for the Arabs. So here's this idiot saying we had to take Palestine in small doses. He's in front of a map, which is one of the most primitive fucking maps I have ever seen in my life. This is a map that does not even belong in a kindergarten room. This map is so fucked. This is just like a child drew this map. That's how fucked this map is that he's got on the wall. If America was basing its foreign policy on this level of quality of maps they were using, it's no wonder they fucked up with everything. It's no wonder they lost World War II. And this guy was president in World War II. So, Jesus, that's a fucked up map. That is like, there's no describing. Look at that thing. It's offensive to the eyes. At any rate, I gotta look away from it. It's making me sick. So, okay. Hope everyone appreciates that interlude there. And with that, it brings us back to where we're at with what I'm trying to express about Palestine. There's this tendency to compartmentalize Palestinian existence after Truman helped the Israelis, basically, well, these fucking displaced Eastern Europeans who called themselves Jews. He helped them to annihilate 1 million Palestinians, kill 1 million Palestinians, and ethnically cleanse 1 million more. There's this tendency ever since the Israelis divided them into different Bantustans, like South Africa had their blacks, to treat these various forms of segmentation of Palestinian populations and their segregation from one another as something innate and natural rather than the manifestation of colonial divide and rule tactics. Consequently, the bigger picture is often lost, producing an analysis that frames intimately linked events as fundamentally disconnected. As the world's eyes have been focused, understandably, on the atrocities Israel has been committing in the Gaza Strip, the Israeli military has been intensifying its assaults on Palestinians living in the West Bank. Israel has cordoned off Palestinian communities, blocking the entrances and restricting movement in and out, while settlers have been allowed to roam freely across rural areas, Jewish settlers, firing eagerly at Palestinians who cross their paths. At the same time, the Israeli military has stepped up their raids all across the West Bank of Palestine. Stories of abject cruelty and torture have emerged, as soldiers and Jewish settlers have together rounded up Palestinians and, in at least one case, stripped, blindfolded, sexually assaulted, and even urinated upon them. And this is stuff they said the Nazis did to them in the time of the Third Reich. Well, they fucking deserved it. More than 165 Palestinians have been killed over the last 3 weeks in the West Bank alone, completely separate as a second front in Israel's genocidal war, with at least 2,200 arrested thus far. So understand, this is an all-out campaign of genocide against the Palestinians, period. But if we resist the trap of compartmentalization that the Jews try to put your brain into, we can see that it is also something else. It is an opportunity for Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, to intensify its colonization efforts across the West Bank, expediting plans set in motion long ago. Palestinians understand that although the West Bank and Gaza Strip are separated geographically, they are nonetheless part of the same story. They serve as different battlefields in the same Zionist war to colonize the entirety of Palestine. the assaults on Palestinians everywhere form a continuum that can be traced straight back to El-Nakba, the catastrophe. Exactly what the Palestinians call it is exactly what the Jews call the Holocaust. They don't call the Holocaust the Holocaust. They call it HaShoah, the catastrophe, in Hebrew language. In the Arabic language, Al-Nakba means the catastrophe as well. When the Jews, pitiful, suffering Jews, killed 1 million Palestinians and ethnically cleansed 1 million more. While many Israelis deny that the Nakba even happened, a form of Holocaust denial, if ever there was one, meaning that the Jews and Israelis are the greatest Holocaust deniers that ever lived, the Israeli right not only recognizes it, but is also unabashedly and unapologetically in favor of its monstrous ethnic cleansing campaigns and calls for their replication, or rather their completion. In Salfit, the capital, well, it's the capital of Palestinian olive oil production, Jewish settlers are attacking Arab, or Philistine, as the Jews would call them. Palestinian olive farmers are being attacked by Jewish settlers in their groves. And the Jewish settlers are, after attacking, murdering, assaulting these Palestinian olive farmers, leaving behind flyers threatening the farmers with a great Nakba should they not leave their homes and head to Jordan. These are the same Jews who complain about, oh, the Germans painted yellow stars on our windows and then smashed our businesses in Berlin. Well, you fucking deserved it. My father knew what he was doing, and he knew he had to do it. So you've got the Jews doing this, and we're supposed to cheer them on because, you know, Americans are brainwashed into thinking that somehow they're entitled into doing this. In Masafer Yatta, Jewish settlers have been raiding multiple Palestinian communities, beating and torturing Palestinians, issuing ultimatums telling residents to leave within 24 hours or be killed and have their homes burned down. Collectively, the results have been as predictable as they have been horrifying. Since October 7th, 828 Palestinians, including 313 children, have been expelled from over 13 communities in what the Jews refer to prosaically as Area C. Area C, just another area for ethnic cleansing in the Jewish campaign of extermination. And how blasé they are about their genocide. Yet they complain about Nazis dehumanizing them. Honestly, this gets rather redundant, my emphasizing this. You might say I cannot overemphasize it if you're someone who is an advocate for expositing this monstrous situation of hypocritic indulgence that the Jews engage in as a thing. Because you might say, well, what about the Hamas attack? Did it not provoke this? No, it didn't. These actions did not suddenly commence in October. Instead, they represent a culmination of efforts over the last couple of decades to strengthen the settlement movement and to embed settler voices into the highest echelons of the Israeli regime. Leaders such as Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Minister of National Security, have openly called for the annexation of the West Bank in toto. His department has also been arming settlers with military-grade rifles, effectively giving them carte blanche to do as they please and seize as much land as they possibly can. So let's talk about this coordination of settler and state violence on the part of the Jews. It is important to understand that Jewish settlers in the West Bank do not act alone. They enjoy the support and protection of both the Israeli government and its military. In such a context, there is no functional difference between Jewish settler violence and Israeli state violence. The settlers cannot sustain themselves without the constant flow of money, resources, and soldiers provided by the Israeli regime, and by international aid and political support from American tax dollars, which you are stupid enough to pay. They would, moreover, not feel so emboldened to commit their atrocities if they were not escorted to their victims' houses by armed troops. It is not merely a question of complicity or inaction on the part of these soldiers. They also partake in the violent campaigns which would, they would demand that German troops be hanged for. They would say, these German troops need to be hanged for only following orders. But Israeli troops can support the ethnic cleansing at will. Since the beginning of 2023 until October, over 270 Palestinians had already been killed. The majority of them refugees from Al-Nakba. Raids and incursions have been focused on refugee camps in Jenin, Tulkarm, Halazon, and others, which have always been hubs of resistance. On October 22nd, for the first time since the Second Intifada, the Israeli Air Force bombed the West Bank, reducing a mosque in the Jenin refugee camp to rubble. These refugee camps have haunted the Israeli regime for decades. They are living proof of the criminality of 1948 and the destruction of Palestinian society. They are symbols of steadfastness, of hope, creating new generations of resistance. The Israeli regime understands this dynamic. It, too, views its activities in the West Bank as yet another front in the colonization of Palestine, the ultimate objective being the completion of Al-Nakba, from river to the sea. The events unfolding over the past few weeks threaten to be merely a prelude. Meanwhile, the Palestinian Authority is unwilling to advocate for its people, using its weaponry and armored vehicles to repress critics and crack down on youth trying to defend their own communities. In light of its lack of legitimacy in the eyes of most Palestinians, a PA, or Palestinian Authority, confrontation with Israel or the international community is out of the question. After all, Israel and the international community are the only ones prolonging its survival. Ultimately, the expulsions, the ethnic cleansing by any definition, taking place in the West Bank represents the true face of Israel's colonial ambitions, encouraged by the unfolding genocide in the Gaza, and emboldened by all the world's silence. There be no need to equivocate anymore. The endgame of Zionism has never been quite so clear. What's left to be determined now is what we will do to stop it. Well, my father had the final solution, and we know that if it has to come to that, no one is willing to go where my father went. I would say we don't need to go that far if one follows my advisements, that the British Empire simply reunite itself as a United Kingdoms in the plural, the plurality as we have a United States, rather than a singular United Kingdom where Scotland and Wales are subservient. Those entities can easily sever. Britain has other kingdoms to unite with, only this time it would be a United Kingdom in the plurality, United Kingdoms, as in United States. The United Kingdoms of Greater Britain would include Norway and Morocco, as well as Israel. Coronate the Baron Rothschild as the King of Israel, and absorb at least North Israel, the liberal North, and create a demilitarized zone, a bridge between Gaza and the West Bank, and you have your Palestine, no longer divided. South Israel would be the new Judea, as it was in the times of the Bible, when we had two Israels, North and South, Israel and Judea. Israel in the north, aligned with the Greater British Empire, integral unto England itself as part of the United Kingdoms, and a united crown. The King of Israel, the King of Norway, the King of Morocco, and the King of England. The core of a new Greater United Kingdoms in the plural, expanding to further incorporate other kingdoms, including, of course, a reconstituted Tsar in Russia, the Greater British Empire's new Raj, the new NATO containing a Central Europe dominated by Germany, and the Germans would have influence in South Israel, Judea, the conservative Israel, there where many of the settlers could be resettled. And this, of course, would be the new Cold War between the new, much more centralized powers rather than the American versus Soviet global bifurcation, the new regional Eurafricasian center point of cold conflict, balance of power, would be the Germans and the Brits. Now, in terms of where we're at with Israel as the new North and South Korea, Israel and Judea, I think I've established enough of a, we've carried on to 10 hours. We've got 2 hours potentially remaining. I don't believe with everything that I did over the time spent with our lovely Jennifer Hawkins and the Arcane Observer, I don't believe I have the energy to really go on for another 2 hours. I'm going to upload my interview conducted by Jennifer Hawkins instead onto this channel. So I believe Aristides is asleep. I'm going to let him know that I am going to close the stream just by sending a note to him in the private messages, so to speak, meaning on his private Skype account. Let me tell him now. Here we are. Let me give him a ha-ha with this, because that's essentially what he expects from what he's uploaded. Ha-ha and hee-hee. And I'm just going to say I closed transmission. Closed transmission. Closed transmission early tonight. Transmission early tonight to upload my interview soon, so he doesn't expect it immediately. Interview. Okay, so enter that for him. I will enter this to Peter Moon as well, in case he tries to join us later and finds that I'm not on. Let me get that over there to him, and then everyone else listening will pretty much get the message now because they're listening. So with that, I want to say good morning to all of you and do what I promised to do. Several things I have to do while closing out. Put up all the links I said I would put up and give credit to the people who have contributed. So let me get those links up here. And when it comes to the links that I had tried to put up earlier, you need to cut and paste them to make them work. We are also going to put the links up to Our Lady's interview. But when it comes to the interview with our man, Mr. Bill Cooper, and his exposing Alex Jones, let's get those links to you so you can access those. And they are something you need to cut and paste. They don't seem to connect directly, but they do work. They will take you there. And so let's make sure you get them. Okay. This would be, if I enter them in order, okay, this should work. Again, you have to cut and paste these, okay, for them to work. Let me get over here to the, all right, going to enter that, press the enter button. I'm almost unable to believe that it enters. Remember, you got to cut and paste these for them to work. And these are our man, Bill Cooper, exposing Alex Jones. 3-part interview. And they are ironically the 3 years of the formation of the American Constitutional Republic, 1775, 1776, and 1777. Okay, go back to that. The number of the interviews. Okay, and okay. All right, let's get these to you. Then we'll get some other things out to you as well. Okay. Now let me also put up the links to our ladies interview, the Arcane Observer, and we're going to put up the first the share for the trouble we had trying to get the transmission started at all. The nightmare that is like, well, you can see the expression on my face while we're going through the shit. All right. Okay. That'll take you directly there. And we'll put up the link to the other interview. Let's see here now. Okay, sound check, she calls it. That's so cute. All right, then. Let's go towards the other interview and give you the share to that. And then I'll upload these very interviews from my side, which, like I said, is going to be very different from, in its own way, than what you see on her side. This will give you a much different perspective on everything I said. Okay. Okay, pressing the enter button there. Okay, now, before I leave, I'm going to give credit to all these wonderful people who contributed to my PayPal account. And I want to give credit to JP, Jack Parsons. The man named JP contributed 25 United States dollars via a money order. God bless his heart. And he is someone who has been regularly doing so. God bless him. We had the lovely Brooke Gibson return $100 to me that she borrowed. Peter Moon himself contributed 100 United States dollars on October 22nd for my birthday. Actually in time for my late and sated legal father's birthday, really. And now let's go take over to the other people who have made their contributions via the production account. For some reason, everybody loves that account, my production account. I guess because it's so much easier to simply remember the Douglas Dietrich as opposed to Douglas D. Dietrich. And you know, it is what it is. It's amazing what people familiarize themselves with, and then they tend to use that. All right, let me break into my account. All right, press the next button, log in, and then giving people credit where credit is due. Before I bid a gentle morning unto all. I want people to know there's just no way I can express enough gratitude to all of you who have contributed. We have a payment of 15 United States dollars from Steve Myers, our brother from another mother in, New York. Don't know which borough he's in. He'll have to tell us again. Basically, he says, to quench your thirst for all those hours. I fell asleep and tuned in the morning, and you were still on. Have to hit the bed early these last few days. We'll just be all ears for now and call to join when I get a chance. God bless you, my dear brother from another mother. Okay, let's go towards the next person who needs some credit. This is, of course, the lovely, I don't know if she wants to remain anonymous or not, lovely lady in Hawaii, who contributes 30 United States dollars fairly regularly, if not once a month, at least, sometimes twice. She says, blessings. Hope all is well with you. Thanks to you, Nolani Bouchard. Nolani Bouchard, what a beautiful name. She hasn't stated that she wants to remain anonymous, though initially I believe she did. Believe me, honey, the enemy finds out who you are soon enough anyway, and you are immune to them. You're too steadfast and intelligent to fall for their call of Cthulhu, or their call of chaos. I have no worries that you'll be fine. We have our lovely lady in Canada, who has not asked to remain anonymous, so Brooke Hagberg in Canada, 40 United States dollars. Goddess bless her. Goddess bless her and keep her. Beautiful woman. Both of the above. We have another beautiful woman who has joined Team Dietrich as a supporter. This person has not asked to be maintained in anonymity. Lady lives in Denmark. Christina Lermark. Christina Lermark. Lermark. Wonderful, beautiful name. 50 United States dollars. Goddess bless her. Goddess bless you and keep you, Christina. I hope you're listening. Honestly, I wish I could have given you all credit much sooner. I was so overwhelmed by so much going on lately. We have a payment from another wonderful human being, a beautiful woman in the United States, lives in Virginia, state of Virginia, has not asked to be kept in anonymity. She contributed $50 United States dollars as well, 50 United States dollars from the lovely Ann Callan. Ann Callan, Callan. And beautiful name, Ann, spelled Anne, Ann Callan. What a lovely lady in Virginia. A true Southern belle. All of these lovely ladies on Team Dietrich. And again, an earlier payment from Steve Myers of 70 United States dollars. And of course, he lives in this weird place, South Ozone Park, really. Brother from another mother, call me Steve when on the phone, too many creeps out here. And an even earlier contribution beyond that from Stephen Myers for $50 United States dollars. At which time he said, happy birthday. Tuned in late for last transmission. Interesting how Flight 401 was no accident. Makes sense. Never could figure out the excuse over a bulb caused the crash. A bulb caused the crash. A book I can send you called Cannibalism, Blood Drinking at High Adept Satanism by Kurth Barker, Kerth Barker, and the book titled Programmed to Kill, subtitled The Politics of Serial Murder by David McGowan. David McGowan, spelled McJowan. I can send the books to you for future talk. Funny how in the first book they tricked Kurth Barker into eating human flesh, the same trick Aquino used on you. This is why I never doubt what you are saying. I have been studying the enemy for over 40 years and still learning. Thank you. Love you dearly, Steve Myers, the man. Yes. Matter of fact is, got this wonderful email. I'm not going to read out the whole email, but it's basically Steve M. Steve M. Yeah. I won't tell you which email he's with. We'll leave that a secret. Give him some privacy. All right. With that, we are going to bid adieu. We are going to give everyone the well wishes for the best of mornings, and we will move into the gentle day. I will, of course, ask all of you to continue to support the channel, support myself. I certainly need it. We got 200 United States dollars in a money order from Holly Kaditis Kiefer. And she is a wonderful human being. Goddess bless her and keep her. Holly Kaditis Kiefer, you're an angel. And our angel has joined us. Victoria. Let me bring you on for at least a few minutes before I close the show. Honey, jump on the call. Let me, just, do a recall, see if she responds. Our poor guy Aristides went on mute, so I can't unmute him. That's okay. Here we are with, Victoria. Let's see if she responds. And, if she wants to say anything else, if she wants to go on a short monologue, most of the time people don't like to do that. But hey, she's welcome to on my channel. My channel's her channel as far as I'm concerned. Let me make certain to give her plenty of hearts. Let her know she's welcome. Go down to see if I can find that pair of hot lips to give her a kiss. Here we are. There we go. Match that up with a sparkling heart. Okay, and enter that for her, and see if she's responded to my call, joined us. If she doesn't, I'm closing transmission. This isn't some threat to intimidate her to come on, mind you. It's just, where I'm at right now. So she says she's unavailable, so that's my cue to close. Victoria? Love you, honey. Okay, let that be some of the last words spoken. Love you all. And all of you who support me, of course. Morally, if not fiscally. And, join us on Wednesday. It's going to be here before you know it. After I'm done refreshing myself, get the computer back up and running, because I'll shut it down for a while, give it a little break. I'm going to publish the interview hosted by Jen Arcania, or whatever she calls herself. Jen at the Arcane Observer. So, Jennifer Hawkins, basically. Oh my God, we've been joined. Oh my God. So, honey, what do you want to say? I mean, cut loose, whatever you want to express.
Hold on, let me just get off of everything else.
Sure.
I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I'm waking up and I'm underneath my red light.
Cool.
And I'm just kind of like waking up slow with my red light, and I'm making some tea.
Wonderful.
And I've successfully fallen asleep multiple nights now without ZzzQuil. So
wow,
I think I found something that worked.
Wonderful. Good. So it's just cannabis gummies or what?
Yeah, just a cannabis gummy. But I'm wondering now if I should switch my other off day back to Monday so that I can be more available on Sunday night. I don't know. I had to work to get my other off day a little bit more towards the beginning of the week. I don't know. I wish they would give me a Thursday off so I could just be around on Wednesday. That'd be nice.
It would be. Whatever you can finagle. I mean, of course, don't impose anything that you feel would annoy. Don't annoy, of course, your the overarching employer that helped you provide, help give you this opportunity to work in the environment that you're in. You don't want to annoy them, but yeah, obviously, I would love it if you could be available more often for either episode or both. Sundays and Wednesday nights through Monday and Thursday morning. Yeah, whatever you can arrange for or finagle would be wonderful. I mean, we certainly appreciate your being here. And so when you're just waking up under the red light, tell us a bit about this process of the red light. This helps you kind of ease out of sleep, or do you also use it to go to sleep? The red light, kind of like a twilight.
Yeah, I would say a little bit of both. I'm using it for immunity reasons right now. So I normally eat so healthy. And I tell people this, but I proved it once again to myself last night. I had got the munchies and went and got these delicious little dangerous cinnamon ball roll things from Taco Bell with stuff inside them. They're delicious, but I don't eat that kind of stuff because it will make me sick. So I woke up today with a slightly scratchy throat because I ate those sugary carb things, and I'm like, wow, isn't that funny? I'm that sensitive to it, to where it's true. I'm so sensitive to it. I know myself. I always tell people, if I were to drink a soda, I would wake up the next day with what people call a cold. Yeah. So,
wow.
It's just really, it's about what you put in your system.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And
if I sound scratchy, that's why. And my apologies.
No worries. And what kind of tea do you prepare that wakes you up in the morning? So you don't do coffee?
I'm trying to get off the coffee once again. So I have now this honey chai turmeric vitality tea, and then I threw a packet of throat coat in there as well.
Okay.
And I will always do my unsalted butter and my 10 adaptogenic mushrooms, my OM10, and collagen probably a little bit.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bulletproof.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's so exciting. And so you keep yourself immuno supported. Yes, go on.
Yeah, but I'm very excited to listen to last night's transmission, but it's getting a little frustrating that I can't ever seem to tune in. So maybe I will talk to my bosses and perhaps work a Sunday and be off on a Monday again. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. If I have to take a little bit of a pay cut to be more available, I might do that, honestly. I might.
Oh, I mean, I would appreciate it, but for God's sakes, don't make life harder on yourself. Would that be hard? Would that make your life harder in any way?
Here's the thing is I could be making more money right now if I wanted to, doing something like bartending, and I care more about what I actually do in my job and my work and what I bring to the world in my work, more so than the money thing, obviously.
Well, one thing that...
So I don't mind. I don't think I would mind doing that so much.
Good.
And I miss being able to tune in. So I will see what I can do about that.
That's wonderful. Sure. That's wonderful because, hopefully it would work out where it doesn't, really result in a pay cut. But if it does, hopefully it's a moderate one. And I know that your prerogatives are more towards enjoying life and doing what is important to you rather than simply earning money. Because like you said, you could be making much more money bartending. Obviously, a young, attractive girl would get the big tips. Of course, you'd also be dealing with a bunch of horny, thirsty guys, all over you all the time. And, yeah, you don't need that. You get enough of that. I'm sure you even get that where you're working now to a degree. But...
Well, they might not be drunk, but it's a fan club and a half for sure.
Cool.
That's fine.
Cool. It is. And that's good. That's good. And but this way we could bring more attention to your own channel. By the way, I put a link to what I think is a relevant short video into your private YouTube what would I call it? Skype account, so you can upload that onto your own YouTube channel easily. And Oh yeah, you're of course, whatever I can do. As a matter of fact, I should actually put a link up here as well that you could link up to your own YouTube channel. Let me click on this and get this over to you. And while I'm doing this, by the way, whatever's on your mind about current events or even recent experiences of your own that you feel like sharing, what is it that comes to your mind as you're coming into consciousness? Is there something in particular that you can think of that you'd like to share?
Let's see. I read a funny, what are they called now? If they're not called tweets. So
they call them Zweets. They call them Zweets. X-Weets instead of tweets. Yeah.
X-Sweets?
Yeah. Yes. Preposterous.
What in the world?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not on the site or whatever it's called. I'm not on the app.
Mm-hmm.
But this is kind of funny. Let's see, this Annika H. Rothstein, well, with a name like that, but either way, I'll have to enter this into the Skype box, but pretty funny. Apparently in Sweden, people are going to get employment papers, and they're getting their photos doctored because they have Jewish names. Like this person's nose literally got doctored to be larger. So it's like, it's very strange what's happening in the world right now. I'm not sure, and I can see this going bad, but also it's kind of funny.
So are people doctoring their photographs to have their noses look larger because they believe that looking Jewish will be an advantage to them?
I think people in the government are doctoring them in order to make sure that it's like putting the star patch on them. They're making it obvious.
Okay.
That they are Jewish. And so that, I feel like that's a little unfair, and I just wanted to bring it to light because that's pushing it.
Went to
right?
Yeah, I guess handing in employment, if what they say is true. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's like wearing a MAG on. David, by the way, got my ID and my nose has been doctored as seen below. It's okay. Yeah. Well, maybe somebody just thought that was okay. If what they say is true, I'm going.
If true.
Okay.
If true, it's funny.
Yeah.
But also kind of unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah. And so you're definitely an advocate for fairness. You don't like people to be, shall we say, unfairly pegged or identified, so to speak. So you have a real attitude of justice, and that's good. That's admirable. So that's cute. I mean, that's funny. And what about?
I just thought it was funny. I'm not trying to instill in any kind of like justice. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Most of these people are innocent to any of the shenanigans going on with the government. Anyway.
Yeah.
But I still wanted to bring it to light, because if that's true, then that means the Swiss government is not really being very kind. So I'm not sure, because I mostly was bringing to light because I was wondering if that were to be true, because I feel like a lot of Israeli people live in Sweden, but maybe not.
I don't know. I've heard different things about Sweden. It's the one thing that I hear constantly is that they're loaded with all kinds of Muslim immigrants. You would think that, I don't know. I haven't been there myself. I knew a guy who kind of lived there in a hostel. Not hospice. I almost said hospice. Lived there in a hostel, and he was. I'll have to try and remember his name in the future, but he hasn't been on since he was confronted by Brooke Gibson, who pretty much kind of, I don't blame her. I don't blame her. I mean, he basically was. He kind of needed some confrontation. This guy needed a little shakeup. This guy needed a lot of shakeup.
Then he got Brooke. Then he should have got plenty of shakeup.
Yeah, he did. He got shook up. Yeah, he hasn't been back since, poor bastard. But I didn't really make it easier on him. But it definitely, he was this, he was pointing out that Sweden had immigrants. I don't know how big the immigrant population is in Sweden or what it's like. It's I do know that the one guy who interviewed me one time in Sweden, who was basically a kind of there's no other word for it really, just kind of he basically joined up with Michael Aquino, so he's definitely on the dark side. Michael Aquino actually helped him come to the United States. He was the master of ceremonies for this quote-unquote secret space program conference that was held right here in California. And he wound up, like, I think, getting U.S. citizenship or some kind of U.S. permit to stay. So because he was so infamously basically anti-immigrant to a degree that was, shall we say, politically monotone or rather pathological, he got his channel blitz off YouTube, and because he was just too shall I say extremist about what he was saying, and he didn't articulate it without ad nauseum promoting an ethno-state kind of alternative. He wound up coming to the United States because maybe he was having problems in Sweden because of that perspective. He certainly believed, apparently, that Sweden was going to hell in a handbasket and becoming multicultural. But this was the guy who ran that Red Ice Radio, Henrik Palmgren. He ambushed myself when he interviewed me because he conducted a 3-hour interview and then he cut an hour off. So what he spliced back together was not what I had said, and of course was easily open to attack because everything was out of context. So he obviously is not, this is obviously not a person who was operating on the side of productive communications. But does the name ring any bell with you? Henrik Palmgren, Red Ice Radio.
I've heard of Red Ice Radio.
Okay.
I have heard of that, but that is unfortunate. That's doctoring the truth is definitely not the whole truth, so that's not good.
Thank you. And so it kind of shows where he was coming from and how he wound up affiliated with Aquino. That was a giveaway that he was heading in that direction if he wasn't there already. So when it comes to were you able to review the interview that Jennifer had with myself?
I got through a lot of it. I still have some to go.
Okay.
But a lot of it was stuff also that you and I had gone over as well.
Okay.
So I was kind of trying to speak through some of it.
Understood.
Through that first part of it. So I'll continue.
Okay, understood. She also uploaded the, I put it in the chat. I also uploaded the link to, she recorded the first 18 and a half minutes or so where we were trying to get on line and we're just being assaulted by all number of technical difficulties. Obviously a technical ambush. All kinds of things happened that supposedly should not be technically possible. In fact, they shouldn't be technically possible at all. And
I was wondering what that shorter clip was about. I figured it was the first attempt, but maybe I'll have to go back and see if she retitled it, because it did seem like it was being attacked from all angles at that point.
Yeah, she did retitle it. And she so I mean, it's worth it just to see the expression on my face as we deal with all of these frustrating assaults from one direction and then another. And I think she published it just so people knew, so people could see what a hard time we had. And that way we couldn't go live on her terrestrial broadcast radio with the Troubled Minds station and get the hits that we would have gotten otherwise, which would have circulated among 300,000 people, as she said, or more, had we been able to accomplish that. I'm hoping she's not discouraged from trying that again in the future, because it's definitely something that, of course, if we try it again in the future and we're able to technically get on to the open time slot, then we'll have the hits. But it's one of these things that that's what they prevented with their assault, so we could only get this kind of, get it on record and then kind of upload it. Even though it was live in the sense it was on her YouTube channel, it was not live over the terrestrial broadcast. This is what the NSA, effectively it was the NSA that attacked. because they have control over so much of our communications technologies, and that was what Aquino worked for. So obviously his cult is very influential. And you might ask why they don't attack every episode that I'm on, but what would be the point? I have kind of like a fairly steady state audience that kind of reports for duty. They kind of provide me a steady base of numbers and income. It's good for what I do, but it's obviously much larger than what Jennifer has on her own channel. And the only way that we would have hit a lot more people would be if she had been able to accomplish what she intended, which was to get me on her radio channel, which she's affiliated with the Troubled Minds. So okay, the enemy succeeded in knocking us off that for that episode. We'll see what happens in the future. But in the interim, certainly while you're on my channel, let's try and help yours. Tell people what you want them to know about Medusoid Humanoid, and what you want them to know about that channel, and of course remind them to go there and subscribe.
I'd actually like to figure out another name for my channel. Okay. Apparently that one is hard to understand or read, and I think a lot of people automatically assume I'm like a Gorgon. And I'm not trying to say that. The point of the Medusoid part is like a starfish. If you chop off part of a starfish, it grows back, right?
Yeah.
So it's considered a medusoid creature in marine biology. So I went with that just because. But I think I need to figure out another channel name. So I'll be I just need to brainstorm that before I start talking. Oh yeah, Medusoid Humanoid. I have no idea what that. I know that my channel is about spreading truth, and so if people always think of a character that was basically a demonic entity that turned people to stone, I am not trying to get people in that mindset.
It's adorable. Yeah.
So as far as what's on my, again, I'm just waking up. I don't know. I'm just coming on to let you know I do want to be able to say more and be more of a part, and therefore I'm going to see if I can switch around my days off.
Excellent. That would be delightful. That would be certainly, I would appreciate that beyond expression, and wonderful. So
yes, it also I feel like we haven't heard from Brooke in a while. Is she okay?
Oh yeah,
have you heard from her?
Yes, I spoke to her quite recently. I mean, before I last took off for the weekend, I spoke to her on I think it was Friday, sometime on Friday. And so let me take a look at when this was, the last time I spoke to her. But she seemed fine at the time. And basically, let's see now.
I haven't been tuning in, though. Has she been coming on stream at all?
No. I mean, not much. She came on maybe a little bit in the recent past, so she was on for a little bit. Yeah, so she's been coming onto the stream a little bit. Yeah, I will tell her that you asked. I mean, honestly, she should be appreciative of that. And now,
yes, I've been praying for her, so I hope she's okay.
Oh, wonderful. Well, believe me, honey, that you are such an angel. You are. How are the Bible studies going? Have they started with those other two girls?
I have not started a Bible study. I still texted this young woman a bit, but. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that Brooke has dealt with attacks.
Yes.
Both physical and spiritual over the last however, long. So I've just been trying to keep her in my prayers. You as well, of course.
Oh, thank you. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I mean, I feel better protected already just by you doing that. By the way, according to Skype, it says that Brooke and I spoke, quote unquote, yesterday at 9:49 a.m. and that we spoke for an hour and 39 minutes and 46 seconds. So she must be doing okay. Now, this is according to Skype. Now, yesterday would be, it's Sunday, right? So according to this, it would be Saturday, but that's not the case. I think that what's going on is they must be a day behind. If I spoke to her, it must have been maybe Friday. Maybe Friday I spoke to her before if I look at my calendar, but that's got to be wrong. Because Saturday I was definitely out of commission with the outside world. And that was with the, you know, I mean, all day. I was, you know, definitely checked out. So when it's yeah, definitely it is what it is. Sometimes you can't figure out how Skype maintains, you know, its interpretation of time. But such being said, let's see now. Yesterday, yeah, definitely that was Veterans Day. It was also when the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum began in San Francisco. So it would have had to have been, let me see, well, Friday night was when, maybe it's right. I guess I spoke to her in the morning, 9:38, yeah, before I took off. I guess, yeah. Guess it's right. Holy shit.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad she's alive and well. That's
yeah.
that's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
Skype is right. Skype is right. Yeah, because it was 8 p.m. I did this interview on Friday night with Jennifer. So that yeah, we were up until late. So that meant that yeah. So I guess it was Friday morning. So I mean Saturday morning, because then I left after that. Okay. So yeah, and yeah. Thank you for asking. Aside from that, definitely, just so you know, the yesterday was, you know, by that I mean today, but technically yesterday by now, the Sun Yat-sen's birthday. He was this guy who was considered the founding father of modern China, and that was a big holiday in Asia. And of course, today was, you know, again, we were dealing with the APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Forum, and they're discussing all the things going on that impact their economies all over the Pacific, including Canada and you know, all the other participants, U.S. and Latin American countries, as well as all the Asian countries. So aside from that, honey, your life otherwise, in terms of what you feel comfortable talking about, how's the cat?
Oh, everything's so wonderful, Douglas. It's been really, really great. It's getting cool, and it's sweater weather now. And aside from the Masonic, what's it called? The daylight savings time?
Yes.
I hate the daylight savings time. Other than that, life is beautiful. They need to quit messing with our time when we have the sun to guide us. But okay.
Thank you. No, believe me, I am so with you.
We'd be doing just fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Rockefeller, Rothschild, whatever.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, ridiculous.
Do you feel, I mean, well, lately when we switched off daylight saving time to standard time and we gained an hour's sleep, all this was supposed to be, you know, did you feel any benefit from that? Or do you feel more uncomfortable with the way it is now, now that we're back on standard time?
I honestly wouldn't know. I don't care. It's just the messing around with it. I find it'd be very unfair to people if you had, like, I have a job that has me in a little bit later. But if I were a kid and I were in some freaking class in a university, that would not be fun. That's not nice to do to people. So I don't know.
It fucking sucks.
I don't know.
No, believe me.
It's not cool. I remember being a kid and just being like, why would they do this? This just doesn't seem right. Granted, I was also growing up in my teens when I was in Florida. And I wasn't buried in the snow. But still, it doesn't make sense. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And I feel like they do it just to mess with people. Like they do a lot of things just to mess with people. It's all mind control. This whole world is a petri dish of MK Ultra at this point.
Yes. This is, well, it's a realization of Michael Aquino's Mind War, which was advocating psych war being conducted against the population 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So, it's just been a nightmare with daylight saving, and they need to stop it completely, need to end it, period. I could get militant on that. And aside from all of that, glad to see that you're enjoying life. And how about, so with the, what time do you have to be at work today? Like you
I'm not until 10, but I'm going to try to take care of myself a little bit before I go in.
Understood. Understood.
Yes. Now, I know you know about this stuff, but I also came across recently an article from 1988 where it's basically stating there is a secret government in Maryland. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming you know about this.
Well, District of Maryland would be like, it's near Washington, D.C., obviously, right?
Yeah, I'll have to watch this little video again, and I'll send it to you privately. But there's just so much going on. I feel like they're really gearing up for some fun with FEMA kind of thing and some martial law. But who knows? Everyone's been saying that for a while, so we'll see. The only thing I worry about, everyone's like, oh no, FEMA camps. I'm only worried about my cats. That's the only. Can you just make sure the cats are either in a home or dead, you stinking feds? Because I don't want my cats traumatized thinking I abandoned them, okay? So finish the job, you feds, all right? This is not an invitation, but don't leave my cats to die.
That's so cute. No, that's definitely let's
anyway, I'm just playing, of course, but I really hope you guys have a good day. I have to get out of here.
Yes, understood.
But I hope you guys have a good rest of your morning.
We will, thanks to your appearing, believe me. And we're all the better for it. Thank you for querying about the health of Brooke Gibson and others. And your care for others is admirable. And thank you for your concern with fairness, like this poor lady and her nose being operated on,
digitally.
Yeah, digitally, yes. And stay safe and be well. You are also always in my thoughts and prayers, as well as those of our listeners, I'm sure. And despite the name, everybody check out Medusoid Humanoid. That's what it is for now. Look it up on YouTube. You will find it. And she's working on changing the name. And with that, Victoria, we love you. And take care.
Blessings all. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you. All right. Bye for now. Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. That's a lovely Victoria. And with that, we will prepare for a winding down transmission. So she brought us a lot closer towards the edge of 12 hours. We still have basically 1.5 hours to go. And like I said, what I'm going to do is pretty much refresh myself, take some time off for about an hour and a half, shut the computer down, restart it, because if I don't do that, it really starts clogging up. It really starts gumming up is the word for it. It gums up. So I gotta stop it, restart it, and then upload the interview with Jen, which, as I said, on my station, my YouTube channel is going to look a lot different than it did on hers. You're going to see it from my end of the call rather than hers. And so that's something to look forward to. And aside from that, oh my God, I'm going to yawn. Oh, forgive me. Oh, my love and blessings to you all. Okay, all the support me, of course, not to the enemy. And aside from that, we'll regather, same time, same place, same channel on Wednesday. Join us then. And hopefully soon enough, dear Victoria gets a change in her days off, so she'll be joining us more often and for longer periods, because obviously we adore her company. And with that, we are going to end stream. Okay. Anybody wants to enter something in the chat, enter it now or hold your peace until Wednesday. Okay. Because, if you don't enter it now, it's not going to upload with the publication of the stream. All right. Okay. With that, our love and blessings to El Nemo, who has carried us to the end, to Amor Fadi, and we are ending stream. Okay. Ending stream.